blow.
Hello and welcome everyone to the semifinals of the NECC's fall season League of Legends Emergents Yellow Division. I think I have all of that right. I am Coach Jim. Joining me today, Random Minion Caster. Random, how are you doing?
Doing good here, Coach Jim. And you know what? Really excited because we're down to the final four, actually, final three here in the Emergents Yellow Division. Because on the other side of the semifinals bracket here, they've already confirmed their winner, their finalists. So the two of them here tonight are battling out to see who goes up against UNA Purple.
All right. And with us tonight, we're going to have Carol. We're going to have Bryant. Carol defeated Johnson Wales 2-0 to get here. Bryant defeated Arcadia 2-0 to get here. So both these teams on a winning streak at the moment. Carol, the favorite, the number 1 seed. Bryant coming in at number 4, but we should still have a good one. I believe they've already concluded their pro draft. Random, do you have anything you need to say before we have them jump right into Champion Select?
I mean, they can jump in whenever they want here, Coach Jim, but I do want to point out something interesting about the Emergents Yellow division. That is, there were 10 teams in this division. There were 8 weeks of the regular season, which means that there are certain teams which didn't face off. And Carroll and Bryant are both schools which did not face off in the regular season. So they have no real clue what to expect coming up against each other. So despite the fact that it's first seed and fourth seed, I don't know how accurate the seeding necessarily is going to be and how it's going to reflect in this particular matchup.
All right. Well, with that being said, hopefully we're going to get the word from our director here, PETA, that he's going to be sending them in. Random, you had some pretty solid notes on both of these teams. What do you want to talk about here while we're getting ready for Champion Select?
Oh, for these two teams, man, Coach Jim, both these teams run very similar play styles here. Both these teams like their bot lanes, and often their bot lanes are their carry lanes. So I'm watching the matchup here, especially for Carroll University, considering that Nabs won MVP or 2 weeks ago in the quarterfinals here. The pressure, I feel like, is on Bryant Bulldogs to try and find an answer to this quarterfinals MVP.
That most likely will be what they have to do. Looking here, we have the first ban, Yumi on the side of Bryant, Tom Kench on the side of Carroll, and now the ban's coming fast and furious here. So, Random, I think you cheated. I think you looked at the pro draft. I have not, so this is all new for me. What are we going to be looking at here in the top lane?
Well, yep, I did kind of cheat, as you put it, looking at the pro draft, because I was interested in where the focus was going to be. And for both these teams, despite the fact that we're going to see their top laners first, they were actually the last pick for the two teams. And I think the top lane is where things really diverged here. You can already see Joe Motion locking in that Shen. And the moment I see that Shen here, it tells me they are playing to that bot lane. You don't pick Shen to win the lane. You pick it to enable someone else. And on the other side, for Carroll, on the red side here, X Factor picking that Mordekaiser has gone the other way. You're not going to try and enable your bot lane here. You pick that Mordekaiser as a counter. You want to win lane and become a force to reckon with in your own right.
All right. Moving on to the jungle. On the side of Bryant, we're going to see the Olaf. On the side of Carroll, we're going to see the Vi. A couple of bruisers there in the jungle.
Yeah. Again, these two will actually try and do similar things. Both Vi and Olaf want to gank, want to dive the back line here, but the way they do it is a little bit different. Wasting's got a bit of a harder time with this Olaf. You have to land those axes to get your ganks off, whereas Jalapeno on this Vi, it's so much easier, especially post 6. You point and click, and you get a single target here. The mid laners also kind of being locked in. This is another point of divergence for the two teams. Vex actually a champion that both these mid laners play a lot and has a lot more self-agency. Has the ability to dive as well as protect your AD carries, stop dashes coming through. But Orianna, well, she's the queen with team fighting. You see an Orianna, you know that Carroll wants to go front to back. They want a team fight.
You know, absolutely. Orianna, as you put it, the absolute master of the team fight. In the bot lane, we're going to see a couple of very different bot lanes. Xayah Nami going, and assuming that gets locked in, going into Jinx Seraphine. So, going to be an intriguing bot lane. You got a little bit more range, I think, on the side of Carroll. But Bryant with the bubble, the infinite lockdown, basically. Because you can get bubbled, Xayah can throw the feathers, pull them back when the bubble drops, and you're going to be standing in the same spot for quite a while. Which bot lane do you like with those two pairings?
Ooh, I think both these bot lanes are pretty much what the teams wanted here. But Coach Jim, I'm a little bit surprised that it's going to be Walshy with the Xayah here, because actually, if you look at what these players have played, Xayah has actually been Nabs' preferred pick in the NECC here. But Nabs last week, or pardon me, 2 weeks ago in the quarterfinals, absolutely popped off. Jinx both the games you mentioned against Arcadia. 27, I believe, total kills between the two games on this Jinx here. You pick the Xayah as a team fight measure to try and match up with the Jinx, and the supports, both of them are going to do the same thing in a way. Really strong disengage. You've got the Encore to try and isolate Olaf running in, because he's the only one who can run in the face of that Encore. And likewise for Nami, you've got the Tidal Wave. the only one who can really get through is going to be Vi with that insult and battery, which is an unstoppable ultimate.
A very good thing to point out. We will see if that happens as we go into the spectator delay here. It'd be really interesting to see Jalapeno go through the wave and make something spicy happen, even if it's just
Mm.
to buy time for the rest of their teammates. So, front to back, top to bottom, who do you like here, Random?
Ooh, boy. I think I'm going to give the edge slightly to the side of Carroll University here, just because, I mean, they've got such a strong AD carry in Nabs. But honestly, Coach Jim, I think either team could take it. Both the teams want to do the same thing. They want to let their carries carry. They want to go front to back here. And I do think both teams have their own strengths. And Coach Jim, I know that normally you do color as well. You do quite a bit of analysis on your own time. So I'm going to turn this question back on you as well. I've said Carroll. Whose composition do you favor?
I like Carroll for the fact that they have that Mordekaiser. If you're trying to funnel one person to be your carry, Mordekaiser's the one who could screw up that plan. If
Mhm.
Walsh is going to try to be the carry, or Walshy, I'm not going to pronounce that right. If the Zaya for Bryant is going to try to be their carry, all Mordekaiser has to do is bring them into the death realm, and all of a sudden, with your
Mhm.
carry down, there's not a lot that you can do really. And I think that the Nabs and Scat, wow, the names Skaz Pert G. Somebody help me out. Somebody in chat help me out with
I believe
this.
it's S Casper TG.
S Casper TG. Okay,
Let's just
that
abbreviate
works.
to Casper. It's a lot easier to say there.
Yeah, I go with the Seraphine for Carol. I think Jinx and Seraphine will be able to do the damage, hit the crowd control they need, and by the time Zaya comes back, she might be a woman without a country.
Yeah, fully agree with you there. And the other thing I think to add is that Walshy needs to pay the QSS tax this game here. We are in preseason patch. Things have changed, but QSS has not. And against Mordekaiser, that's about the only thing that's going to save you. I will say that because of this emphasis on Walshy and the way, as you rightly pointed out, X Factor kind of counters that single carry, I am looking at Eag McSpeed here on the Vex for Bryant University to pick up the slack. When that Mordekaiser Death Realm comes through, the only remaining carry is going to be this Vex, and I need to see Eag McSpeed carry these teams. So I buy it enough time, at least, if you can't outright burst down Nabs, to let Walshy get back out to Death Realm and then join the team.
So we are about 10 seconds away here from coming out of the spectator delay. We will be jumping into game. I believe myself and the production will both be pausing at the 10-second mark to get everyone ready, make sure everything is good to go. So, Wall Shy. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at Twitch chat, hoping they were giving me pronunciations here, but apparently nobody wants to help me out. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, so I kind of like Carol. I kind of like
Mhm.
Carol with the Mordekaiser, as I said. But I've been wrong before. There's a reason my hashtag is hashtag Coach Jim is wrong. There's a reason that's my hashtag. It's not because I'm right all the time. I'll tell you that. But you talked about the preseason patch. It's going to be really interesting. You got the two new Drakes, which I believe we saw 2 weeks ago during quarterfinals.
We
I'm trying to
probably
I'm,
did, yeah,
I'm trying
because
to
they
remember when the
boosted the chance
patch
of it.
I'm trying to remember when the patch dropped. I think we would have seen them 2 weeks ago. And
Mhm.
I've played on the patch. I like I like the Hextech Drake a lot. The Chem Drake, not as much. I think that the interaction in the jungle is a little bit weird. I think they need to relook at that. I like the interaction. I just think it's a little weird. I don't think you should be able to see out. If nobody can see you inside of it, I don't think you should be able to see out of it. I mean, it's supposed to be fog, right? I can't see out of fog. Can you, Random?
Depends if I've got my fog lights on my car, but normally
But
I fully
then,
agree with you there, Coach. If you can see them, they should be able to see you. Fair enough here.
right.
And it does change the way the game gets played a lot more comeback potential for the team that's behind, a lot more strength to pick compositions. But when I'm looking at these teams here, Coach Jim, I don't think Chemtac is going to be an issue for either of these teams. They're going to be
No,
grouping up as five, and if they see each other, they're just going right at it anyways.
I think you're right. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I really do like the Hextech
Mhm.
Drake, though. The steal potential it opens up, being able to jump from a buff behind a pit.
Mhm.
I myself already was able to use it successfully with Shyvana jungle jumping on into the dragon pit going from blue buff behind pit, alting in with the smite. They had no idea where I was, no idea how I was getting there. And that was a lot of fun. So I think the gates are a lot of fun. But yeah, no, I agree. The comeback potential with the objective, I just blanked on bounties.
Bounties?
Thank you, bounties. With the objective bounties, my team's actually been complaining about them because they don't think that a snowball matters as much anymore because the bounties are just too big.
Well, yeah, I do think that is what it's caused, and I think Riot has looked into changing that on the next patch here, lowering how long it lasts as well, so that the winning team doesn't constantly have to be defending everything on the map. But on this patch, which we are currently still on for the semifinals, objective bounties are a major comeback mechanic here, and I've even seen a lot of teams rather than go for those early objectives like the Herald, trying to find those early kills and snowball from there, they've been opting to go for the dragon stacking instead, so that you get that late power after the objective bounties are less relevant in the game there. Deferred power, less chance for the comeback. But Coach, I want to talk about items a little bit here as well with these teams, because we've got two AP mid laners, mages, pardon me, in the mid lane. And Crown of the Shattered Queen has become sort of the favorite item right now for mid laners.
Say that again. Our production team was chatting there, and we were making sure we were on the same page getting started. So say that again, please, Random.
Well, I'm just waiting to see what mythics we do see picked up, whether or not we see that broken Crown of the Shattered Queen coming in for both of these mid laners, or even maybe Axiom Arc coming in. I'm not seeing any lethality abusers in the game right now, but at the same time, I feel like I've seen Axiom Arc on a whole bunch of champions who can't even use lethality, like Karthus, for example.
Oh my God, great example there. If anyone's are we allowed to prep up other people's channels on here? There's a caster, I don't know if we are, there's a caster, very popular caster of League of Legends, and he played a first strike Axiom Arc Karthus jungle and was making 250 gold per ultimate without a kill at the 25-minute mark in the game. It was disgusting. For the record, first strike, my new favorite rune for support. Anytime I can get more money as a support early in the game, I want it. I want it. Let me tell you that, Random. So it looks like we're going to have a 5-point here. Nobody really going to try anything tricky. And it looks like both jungles will start on the bottom side of the map. So we will have bottom to top clears on both sides. So we might see a fight over that top side scuttle. Remember, folks, the first scuttles are now, I don't want to call them worthless, but definitely not worth as much as they used to be.
Yeah, definitely not worth dying over here, and more of a sort of side benefit rather than a major objective that you need to contest immediately. I'm actually a little bit surprised, though, that both of these teams opted to start bot side, because for Carroll University, we touched on the fact that, hey, X Factor is expected to win this lane with the Mordekaiser. Sending an early gank his way makes a lot of sense, because once Mordekaiser gets rolling, he can take over. But for the side of Bryant here, if Wasting's looking at that top lane, I'm not sure it's going to net anything here. Trying to kill the Mordekaiser with the Shen is difficult. Shen doesn't have enough damage.
You know, I think he's looking at the fact that he will get his red buff second, so he'll have the red buff longer going into his first gank. As we look up here as Joe Motion going in against the Mordekaiser, saying, hey, slow down, Random. I can do just as much damage as I need to with Shen.
Yeah, the Grasp of the Undying certainly helping in these short trades here. We'll have to see if you're able to sustain that level of damage coming through. And in the bot lane, we are seeing quite heavy trading. Both teams really good at sidestepping a lot of the poke so far here. And I'm going to be keeping an eye a little bit on their potions and biscuits, because once you see those run out, then I think we start seeing some kill potential come in. But till then, Nami, Seraphine, as long as they've got mana, they've got means to help sustain their AD carries through this lane.
Definitely heavy sustain lanes on both sides here in the bot lane. As we do see a fight there, as Vi came over from the side of Carroll. Before the Scuttle Crab even spawned, trying to do a little something cheeky there, trying to get a ward, it looked like, down, but wasting up was there and said, no, get back on your side of the river, and then finished taking their blue buff. Or they have not. There they go. There they finished. I'm looking at the minimap.
Just being efficient. You can do both Gromp and Blue at the same time if you're confident enough. It gets a little risky for Olaf. It gets a little bit low if you're not careful about it. But I think that was a great move by Wasting there, because in that 1v1, we touched on how strong the ganks were from both the junglers, but Olaf's dueling potential is much stronger than Vi, especially, well, pretty much at all points in the game, because you can't CC him post 6 and pre-6, his base damage is higher than Vi, so being able to push her off the scuttle, even if you don't do it, is great. And look what Wasting did. Pushed off Jalapeno off the scuttle, rotates down towards the bottom scuttle instead, trying to get...
Great rotation. Oh, just missed a bubble there in the bot lane. Nami taking lots of damage, trying to run, will be able to get out. And a nice double root there by Walshy. And now it is Carol running back toward the safety of their tower. Nami, great bait there is what we're going to call that one. Moving forward, buying room for their ADC as Walshy on the Xayah stepping up again and forces the flash out of Jinx. As Nabs getting nabbed, pardon the pun there, having to back early. Oh no, Olaf is here. Oh, they got it. Oh, what a great axe there. But are they going to pay for it with their life? No, they smited. They got the smite down, and they're going to try. Oh, they're going to get close. They got so close to turning that around. Almost a 2-for-1. The tower dive. Oh no, Walshy, no. Oh, and gotta thank the support, buy the support a drink after this one, after that great save there. So a lot of early stuff going on there in the bot lane. Important to note, Olaf got that kill. Both Walshy and Waffles in the bot lane got assists. On Seraphine's kill, there was no assist, so a lot of extra early gold going the way of Brian.
Yeah, and not only that, but Jalapeno Blue Flash trying to get the kill as well. Didn't even get the assist, so Jalapeno down a lot of abilities here. And by the time Jalapeno actually starts moving around the map again, Wasting's back up, so Wasting doesn't even fall behind in farm. Massive start for Bryant here. And in the mid lane, we're seeing EMXP as well win out, locking Midnight Rook down, so Midnight couldn't even go and assist on that jungle invade. Bryant right now playing as a team across the board.
Speaking of that mid lane, Midnight Rook have taking a lot of poke there from this Vex. So gonna have to be careful. Both mid laners low on mana. They're both just trying to farm it out at the moment. Speaking of, oh, there's the, I didn't even see the first dragon, but Wasting Up did as they took it basically in the dark there. Nobody even knew they were on it. As we see gank in the mid lane here, but it looks like Jalapeno will simply walk through lane and keep going. Talking about some farm, there's a big differential in the top lane as Joe Motion got a big lead there on X Factor early. Teleport coming in though, and it looks like the Mordekaiser teleporting to the bot lane, passes a flash, and is able to grab Nami at the extent of the ultimate ability. So a absolutely perfect teleport from the top laner there. And that just gets your bot lane back into this one as assist gold goes on both Jinx and Seraphine. And your top laner, who is down about 3 waves, gets them a kill to keep themselves in the game. Good dodge of the slow there by Walshy in the bot lane. Could have been trouble otherwise. Something to note, Joe Motion does not have teleport. And I know that on the Shen, you don't always have to take it because you do have the Ignite, or you don't have your ultimate. But that means if you ultimate down, you cannot make it back to lane quickly. So something to note, we might have to pay attention to a bit later.
And Joe Motion was 6 when that TP went down from X Factor there. So there was the option to try and match it there, and they made the call, no, we're going to keep shoving this top lane. We're going to get Joe Motion the lane advantage to take over, and that's why we're seeing the CS differential, the Ignite as well, the threat to try and match the Mordekaiser. Whether or not that pans out, we'll have to see. And for Bryant, yes, they lost 8 Waffles, they lost his support, but they didn't lose too much more off the back of that particular play there. Walshy's stayed in lane, soaked the experience, and that's why Featherstorm, the ultimate for Xayah, is now available, and they're trying to set up a gank with that ultimate here.
They're trying to set it up. Wasting is in that bush in the dark. However, no step up from Nabs, no step up from Casper, so unfortunately wasted opportunity there. As we look at the trading in the mid lane now going the other way, but the bot lane is where the action is. Just missed a bubble there as Casper had to flash out of the way. Once again, if somebody knows how to actually pronounce that name, put it in chat, I'll pronounce it correctly. Nabs getting some
at
good
Jalapeno,
damage down onto Walshy, and Midnight Rook still, and Jalapeno coming in from the backside, and once again,
whiffs.
oh, so much happening here. Oh man.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna take a breath, and I'm gonna try to go through exactly what happened there. And I can't because Vex is gonna come in. Vex is gonna clean one up. Vex tried to get into the darkness of the bush, unable to do so. Nabs picked up another kill there as Wasting up in the top lane decided to gank top, and the gank came in bot lane. So here is what we saw. Nabs and Casper went in on Walshy and Waffles, got a bunch of good damage down. Jalapeno came in from behind their tri-bush, said, hey, how's it going? Tried for the double knockup, didn't quite get it. All of the damage went down onto Waffles' Nami, as Wasting's still here, pulled it back around. The Death Realm X-Factor goes into trying to save themselves, and unable to do so. Wasting will go down, and Joe Motion now got to run. Three there, actually. Oh, great flash away from that. So, back to what happened in the bot lane. The Vi came in, and Walshy absolutely did not panic, able to throw out their ultimate, able to grab a kill, and able to trade themselves. Unfortunately, Casper able to get a double. Vex, although able to come in and trade 1-for-1 on the back end, it was still a 1-kill advantage on the side of Carol, but Bryant got some money in the pockets of some people that needed it. Meanwhile, here in the top lane, Joe Motion not letting X-Factor have any rest as tower plates being attacked in the bot lane, as it looks like they might be trying to set vision for the second break. I've been talking for a long time here, Random. Jump in, tell me what I got wrong.
Okay, I mean, you're not wrong. There was a whole bunch of action there from both sides, and it's interesting how it broke down. The fact that Carol was the one who pulled the trigger first, and they kind of didn't find as much as they'd like in the bot lane. A lot of those kills went over to Casper there, and that's not ideal necessarily. Meanwhile, Bryant, they throw their attention to top lane. That failed as well. So it felt like whichever team made the first move didn't quite pan out. At the end of the day, though, I don't think it changed too much. The carries didn't get particularly fed, and it still comes down to which team can really find a significant lead. Carol now falling onto this dragon here, and Bryant aren't exactly in a position to contest.
No, Carol falling onto that Drake there. However, they were clearing vision. They still missed. Oh, Wasting. I don't know. I think he thought the Drake might have been a little bit lower. I think that might have been an aborted steal attempt when he jumped in the middle of 4 of them there. But
yeah, the encore.
Oh, great encore there. Got 2 of them. Walshy ulting to try to stay alive. Flash comes in out of Jalapeno, forcing Walshy to flash as well. And then a double there. Great shockwave from the Orianna. That's Midnight Rook coming in. And I think Carol at the moment just proving that they are the better team fighting team here, Random.
Yeah, well, both teams really are solid at team fighting, but I think the big difference was the numbers advantage that Carol had in that particular fight. Wasting going in for the attempted blind steal. There was no vision there. And you've got to remember that while Ragnarok makes you invincible to CC, you actually lose some of your armor and magic resistance that it normally gives you. So you're squishier than normal. The moment Wasting got blown up, Bryant needed to just disengage there because you don't have the engage tools. Carol has theirs, and the moment they find you, they've got the numbers advantage.
I believe, not good. Walshy gets the healing from Waffles because they were about to be in trouble there. Good bubble goes down. Doesn't quite get the root on the back end.
No.
Walshy. Here's the teleport coming in from top. Shen came in though, and it's 4 now as Joe Motion that time was able to save Walshy, but it's 4v3 here in the bot lane. Wasting moving up, but I think this might just be a fallback on both sides.
Yeah. Carol doesn't want to fight this. Carol doesn't need to fight this. They've got a numbers disadvantage, and while all this was happening, Jalapeno was just picking up the Herald here, because why not? It's free. You're defensive, and Carol's just making better macro decisions right now. They're able to find objectives every time Brian's trying to aggress on them. And look at Jalapeno. Not only did they get Herald, he's pushing and he's taking everything away from Wasting topside here.
Speaking of going around the map, great pick here as Vex and Joe Motion will get together and go ahead and take out Midnight Rook on the Orianna.
Oh.
Jalapeno, meanwhile, trying to get away and unable to get away there, as well as, once again, the Vex able to pick up another one. So 2-0 on 2 great picks there. As Brian's saying, hey, we're not out of this yet, cutting it to under a 1,000 gold advantage. And it looks like I finally did get a few pronunciations. Walshies, not Walshy, but Walshies, and S. Casper the Ghost. TG stands for the Ghost. So, got some proper pronunciations there.
I mean, with those 2 kills, could be Casper the GOAT as well, depending on how this game continues going. The Seraphine Encores have been absolutely on point here, Coach Jim. But I do want to talk about the 2 picks, the 2 kills that Bryant managed to pick up, because it's actually pretty important that they get those kills. Midnight Rook was starting to run away a little bit in these team fights, and we touched on the fact that, hey, if Walshies isn't able to be that big carry, Eeg McSpeak needs to step up, and right there, Eeg McSpeak has been stepping up, is becoming a bit of a threat so that they have the damage even when Walshy is dead or unavailable.
You're 100% right there. So at the moment, looking across the board, for Bryant, Eeg with 4 kills, gonna try to have to carry this one.
Encore.
As Jalapeno comes in, Encore gets the Nami while she's got to try to get out. Wasting, trying to get in there, unable to get where he needed to be, and gonna get burned down before he can get a kill. There was a double to Nabs. Was it also a triple? No, just the double for Nabs. Jalapeno with another great gank. The counter gank just didn't get there in time. And the Rift Herald going to be dropped in the bot lane. Vex, though, TPs to the bot lane. Might be able to take out the Herald before the tower falls. Is able to. So first tower still up for grabs.
Well, Coach Jim, I guess we found out why he's called Nabs, please, because that was absolutely disgusting down there. Watching that combo go off, and the arcane duo there by Jinx, Assault and Battery into the Super Mega Death Rocket. Oh, she didn't even have time. The Featherstorm, there was no opportunity to get away, and it's starting to get dangerous. This Jinx is starting to get rolling here, and Casper and Nabs are becoming a painful damage point.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Joe Motion got a 1v1 X Factor on that Mordekaiser. I think he's still a little bit upset that you said he couldn't win that lane with the Shen.
True. X Factor really needs to get that Riftmaker ASAP here. The Leeching Leer alone isn't enough. You're Mythic facing off against Norm Mythic. You're behind here, and we did see first turret just go down. Interestingly enough, it wasn't Carol getting it. It's Bryant managing to get the first turret of the game, extending this bot lane, and with that advantage they have right down here now, they're trying to get the dragon as well. It's a little bit risky, and Carol can look to try and find some kills in the back end of this.
They really are going to have to maybe try. It looks like they're not going to engage it, though, so the Ocean Drake, the first Ocean Drake of the match, will go over to the side of Bryant.
Able to at least find some dragons here to make sure that they're not falling too far behind Carroll University. Really good to see. And this game, interestingly enough, we're actually not going to see any of the new Drakes. No Chemtech, no Hextech here. It's going to be a good old-fashioned Ocean Soul, but Coach Jim, Ocean Soul is very dangerous for both of these teams. They need to sustain it, increases their tankiness here. And I'm also kind of looking at their carries here. If Jinx can survive, if Xayah can survive a little bit more, and it's going to add up. And whichever AD carry survives is probably going to be able to carry the fights. 7-12 looks heavily in Carol's favor right now, but realistically, it's not. There's only about 1,000 gold separating the teams. They are still on that knife's edge.
The difference here being first tower went over to Bryant, extra Drake on the side of Bryant. Keeping them in it, like you said, it's only a 1,500 gold difference at the moment, as Joe Motion going in again with a little bit of poke there in the top lane. As Wasting trying to chase Midnight here.
Oh.
Gonna go for it. Going all in. It's 1v1 down there, and Wasting will be able to get that one, and there's no one in any position to make them pay for it, as Olaf goes unstoppable and just goes in right to the face of Orianna.
And Coach Jim, that was what I was saying when that first turret went down. The bot lane is no longer safe. Olaf can run anybody on the side of Carroll University down, even the Mordekaiser, because Mordekaiser cannot actually out Olaf, the Ragnarok will cleanse you out of it here. So Carroll University, you can't send Midnight Rook down there, but you want Nabs in the mid lane to try and take this turret instead from behind the flank from Jalapeno.
Jalapeno coming in from behind. Wasting was able to get there. Here comes the wave. Oh, as Casper got knocked up, Walshy gets the killer. Vex coming in as well. Out of nowhere, Vex dives the tower with the ultimate. And it looks like the double will go down onto Walshy. X Factor going to try to come in, goes into the Death Realm. I can't quite tell. No, he's got Wasting in the Death Realm. Wasting, though, going to turn around, and Wasting going to say, why would you take me out of everyone else? Midnight showed up late to the party, trying to get a kill down, and they are going to get taken down instead by Joe Motion. It is a full ace on the side of Bryant. That will be the mid tower, and that will be a second objective as well. I don't know if they're going to go for second mid. I don't know if they're going to go for the Rift Herald, but a second objective will definitely probably be on the table here.
I don't know if they can get Rift Herald in time if it's just Wasting here. They've got 20 seconds before it dematerializes for Baron. They need backup, but Coach Jim, my goodness, we were just saying everything was on a knife's edge. Bryant just turned that knife and slashed Carroll with it here. Clean. That dive was beautiful to behold, and a lot of it off Egmix speed going in. The fear interrupting, proccing multiple times that fight. The shockwave from Midnight Rook couldn't go through. A lot of the CC couldn't go through as well, and now it's on Carroll to try and find a way back in because they were up 1,000 gold. They're now down 3,000 gold after that last engage.
It was absolutely crazy. A 3v3 turned around on a perfect Nami ult, taking Nabbed out of the fight early. That's where I'm going to say that one is. Without Nabs in the fight, without the Jinx throwing the damage, they just didn't have enough there. And X Factor, unfortunately, took the wrong person into the Death Realm.
Yeah, even without the Ragnarok, right? Wasting's the one person who will happily try and duel that Mordekaiser. And now Riftmaker completed from X Factor here. Hopefully it'll be enough to try and 1v1 anybody else here. But when I'm looking at the AD carries, because we're talking about Nabs being the big carry threat, only the Kraken Slayer right now for him. Walshy, on the other hand, Muramana completed, Eclipse completed, and early on, that Eclipse is going to hit harder than that Kraken Slayer, especially when there's so many squishy targets available.
I have to agree. I think the Kraken Slayer, though, is the correct call for Nabs on the Jinx, though. Absolutely the correct call. Just has to wait a little bit longer for that power spike.
Now, both these teams, I feel like it's a little bit early to set up for this Dragon here. 32 seconds to go. I'd like to see Joe Motion go to that top lane and just split push right now. Stand United is available, and unlike Teleport with a 4-second channel, where you're not contributing to the fight, Shen's is shorter, and you've also got that shield as well attached to it. So it already has some combat effectiveness here. Send everybody else to sit around if you want, but no point wasting that time. That top lane outer turret is so low. It's free gold. Just take it.
I think at the moment, though, they're waiting on this Drake. It's going to be a huge 5v5 team fight that we are going to witness here in the river over this, what could be pivotal Drake. If Bryant gets it, they will be on Soul Point. Bryant does have the vision advantage, and they will take out a lot of that vision right now. Wasting at the bottom. E going to try to come over the top onto Jalapeno. Jalapeno will go down first, so no jungle here during this fight. As we're looking at all of the damage coming in, Rocket comes in, doesn't catch anyone, as X Factor will go down as well. 3 members were taken under half health there on the side of Bryant, but Carroll could not find a kill. And that right there was absolutely perfectly done by Bryant. Eeg coming over to the wall on the Vex with the ultimate, able to take Jalapeno out of that fight early. And after that, with a lot of your CC and tank out of the way, it was just what the doctor ordered for Bryant. And they're going to drop the Rift Herald mid, and they're going to say, nope, we're going right for the Baron. We're going for a 23-minute Baron, and we don't think there's anything you can do to stop us.
No, because they already set things up perfectly. Bryant, the big changer in that fight compared to the last couple was the fact that you were playing off your power spike, Wasting, getting the Sterix gauge ready to go there. Had enough tankiness this time to initiate 1v5, and Carroll got caught flat-footed. They weren't expecting the flank. They didn't have enough vision on the bot side to really deal with it, and they hesitated. You can't hesitate against the Olaf. You need to all-in him there, and once you lose members, with the Herald dropped mid lane as well, Carroll can't respond to Baron, or they're going to lose the entire base. Soul Point as well. And now in 4 minutes time, Bryant is set up for an Ocean Soul, and during the 3 minutes prior to that, they can push in every lane. Joe Motion can handle X Factor. Wasting can outduel anyone. And right now, sure, Nabs might outrange Walshy, but not by that much. And Walshy outdamages Nabs by a metric ton.
Something to point out, bounty collected on the mid turret. I didn't think Carol was going to be at the point where they'd be collecting bounties in this game if you would have asked me about 10 minutes ago. But as of right now, collected their first bounty. Top tower finally did fall. Joe Motion went up there, pushed it down, breathed on it a little too hard, fell down just like the House of Sticks. 3 little pigs were rocking way back into the day for people old like me who remember the old nursery rhymes. But yeah, big push here in the mid lane. It looks like maybe a 1-3-1 for Bryant. Joe Motion going top, Wasting going toward the bot lane. And it looks like Nami, though, Waffles on the Nami, maybe going to get a little tricky here. Maybe going to go help Joe Motion up top. And it looks like they will just be backing from the upper tri-bush. Wasting, though, is in the bot lane as I'm calling things out here from the mini-map. And Eeg right there getting a bunch of damage on Jalapeno. And I think at the moment, we talked about the bot lanes, but I think Eeg has been the one to set up a lot of this offense for Bryant for random.
Yep, 100%. I mean, Wasting's the big threat in your face, and they're losing track of Eeg in a lot of these fights, because on one hand, you've got to deal with the Olaf rushing in, and on the other hand, you've got to deal with Walshy pumping out the damage in the back line. And because Eeg has been using that ultimate to dive the back in, they don't often have vision on Eeg when a lot of these fights start. And the fact that Joe Motion can do this to X Factor right now is massive, because you don't need to send anybody to help Joe Motion. Let him split push on his own. Do a 1-3-1 elsewhere. Shen needs to be on his own, and you can see this push in the bot side right now. No answer. Midnight Rook can't clear, and Nabs. Where is Nabs? You need the 80 damage right now to wave clear.
And at the moment, all we're seeing is push, 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 push. It looks like Joe Motion in the top lane might be trying to get that last outer tower. He's not going to be able to quite get there as he dashes out of the way of X Factor's pull. And a great time for a reset for Bryant. They've pushed everything out, and now they're probably in a minute 30 here. Yep, they're already pinging it. They're looking for that Ocean Soul on this 5th Drake of the match.
Yeah, from taking that Baron here, they took 3 turrets on the map, 1 in the top lane. Actually, no, 2 turrets. They didn't quite get the top lane inner turret, so it's top lane outer, bot lane inner here. They didn't quite manage to crack the base, but they do have themselves a 7,000 gold lead. And the onus now is on Carroll University to find a way to kick this fight off. And I'm looking at Jalapeno. You're sitting on a Divine Sunderer, no real tank item. Phage, you got components, right? You've got the Phage, I guess. You've got that Ruby Crystal upgrade, but it's not enough to survive the engage. And if Jalapeno goes in wrong...
Speaking of the engage, here we go. Wasting going into the backline, using their tankiness, chasing them down, doing damage. Great flash! Got to the backline with the flash, picks up the kill.
He's still not dead.
Comes in, Jalapeno gets deleted. Great Nami wave there. Double kill goes on Zaya, and there it is. There's the ace, and this could be the game right here. If they have a lane that is pushed, they're pinging for mid lane. Nobody's even worried about the Drake anymore, as that was a full 5-0 there from Bryant.
Jim, the Drake's not even up. There's nothing to worry about here. You push in mid. I don't think they can end it on this particular push unless Nabs gets killed on the respawn here, but they broke the base open, and that's all you need to do. You'll have supers pushing in. You fall back, you get the Ocean Soul, and if you thought Bryant was hard enough to kill before, Wasting did not die despite going in 1v5. With an Ocean Soul, where's the healing cut? You need it more than ever for Carroll University right here.
I want to say a perfect offensive use of flash there by Wasting, running into the middle of the Carroll team, flashing to the backline, forcing them to turn just in time for the rest of Bryant to show up. And once again, Jalapeno trying to get to the backline of Bryant, getting deleted. And then let's talk about Waffles, another great tidal wave there. Pinning 2 members down in the jungle, easy money for Walshy. And then Eeg just with a casual snipe to get the ace.
Yeah, Bryant right now, they're functioning as a well-oiled machine. Everybody doing their part in that particular fight as well. And a lot of that is being enabled right now by Waffles clearing out vision in the jungle, along with Wasting here. Carroll didn't know where the backline was. They thought they were finding an isolated pick on Wasting and Joe Motion, but the problem is those are the front line. That's the tank. Even if you find them on your own, can you actually kill them? Apparently not. Wasting went in 1v5, found the kill, like you said, aggressively flashing in. So now that's not even an option for you here. And who's going to kill him? Nabs, Kraken Slayer with a PD? No Lord Dominic's right now. Can't find tanks.
Oh no. Here we go. Wasting going in once again, not caring about the numbers disadvantage. Tidal Wave comes in. Waffles on the Nami gets a kill with the Tidal Wave. Wasting gets one as well. Nami will go down to Nabs on the Jinx, and Wasting will fall back now as they do not have eyes on that Jinx. But a 2-for-1 as Brian says, no, this is our jungle now. Meanwhile, Joe Motion in the bot lane, split pushing, looking to just take that tower down, has a 3-level advantage over Nabs, takes a few rocket shots, says, yeah, whatever, you don't do enough damage. Meanwhile, Wasting and Walshy are in the Baron pit, going 2v1 on the Baron, trying to take it while the rest of their team continues pushing.
It's like that trade-off for meme, right? Carroll University, Bryant University offers you 1 kill, and Carroll is offering up a turret, 2 kills, and Baron here. And Bryant, well, you've got the Baron, you've got your 10k gold lead at this point, you've got all that gold, you've got your advantages, you just need to push in and end it. So Bryant right now, just group up. If you want, do a 4-1, leave Joe Motion down there, taking that last inhibitor, he can join the rest of the team. And for Carroll, you've got to take a stand soon. You can't keep waiting.
And nothing you could do about that last outer turret there. Eeg shepherded 2 siege minions to it. 2 siege minions still alive, but it looks like Brian is going to let them go as they will fall back there. Something that people forget all the time. Siege minions sit outside of the range of towers. I have to tell so many people all the time, get the siege minions. They're destroying us. Don't worry about the champions. Champions aren't the ones attacking the tower right now. So 2 siege minions there absolutely just did an easy job with that tier 2 on the top lane. Top tower in base, the only base tower left standing in front of the Nexus towers. Bryant, once again, though, did a little bit of a reset. They got some purchases made. Thornmail finished for Shen, Spectre's Cowl on Olaf, Collector on Xayah, and with that Collector now for Walshy, going to be even more deadly than before.
Yeah, and the fact that Walshy can afford to build the Collector instead of something like a Lord Dominic's, because there isn't a true tank. Jalapeno is getting absolutely melted right now, so just having the extra 5% execute as well as the gold is more worth it in this particular case. Now, they're grouping up. They still have a minute and a half worth of Baron here. They didn't bother taking the top side. They want to brute force down this bot lane turret instead, the inhibitor, and watch Eeg here, looking for the flank on the side.
Well, and once again, they're just sitting back. They're sitting there protecting their siege minion and is doing all the work. And Carroll realized that they couldn't contest it. 5v5 here right outside the Nexus towers. Let's see if the dive comes in from Bryant. Not quite, but they will push them behind their Nexus. They'll take the first Nexus tower. A fight has to happen here eventually. Jalapeno goes in, gets absolutely deleted immediately. Tidal Wave comes out. Mordekaiser will get the kill on to the Xayah. Mordekaiser comes out of the death realm, though Joe Motion says, nope, that's all for you. 4v3 remaining. The last Nexus tower about to fall. There it goes. The Nexus is open, and that will do it here as a few more autos will be the end of game number 1. Bryant, down early, comes back for a commanding victory there in the end. Random, at the 15-minute mark in this game, people would have thought, oh man, Carroll's up 6 kills. Carroll's up 6 kills. They got a lot of damage on that bot tower. Carroll's rolling here. What happened?
Well, Coach Jim, this is why playoffs are so fun, because it doesn't matter what happened during the regular season. It doesn't matter first versus 4th seed here. Bryant came to play today, and they executed better across the board in every single role. The fact that Joe Motion won that top lane as the Shen, we talked about EMXP, absolutely massive player, and the bot lane, Walshy's winning out a lot of those early fights, and Waffles getting some beautiful ultimates, beautiful catches, making sure that Carroll never got the fight they wanted. That all played into it. That said, the difference was still very small. It looked very heavily Bryant favored, but that's what happens when you've got 2 compositions that want to do the exact same thing. Once one starts to get ahead, it tends to stay ahead and snowball even harder.
You know, we were talking about the bot lanes being the carriers, and don't get me wrong, Walshy with 7 kills did a lot of work. However, wasting up 7 kills from the jungle. And, you know, you talked about Joe Motion might not be able to win that top lane.
Mhm.
4-0-11 on Shen in the top lane. Perfect KDA. I would call it 15-0 KDA, but it actually goes down in the books as perfect KDA. So absolutely picture perfect play out of Joe Motion there in the top lane. We are going to send it to a short break. We're going to come back with game number 2. We're going to see if Bryant can push to game 3. I'm sorry, we're going to see if Carroll can push to game 3 or if Bryant can close the door here on him. We'll be right back. And we are back for more NECC League of Legends action. Random, we just saw Bryant take game one away from Carroll. I believe they're in their pro draft right now. What are you looking for here in game number two from Carroll to get back on track?
Oh, that's a rough one, Coach Jim, because it really felt like everything Bryant did was good. There's no one particular pick where I'd say you gotta ban this one. But that said, if I was forced to pick either the Vex or the Nami, McSpeak on the Vex set up so many of those plays. Yes, at the end of it, wasting was 1v5ing, but I do think the Vex setup was absolutely massive. And the Nami coming through from Waffles here, it just looked way, way too good. And Waffles hasn't played that much Nami in the regular season, so I think it caught Carroll University a little bit off guard. But now that you know it's there, either have an answer or ban it.
Yeah, no, the tidal waves, especially tidal waves, allowing Walshy to get there and do all of the damage with their own ultimate in the jungle narrow corridors, is what absolutely crushed it for Brian. So yeah, I think you've got to get rid of the Nami with a ban, but at the same time, you've done a lot of your scouting. You don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I don't think you change all of your bans. I think you just cherry pick one or two to change.
Yeah, and like I said, I think those are the big changes. Interestingly, though, the two teams haven't swapped sides, so it's still Bryant on the blue side here, which puts a lot more pressure on Carroll University's bans because they can't say, oh, we'll leave it up and we'll pick it for ourselves here. Even if Casper does play a lot of Nami, Casper's not likely to get her hands on that particular pick. And interestingly enough, Carroll think that Joe Motion Shen was an issue. Yes, it did win the lane in a counter matchup, which is incredibly impressive. But to me, that wasn't the biggest issue.
Well, and they get rid of the Olaf as well. I wonder if we're going to see the Nami here as number 3. That's what Nope, yeah. Still going to be the Kench. Still going to be the Kench. It's not going to be the Nami. Yeah. So I think maybe do you just... I know obviously they're picking an order at the moment. Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't be surprised if in the pro draft the Nami might have got locked in early.
Yeah, so a little bit of a spoiler in the pro draft. Nami was first pick for Bryant here. It will get picked up. And I kind of like the fact that they didn't ban the Nami or the Vex now, because what Carroll did was they traded the Nami for the Vex, which Midnight Rook should be picking right there. So they kind of split 1-for-1. But from what we can see already, Coach Jim, a lot has changed. The top side, double tanks here. X Factor not looking for necessarily a hard lane counter like the Mordekaiser last game, going for, tank for tank, trying to match. And the jungle matchup has changed a lot too. Olaf by super heavy ganking, super heavy engage. And now you've got Kane Warwick, still strong ganking, but not quite the same style or level of engage.
Not quite the same. You were absolutely correct. I do like the Morgana in the mid lane pick. Mm-hmm. Black Shield being able to help a lot against a number of people we're seeing here.
Yeah, and it's also a lane counter to Vex. Vex is really strong in the current meta because she doesn't have that many bad matchups. Morgana is one of the ones who can really answer Vex really well. You can wave clear very effectively, push out, like you mentioned, the Black Shield as well. And the Dark Binding range is a match for Vex's Q as well. Not quite as low a cooldown, but a lot more punishing when it lands.
So we will see the Seraphine get her own encore there, pardon the pun, in the support position for Carroll. However, trading out the Jinx, which was left open, trading out the Jinx for Misfortune. What do you think about the trade of champions there?
I kind of like it because I think last game what happened was the early game between these two AD carries was actually pretty aggressive. Both of them were fighting a lot. And for a Xayah, for a Jinx, both of them want to scale up. And this time Nabs goes, okay, you know what? No, we're taking over from the very beginning. Misfortune's laning phase is incredibly strong here. And with that Seraphine, and we did see Casper last game get some really good encores, really good beat drops, lockdowns in the laning phase. I think they can find a lot more 2v2 kills here. And if anything, they might force Wasting to have to camp this bottom side a little bit because McSpeak on this Morgana certainly can't roam quite as effectively.
One thing to note, that the junglers have kind of changed positions. Kane, similar to Vi from last game, the ability to get around the map a little bit faster. Jalapeno on the Warwick giving up a little bit of their mobility that they enjoyed with Vi. I'm gonna go with Bryant. I thought Carroll might have had the advantage in the last one. I'm gonna go with Bryant on this one though. I think it's going to be really interesting. I think uh, Poppy, Joe Motion on the Poppy might have some interesting targets
Mhm.
trying to stop Warwick Dash. And I don't know, does Poppy stop Vex's ultimate?
Yes, I do believe it does because Vex's ultimate is not one of the unstoppable ones, so you can interrupt it, you can knock out the Vex here. I agree with the idea that Bryant has a lot of answers, a lot of tools, and more frightening to me is that the Nami is still there from Waffles. It wasn't denied away, like what we had kind of hoped for. But I do think that Carol still has plenty of tools to work with, and while I do think Brian's comp, I like the answers they have. Carol's making me hesitate a little bit because we touched on the bot lane, the fact that Misfortune can really take over. And unlike the Jinx, you don't have to scale up quite as much. That bullet time's always going to have a ton of effectiveness here. There's no real answer from Bryant for that ultimate, for that bullet time. But the other thing that I really like is that the Vex is now on the side of Midnight Rook here. And we saw how much agency, how much setup Vex can have in a game. And if Midnight Rook can have the same sort of effectiveness Mixpeak had in game one, I think Carol can take this game two and bring us to a game three.
I think the biggest difference in this one, X Factor on the Cho'Gath, the longer this game goes, X Factor is just going to be able to elongate the team fights. Going to have so much HP, going to have to be focused to get taken out. And if you're focusing the Cho, everybody else is taking you down. If you're not focusing the Cho, you're going to have to be careful because if anybody gets low, Cho can just absolutely execute them, limiting them from the competition at that point. So I think that's something to watch out for. The longer the game goes, the better Carol's chances are, I believe, of winning.
They do have skill on their side. Morgana also tends to fall off pretty hard as the game goes on. She kind of gets relegated to a CC bot as things roll. So definitely a bit of a timer here for Bryant University. Now, Coach, my other big question is about this Kane or wasting here because Kane can go blue or red form. And on the current preseason patch, both are actually really, really good on him. I think it was in the quarterfinals as casting with Zephyr. We saw a red Kane go unkillable, 0 deaths. And considering what Wasting did with the Olaf last game, I have a sneaking suspicion this might be that red Kane with Gore Drinker.
I 100% agree with you. I think it's going to be Red Kane, and I think Wasting is going to do his best to be everywhere at all times, and I think he's going to go for some plays. We already
Mhm.
saw him on the Olaf go for the early tower dive in the bot lane in game number 1. I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
For sure. And Kane is so much more mobile than an Olaf as well. Sure, Olaf is unstoppable, but Kane can go through walls. And when you contrast that to the Warwick's early ganks aren't quite as strong here. So you have that window pre-6 to try and make things happen, force ganks which Warwick can't effectively answer. And when I'm looking at Carroll University here for Jalapeno with this Warwick, what I kind of want to see is Jalapeno get aggressive, invade a little bit here, because in that 1v1 duel, as you pointed out earlier, Coach Jim, they flipped the roles of their junglers, right? Last game, Olaf beats out the Vi. This game, Warwick beats out the Kane in the 1v1. So if Jalapeno is actively invading and can push off, wasting from a lot of these sort of jungle buffs, jungle camps, then sure, you can gank. But if you're under level, your ganks aren't going to be as effective.
Absolutely. I believe our production team is ready, though. We are ready here as well. Count us down, Peter. All right, and here we go. Game number 2. Carol on the red side, Bryant on the blue side. So the colors stay the same. And immediately, it looks like we have a possible invade coming from Carol.
From Bryant as well. They are grouped up and running. And scarier because Bryant is fully grouped up as 5 here, but Carol should see them coming. They kept walking.
Oh no. Oh no. Joe Motion goes in really early there. And Jalapeno gonna go down. It goes on to Waffles on the Nami. Not exactly where you want your early cash to go, but it could have gone the other way. They could have given the cash to the opposing team. So they will take the early pick there.
Hey man, if you have Bryant University, I think they're happy giving that over to Waffles because Waffles had some really on-point plays last game. And early on in the game, I actually am not somebody who's against giving first blood to your support, especially if it's pre 5 minutes there. I do think your supports actually affect your lane, usually more than the AD carries. And when you're up against something like the Misfortune, who is one of the few AD carries who can really control a lane in the pre-6 levels, having your Nami get extra gold and get that extra fairy charm directly converts to more heals, more damage, more chances at CCing and stopping the engage coming through from Carol's bot lane here.
Have to agree with you there. In the words of a great streamer, more CC equals more GG. So we will see if that is the case here. As you said, extra mana will be on the side of Waffles on the Nami. Also grabbed a control ward, so early vision advantage as well. You did see Casper able to get a deep ward onto the red buff. Let's see if it is still there when Wasting gets down to his red buff. As Joe Motion immediately goes in on X Factor there in the top lane, not wasting any time trading up there in the top lane.
Yeah, and Joe Motion's going to want to continue doing that. He's the one running the Corrupting Pot here, and Corrupting Pot favors constant aggression, being able to constantly proc that burn as well. Now, Coach Jim, I do want to touch on the fact that the ward on that bot side, it will expire by the time Wasting's there, but it doesn't matter because Carol knows where Wasting started, and that is very, very important to be able to track here because now Nabs can't afford to play aggressively and push out. They're letting the wave push in here, which is the right call. Now, they want to make sure that it doesn't bounce out too far either, because with that control ward here, there's no way they can see if Wasting's coming or not. And actually, Jalapeno's invading here. I love seeing this. We said that Warwick wins that 1v1.
Unfortunate, though. It's unfortunate because they have a ward there, does Bryant. They see the Warwick, and let's see if we get a rotation. We will get a rotation. And, Warwick making the circle play. So we're going to see it. The aggro from the red buff was on Wasting. Wasting's going to try to walk through the wall. Gets feared by Jalapeno.
One more!
And Jalapeno was able to... Oh my god! Jalapeno was able to get the smite onto the red buff. Going around the corner, though. Wasting on the cane. Able to get the smite to save their life onto the Krugs. Everybody's going to walk away from that one. Exciting times early in the jungle.
And it's not just that Jalapeno goes in alone there. You could see Carol as a team playing together. The moment Jalapeno started fighting, every lane started fighting here. Nabs, Casper, they stepped up. They made sure that Walshy as well as Waffles couldn't respond. And EGMXP, unfortunately, on the Morgana, you don't have a lot of priority here. If you walk out there, Midnight Rook's going with you. And you have the choice. Do I Dark Bind to try and hold Midnight Rook in the mid lane? Or do I save it for Jalapeno? If I'm saving it for Jalapeno, which is what EGMXP did, well, Midnight Rook's going to match your roam. And in the ongoing extended fight, Vex will do more than Morgana.
Absolutely. Speaking of doing more, the trading in favor of Midnight Rook at the moment. Joe Motion, though, keeps going in here. As you said, with the Corrupting, that's what they're going to keep doing. Jalapeno coming in, though, forcing the flash out of Joe Motion. So, flash advantage in the top lane. So that could be pretty big as it gets pinged there by Jalapeno. So they know that they will have an advantage going back top lane. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Root comes in, Waffles gets rooted. The bubble did miss, but Walshy was able to get a lot of damage down onto Nabs. So good trading in the bot lane once again. Equal basically on farm down there. A little bit favoring Walshy, not too bad. And Wasting goes in here onto Jalapeno, and the Fear gets knocked off by the Fear. Two members of Carol do have Fear, so that might be big in team fights mid and late game. But otherwise, Wasting wins that fight if they don't get forced off by the Fear.
Yeah, no, Wasting got the red buff, so hey, you know what? Sure, Jalapeno, great invade, but you had to call your team to do it. Wasting just solo ran in and stole it away. Going to be equally happy, and if anything, taking that red buff a little bit later also increases Wasting's gank potential here with a longer red buff.
More trading going on in the bot lane. This time it is Waffles taking the worst end of it as the healing continues on both sides. As I was starting to mention, CS pretty good everywhere. A little bit of a Carol advantage in the mid, a little bit of a Brian advantage in the top lane, but otherwise fairly even across the board here, random.
Yeah, the gold difference largely just coming from that one early kill plus the first blood gold, and both teams are going to be happy with this. We didn't really touch too much on what the teams want to accomplish necessarily, but realistically, they're still front to back team fighting teams for both parts. Brian, they're more focused on the extended fights with the Xayah here and a little bit of pick potential with the Morgana, so they're okay waiting things out, waiting till they get a couple more levels so all the ultimates are up available. And for Carol here, they're team fighting, but instead of the extended fight, they want quick upfront burst. They've got the bullet time, they've got the Vex as well. Beast from Cho'Gath. So they too are waiting for their ultimates to come online. And then when it comes to this dragon, if dragon's not taken before the bot laners hit 6, we might get to see a full 5v5.
Well, we saw the bot lanes both did their backing there, and Carol on the first Drake immediately coming back from base. At the moment, though, they're sitting there all alone, and I think that one's just being handed over by Bryant. It's just a Cloud Drake. It's only one of them. So I think that's probably a good one to give up. If you're going to give up any of them for free, that's probably the one you want to give up.
Yeah, and I believe Cloud now gives movement speed as well on the soul. But, well, actually, I'm not sure. Does it? Do you happen to know? Does it give movement speed on the basic dragons now?
I don't think it gives basic on movement speed on the basics. I think it's just movement speed on the soul.
Okay, in which case, then I still think it's really, really strong. Because I always thought that as a first Drake, Cloud's actually the best one because it affects your ultimate cooldown by ability haste. It still converts to percentage, and early on, the longer your ultimate, the more utility you get out of that. So I actually don't hate it being picked up by Carol here. They get to spam their ultimates more, and especially in their bot lane where the dual ultimates are so impactful, it might be.
Speaking of spamming things, Nabs goes ahead, takes the kill onto Waffles. Waffles caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Casper with a great route there. Nabs made the best of the opportunity they were given, and Gold equalizes there as the second kill of the game goes to Carol.
Yeah, and sure, you wouldn't have seen that happen with the Jinx there. It's the misfortune damage that you can just lay down, and that's pre-6 as well. Once they get 6, I want to see Casper and Nabs go for more of those sort of plays there. The encore range gets so long, and we saw in game 1 there was quite a few, really good encores catching both of them in lane, in ganks. At that with the bullet time, here we go.
Able to get out of the bullet time there. Turns around, Waffles is here. Meanwhile, the gank is coming. Jalapeno took their red buff. Midnight Rook coming as well. It's a 4v2. And Morgana able to tell them and warn them off. And they had the control ward there in the Tribush. Because it was going to be a 4v2.
Yeah.
That could have been bad.
I have expected them to go through the dive anyways there, right? You burnt the flash out of Walshy, but I guess they respected the Featherstorm, and that's probably the right call here. Carol doesn't want to throw their lead again. That was kind of what happened in game 1 here. So playing it slow, like we said, they do get to scale up. So no harm, no foul for now here. And now that they've applied the pressure bot lane, they're winning bot side. I want to see them start looking towards the top side a little bit. There's no more dragon here, but Herald, that's still on the map.
Speaking of topside, that is where Midnight Rook and Jalapeno are trending. They've stopped to do some work at the Herald. McSpeag coming up on the Morgana, but they are at half health. Joe Motion, once again, trying to do their best to 1v1 X Factor underneath tower. McSpeag looking here, waiting for wasting. Misses their binding there. Just absolutely threw that one into next week. But Joe Motion coming in.
Oh, again.
Gonna get the stun on to Jalapeno, and they're gonna get the steal on the Rift as well. Perfect play there from Joe Motion coming in from the top lane on the pop.
I don't know if I'd call that a steal. That felt like armed assault robbery to me there, Coach Jim. They just walked in, found a kill, and took everything they wanted because no one was there. And that's coming off that top lane pressure, unfortunately. X Factor running out of mana could not match the push, and Joe Motion moved first. If not, I think Carol could have happily fought that, probably won it as well. But as it stands, Herald does go over to Bryant. They are going to be able to answer back that Herald take here. And I'm curious to see which lane they actually opt to use it on here, because while Joe Motion has been winning, he's not been able to get too many plates here.
Look out, look out, look out, look out. Here we go. Wasting up there, going into X Factor.
Wow.
Gonna have to burn the flash because Joe Motion tried to get them out of tower range. X Factor gonna go down. Wasting jumped inside there, able to save themselves. Jalapeno looking to get under tower, gonna take a little bit more damage. Joe Motion though gonna charge in though, gets the stun. Wasting gonna go in. Wasting's gonna tower dive, not caring. Joe Motion held on to aggro there, knowing they could take the damage. Wasting walks away. That's where they're gonna drop the Rift Herald, and that's gonna be first tower in the top lane. I don't think Midnight Rook will be able to stop it. Maybe, no, maybe.
Got the TP. They had the TP as well. It will stand, but it's low. It is low, and they can look to repeat. And more worryingly, Coach Tim, is the fact that Joe Motion and Wasting just dived the tankiest two members on the map there. And great play from Joe. I want to highlight the keeper's verdict to disengage Jalapeno out. So it wasn't a 2v2. It was two 2v1s, and they juggled the aggro, as you mentioned, so beautifully there.
Yeah, it was perfectly done there. It looks like they're not going to give a plate over to X Factor. X Factor just barely did not have enough to get a plate there in the top lane. As Waffles clearing some vision here. And the next Drake is coming up shortly as we have another 1v1 fight here in the top lane. Let's see if Bryant maybe goes for this one. NECC has to get rid of that control ward they're standing on, and they are not able to do it. They will get rid of the one in the back, though, as Nab's getting pushed away from the river. Wasting is in the pit, and I don't know if that aggroed the Drake. I think Casper was trying to aggro the Drake, and it looks like it might have.
No, they did now. I think Wasting actually pulled the aggro right before he hopped out.
Okay, so here we go. Careful. It's going to be a 5v4. Carol has the man advantage. Joe Motion on the Poppy, has TP, has not used it. Let's see if they give up this Drake and take the top tower. It did reset. Wasting is in the back of the pit.
No. Yeah,
Wasting
here we go.
will jump the wall. Here comes the teleport from Joe Motion. Tidal Wave comes in. They get X Factor out alone in the river. So X Factor will get taken down. Nabs, though, able to get a return kill onto the Nami. Wasting gets the kill, though, on to Jalapeno. Wasting will go down as well. Still 3v3 going. Fortune will not live. Walshy able to get them. Walshy with the double takes out Seraphine as well. Chasing after Midnight Rook, maybe not the smartest thing to do, and they're just going to turn around and looks like they might just go for the Drake. No, Joe Motion with the return turns around and says, no, I think you're going to walk back into this bush. Gives them all they can handle. And there it was, the full wipe. 2 for 5 there as Bryant takes the team fight and the Mountain Drake.
Okay, here, Jim. There's two critical things that happened in that fight. The first was the setup. The fact that X Factor had to walk all the way down because he had already blown TP to get back into lane, and Joe could hold on, could wait for that TP, could get into that great ward behind them. That already made it so that Carol had to pull the trigger. And the second was Casper's Encore not landing. Sure, Waffle's Tidal Wave only caught one, but it managed to split everybody up from Carol, force them to disengage there. The Encore from Casper didn't even manage to really force anybody to reposition, so Bryant got exactly the fight they wanted there, and now it's getting scary. Every single lane, except for mid lane, is winning quite heavily here. And as for the mid lane, NECC just needs to wave clear and act as a secondary support. So sure, you're not ahead, but you don't care because you're not too far behind.
No, absolutely great play so far here, and not wasting any time. Once again, no pun intended. Looking in the top lane for X Factor. Joe Motion trying to get there as well. And there's the knockup. Oh, and this is just not X Factor's day, as he will get stunned into the wall, taken out, wasting another kill. 4, 1, and 2 currently on the jungler. And double buffs up 30 farm already with Gore Drinker. Everything going Bryant's way at the moment.
Yeah. Couple of things to note. We are, first of all, on the Hextech map, so there is lots of ways to get behind, as Wasting is proven right here.
As Wasting did jump into Midnight Rook there, did not get all the damage they wanted. Jalapeno with the re-engage. NECC goes golden. Wasting will get a kill. And gonna get stopped from getting over the wall, so it will be a 1-for-1. Joe Motion, though, says, no, don't worry, I'm still here. Tidal Wave coming in. They will get Casper at the very end. Waffles misses the bubble, though. I don't think they'll be able to re-engage that one as X Factor shows up in the mid lane. But turned it into a 2-for-1 experience there as Bryant just continues walking forward. And Cho caught out there off the binding. Joe going to put him into the wall with the stun. Unfortunately, Waffles didn't know the stun was going to hit. Put the bubble where they thought X Factor was going to be. Enough to push them back off the tower, though. And Bryant going to take the mid tower here, having pushed the tankiest, one of the tankiest champions in the game off of the tower.
I know we're calling him the tankiest, and he is. But he's so squishy right now compared to what Bryant can dish out there. The damage from Bryant is just overwhelming, and Carol need to avoid finding themselves in a situation where they're being sieged up, because we're seeing what Bryant can do to them. The one shining light while all that was happening was the fact that first, they did manage to get a kill. And secondly, on the bot side there, Nabs managed to win out the 1v1 against Walshy, despite being down a level, down half an item as well. The misfortune still hurts a lot, and Carol needs to play around that. They need to land the encore bullet time combo to have a chance of winning the team fight.
The one downside to Fortune that you did not have with Jinx is that Fortune not as good without mana. Jinx very good with just the autos, with the right set of items. The autos alone will do a lot of your damage. Fortune really needs all of her kit to get her mass damage off.
Yeah, and no tier either. This was not the tier start, even though we did see the Comet Keystone come through. So when Nabs is full mana, you gotta watch out. And maybe that's something Bryant can try and look to play around. If you're hard shoving the wave, Misfortune has to sort of burn some in order to try and match the pushability from Xayah. But as the game goes on, the mana issues will be less and less important here. And oh, that's half health with one crit.
Now, very, very big damage coming out of Nabs right now, but it might just be too little too late here. As we look at the macro of the entire board. Wasting up 40 CS. In the top lane, Joe Motion up 35 CS. Yeah, Midnight Rook has a 30 advantage in the mid lane, but overall across the map, you're still down a lot of farm alone, and you're also down 8 kills. You're down 3 towers. I mean, I don't know what else you could be down right now if you are Carol.
Well, at least you're not down dragons yet. That's about to happen in about 15 seconds. As Hextech will spawn there. And more importantly, you talk about macro, Coach Jim. I want to point out the fact that no one's answering Joe right now. Joe just got an inner turret. And we said that Carol needs to play around their bot lane. Bryant recognizes that too. And look what they did. They sent all their resources to the bot lane. They don't want Nabs to get comfortable. They want to threaten this Misfortune, who's the only real comeback mechanically.
Let's point something out here. Joe Motion has a 2-level lead against their lane opponent. Can I just point that out?
Oh.
And gets the kill there, diving a base tower, getting the kill onto X Factor, and then getting back out. They're still sieging the top. That is a free Hextech Drake for Bryant, because there was no possible answer. Oh no, Binding lands onto Casper, Wasting goes in, free money there. But no, Nabs had to go to the top lane. Nabs is the only one with the damage profile to stop Joe Motion right now. That's where they had to be. It meant a free Drake, and then Casper gets caught on the backside.
In the first place, I don't even think Nabs is the right person to send to deal with Joe. I think Joe can dive Nabs even easier than he can X Factor right now. So that's a risky call. And when you know that your AD carry is not with you, when you know your strongest player, most fed player isn't there, I question what they were trying to achieve in that bot lane. The Hex Gates do show when you're using them. So Bryant knew that somebody took the Hex Gate over. They knew that there was only 2 people in the jungle, and that's why we saw Wasting immediately go in with EMXP. They find the catch, they find the kill, and honestly, I think Midnight Rook was lucky to get out the other end alive as well.
I 100% agree. A lot of recalls coming here as we see all the outer towers still up for Bryant. EMXP teleporting to the mid lane tower right now. A lot of big purchases just came through. Poppy, Deadman's Plate, Xayah, Manamune, Black Cleaver on Kayn. So 2 items on Kayn, Gore Drinker, Black Cleaver. 6 and 2 at the moment. Going to be huge moving forward.
I'm scared, Coach Jim. I'm really scared right now because last game, Wasting didn't die. I think this game, Joe might not die here. They're so tanky. And how are you going to kill these guys right now? You don't have enough damage from the side of Carroll University. And for Carroll University, right now is when you start getting desperate. You need to start finding picks like we're calling for after game 1 here, Jim. They need to do something, anything, throw everything and see what sticks.
Wasting does get crowd controlled there. They're looking to see if they can finish him off. They just don't have it. And now the rest of Bryant shows up. Jalapeno gets deleted. Midnight Rook not long for the world either, as they will go down second. We had the bullet time come out. Not enough with the bullet time, as Waffles will go down eventually. However, Casper goes down in return, so a 3-for-1, and now a basically free Baron here for Bryant. They tried for the pick. They went for the pick we were talking about. Didn't have the tools to take Wasting out fast enough. The rest of Bryant showed up, and I think they took offense at the pick attempt there, Random.
That's one way to put it. I mean, yeah, they kind of laughed as Wasting just tanked all that damage, still so healthy, and they managed to pick up the Baron for their pains as well. They're looking to just finish this off. I mean, we're here. Last game, I think, was about 26, 27 minute mark where we saw, this sort of 11, 12,000 gold lead form with Baron, with Bryant looking to finish. We're only at the 22-minute mark. Baron only lived for about a minute and a half before Bryant took it down. And I said, Carol's going to try everything, throw everything, and see what sticks. I'm not sure that's enough for them anymore. It feels like Bryant kind of has to make a couple of mistakes for Carol to have an opportunity to win some sort of major team fight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that wall right now is covered with Teflon, and nothing is sticking to that at the moment. Let's see if they do go for the 1-3-1 here, if they decide to push one lane. They are set up for a 1-3-1. Joe Mama in the top, Eeg McSpeak in the bottom, and everyone else in middle or river. So Carol, on the other hand, kind of out of place. Carol is kind of looking around. They don't really know all that they're doing at the moment. And they're going to have to group somewhere because they cannot take them with even numbers.
I think they're trying to wait for Eeg to push in because Eeg's really the only person you can gank here, but Eeg is bait with Wasting on the Kayn. You can run through walls. The distance between mid and bot is so short there that they can always cover for Eeg pretty much unless you're sending 3, 4 members down here. And because it took them so long to decide what they want to do for Carol, it's costing them both the inner turrets right now. And once they start sieging up these base turrets, these inhibitor turrets, good luck.
Yeah, Wasting did a really good job there of sitting in the jungle between mid and bot lane. Didn't affect either lane, just sat there and said, yeah, no matter where they go in, we're here ready for them. X Factor finally is growing a little bit there, but they are 4 levels behind their lane opponent. Can we say that? 4 levels behind their lane opponent. I've never seen a top laner that far behind their lane opponent in the level department. Joe Motion ignoring them while they take the tower in the top side. And now, if you're Carol, I really don't know what you do here, Random.
You go out in a blaze of glory. That's what you do right now. You look for that one crazy team fight here. Even if you don't win, there's no point just getting strangled out and suffocated to death here. So, hey, look for something. And my eyes are on Casper right now. Casper landing an encore. Pull it up with a bullet time. Maybe they can turn things or at least look good going out in style.
And look at the damage going down on the mid tower. Eeg McSpeak not even with the rest of the team at the moment. As Wasting is sitting down here looking, getting damaged through the wall there. And they're trying to rush forward. They just don't have the speed to get there. And it looks like a Drake is going to be the call here. And I like this call from Bryant. They pushed in. They didn't take the inhibs. And I'm actually a big proponent of, if you're not going to make a play, don't take the inhibs. You're just giving them very easy money walking straight at them. Leave the inhibs up, make them get their money somewhere else. But they fell back. They could have pushed, they could have sieged the base, but they fell back, said, no, let's play this smart. Let's take a Drake, let's put ourselves on Soul Point. They are ready to go now. You see Joe Motion did get his back in. Steric's Gage was the pickup there, so a tank already tanky enough. Now it's going to take a little bit of extra killing. As Eeg McSpeak says, hey, Jalapeno, here's half your health on a Q and a W.
Yeah, and Jalapeno is supposed to be tanky. Eeg McSpeak is not a huge damage threat for Bryant University when you look at Wasting, when you look at Wall Street. But, yeah, I guess when you're this far ahead now. Coach Jim, you say not taking the inhibs, denies away some of the gold from Carol, which would otherwise push in. But random minion fact, your minions have levels as well. And they're based on your average team level. So remember how we were saying Joe Motion was like 4 levels up, now 3 levels up. Wasting's up 3 levels as well. Bot lane, they're up a level apiece. Well, even without the inhibs, Bryant's minions are going to start pushing into Carol's base.
Oh no. Joe Motion finds X Factor. He's a man without a country, or a monster without a country at the moment. There's the flash. Here comes the rest of the team. Flash comes out from Joe Motion. Gets suppressed out of the ultimate, and that might be the end of it. No, Joe Motion staying alive long enough. Here comes the rest of Bryant. Tidal Wave comes in, and now it is Carol in full retreat. Joe Motion looking to 1v1 Jalapeno maybe.
Yes.
Gonna get a little bit of extra work. Nope, Joe Motion will finally go down. Meanwhile, though, Wasting is gonna get a kill on to Midnight Rook. Wasting gonna get a kill on to Casper. You will see Nabs getting a kill onto Waffles, but Wasting not wasting any time. Once again, no pun intended. Gonna dive in on the Cho'Gath, and meanwhile, the bot and the mid laners here for Bryant are saying, nope, we're gonna take your inhibs, mid inhib down, bot inhib down. Wasting is up in the top lane. He's waiting for some minion wave. He's gonna take out the top inhib. All 3 inhibs will go down here in under a minute, it looks like, unless something bad happens here. And it looks like Wasting will just walk away. They don't even want that one. He's just going to walk away from that one.
Wasting already survived one before.
That's got to be a feels bad moment. Joe Motion able to do everything they wanted. Yeah, they eventually went down. But in a 1v4 where they got suppressed out of their ultimate, surviving long enough to trade a kill, and what does that tell you, Random?
Well, it tells me Joe Motion isn't deathless, for one. And it tells me that Carol can still find kills and protect their base. It's just really, really, really hard, and Brian just needs to group up to end the game.
Speaking of deathless, we still have Eagle McSpeag and Walshy deathless on the side of Bryant. And something to point out, Nabs has only died once. Nabs is actually having a really good game on that misfortune. It's unfortunate, though, that a bit of an outplay a couple of other places on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it all started in the top lane, and now Bryant getting their second Baron of the game here. And when you look at the base, the condition of Carol's base here, you've got 1 inhibitor in the top lane, and you've got Nexus turrets. That's really all you've got. The gold lead was already 10k on the last Baron. It's now up to 15k here. You don't have enough healing cut to stop Wasting. And Wasting's already going in, looking for another 1v4, 1v5.
And Joe Motion comes in as well. Knocks Casper all the way back into base. There goes X Factor. X Factor will go down first. Jalapeno goes down second. Your tanks are both down. And now your squishies have to think they have to try to do enough damage to protect these towers. Big fear there, but the tower will still fall. Encore into the bullet time was not enough as Midnight Rook goes in all the way full send, unable to do it. Here's the blaze of glory that Random was looking for, and there is the ace, and here is the Nexus, and Bryant will take game 2 in the 29th minute. And there you have it, Bryant 2-0 over number 1 Carol.
Well, Coach Jim, it was a blaze of something there. I don't know if it's necessarily glory by that point in the game. But hey, they tried. And huge props to Bryant University. The Bulldogs just, once they got their jaws into it, once they sunk their teeth in, they never let go. And it looks bad for Carroll University because Bryant just never gave them time to recover. They found their leads. They pushed it, beautifully played as well. And like I said, this is why we enjoy the playoffs, because it doesn't matter what seed you came in. It only matters how you perform on the day. And Bryant Bulldogs now, sure, they might be 4th seed, but they just upset number 1 and going into the finals here against, I believe it is UNA Purple. UNA Purple also has not faced Bryant before. And right now, if I were them, I'd be sweating.
I would be sweating as well. And for the record, Random, if you go in a blaze, it's always a blaze of glory. You've already gone out. They can at least give you blaze of glory. They can give you that one as a parting gift. I believe our production said that we were going to be talking to someone after. You know, we were talking after game 1, maybe talking to Wasting. I would like to talk to Joe Motion. Unless somebody has somebody else they would like to talk to. I thought Joe Motion, we talked about how well he played on the Shen. Shen not really someone who carries the game, though. Definitely carried that one 8-1-7 on the Poppy. American Express everywhere you want to be. If they want to cut us a check, they could definitely cut us a check. I'm going to keep making that joke regardless. But if our production could get us Joe Motion, and if they want to get us somebody else, I'm happy to talk to whoever. But that would be my pick. Wasting, though, great game. 10-2 on the Kane. Talk about the secondary support. They also go by mid lane. Eagle McSpeag 0-0-13. A perfect support game from the Midland Eagle McSpeag. Walshy 5-0-8, which is a great game for an ADC. I just think a little bit overshadowed by everything Joe Motion did in that one.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, Eagle McSpeag had to go support because Waffles was being the AP carry in the bot lane. They gave Waffles first blood, right? You gotta put the support somewhere there. Yeah, and you know what? I think everybody on Bryant Bulldogs really stepped up. And it's so hard to choose an MVP because while I think Joe Motion and Wasting looked particularly good, especially in game two, it really was a full team effort here. And you know what? I've got a bone to pick with Walshy. I spoke to Walshy before the game, asking for information about the team, and Walshy's like, "Oh, Joe Motion's weak side warrior." No, no, no. That's not a weak side warrior. That's a weak side warlord. I mean, Joe Motion won both games in lane and took over from there as well. The Poppy push was huge and really crippled what Carroll could do. You could see that constantly had to sit someone top lane. A 4-level lead. I mean, we call 100 CS advantage of Flame Horizon. There should be a name for, a 4-level lead. I motion to call it a Joe Motion at this point. Like, I don't know if we'll get to see another one in the playoffs, but I certainly hope so.
No, the top and the jungle, they both played great. And that's not to take anything away from X Factor and Jalapeno. It just wasn't their night. It just wasn't their night. And it wasn't there. I mean, anytime somebody of their caliber, I mean, this team didn't get here for no reason.
Yeah,
Carroll wasn't the number one seed. They weren't the number one seed for no reason. But when your top laner and your jungler both go 0-7 and 3, it's just not your night. It is just not your night. So still waiting on production to tell us if we're going to get that interview. And we're actually going to go to a break before the interview. So let's get to that. We're going to get Joe Motion in here. We'll be right back with the interview with Bryant Bulldogs Joe Motion. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. I am still Coach Jim. Beside me still is random minion caster. I have been fighting a cold here, guys. I'm sorry. I still can't speak tonight. And we're going to be joined by Joe Motion from the Bryant Bulldogs here. He's going to be coming in as soon as our producer gets him on the call. Joe, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can,
yes,
Joe.
we can.
Joe, great game by you and your team tonight. Going into game 2, they got rid of your Shen. You decided to play the Poppy. I would like to know, was Poppy your first choice, or did somebody want you to play something else?
So Poppy is the character I've played the most, and I'm very, very much confident that I could have done a good job. And especially, normally my role on the team is more supportive, and they normally play around bot. And Poppy's like a perfect pick for being able to just stay safe topside, and if I see an opportunity, I can capitalize on it.
I mean, you say supportive. I'm calling kind of sus on that emergency meeting. That was not a supportive game from you, Joe. Both the games you took over. So, first of all, congrats on punching your tickets to the finals. But
Thank you.
touched on game 2. I want to go back to game 1 because Mordekaiser is supposed to be a hard counter to Shen. And you just took over the game as Shen there. But the early game was a little rough. As a team, was there any point where you guys were kind of like, oh, in game 1, we're not sure. Maybe it feels like we're losing. We're a little bit worried. Or was it just, comfort the entire way?
Yeah, I'd definitely say there was some uncomfortableness in the beginning of game 1, especially they have a very strong ADC player, and we were very scared of making sure the game didn't snowball out of hand. So I think just we kind of game planned around like making sure the game didn't blow up early enough so that we could, work as a team and make sure that we made the right macro plays so we could win.
Production, do we have time for one more question? Okay, Joe, at one point we called it out during the stream, and I want to call it out again. At one point, you had a 4-level advantage over your lane opponent. And we know you got a lot of help up there from Wasting. Wasting also had a great game. But how did it feel just knowing that you could do whatever you wanted in that top lane in the 1v1?
That's definitely where my comfort is. I love winning lane, as I'm sure everyone does. So the fact that I got some jungle pressure up there and we were able to kind of snowball that game out of control just made it so much nicer, a lot less stressful, going into the mid and late game, just knowing that I was very, very strong. And even in that Poppy game where I got caught out on the top, getting a little greedy with some kills, I still was able to get out and survive for a little while. So my team did a really great job supporting me there. So definitely really, really happy with our performance.
Yeah, no, you didn't get caught out there, Joe. That was a tactical bait. That was all it was.
Absolutely.
Got you guys,
yeah, absolutely.
Right? Yeah,
no, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah. Well, congrats on making it to the finals, and you already know who your opponents are. UNA Purple. Now, if I'm correct, I don't think you guys actually played against each other during the regular season. They were the other team you didn't play against. So, Any thoughts on your finalist opponent here?
I'm really excited to play them. I think we have a really, really strong team, especially in this division, when I don't think our seed necessarily reflects that. So I'm really excited going into this final game, and I think we're going to have a great match.
All right, Joe, anybody you want to shout out here? Any thanks you want to give to your teammates before we let you go?
Yeah, definitely just the Bryant team. We got Drew on jungle, Alex, Alyssa, and Walsh. We've been, as a team this whole semester, and we were a little ragtag at the beginning, but we've really come together, and I think we have a really, really strong shot at winning. But yeah, just really happy with our performance today. So,
all right, and that will be a very fun one next week. Next week, 2 weeks, next week.
Tune in.
Next week.
Everyone that's watching,
that'll be a fun
tune
one.
in.
Tune in. We don't want to miss that one. Thank you for joining us, Joe. Congratulations on the win. You have a great night.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, and that will do it for myself and for Random Minion Caster. Next up on the docket, Durham versus St. Clair, Champions Division Yellow. So stay right here. That one, they're going to be trying to get on the air as soon as possible. And it looks like we're actually running on time, Random. How about that?
That's good to hear, because I'll be on the docket for the next one. So they might actually have to wait for me to get ready for the next game.
All right, so that will do it. Bryant taking down Carroll 2-0. In Emergents Division Yellow. And that will do it for our broadcast. Like I said, I'm Coach Jim. He's Random Minion Caster, and we'll see y'all next time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're coming into our second series here of the night. We've got a great one, St. Clair Saints versus the Durham Lords. I, though, this time around, don't quite look like Jim. I am, in fact, Zephyr, joining on the desk to be your play-by-play caster alongside my lovely friend, Random Minion Caster, as always.
Jim, you've lost a lot of age there. You look a lot younger all of a sudden. De-aged.
Feels good.
Zephyr's just young Jim, apparently. But, well, it's good to be back, Zephyr. I was just on, and we had a banger of a first series here. It ended up rather one-sided, but I'm not expecting to see the same here between the Saints and the Lords. Now, these two teams have faced off, but it was 8 weeks ago, back in week 1. So they might as well not have faced off. They're completely different teams now. And for the St. Clair Saints, they've had quite a few buys as well. A lot of FF wins on their side of things. So I'm very curious to see how they perform here in the semifinals against Durham, who's had to battle their way all the way up, coming in as 6th seed.
Right, they had plenty of room here to make their way in, but with a successful win over UTM Lowell here this last week, they've now made it all the way to the semifinals at the behest of whatever their regular season looks like. In turn, St. Clair were able to dominate Grandview Junior Varsity here in a 2-0 fashion as well. So I'll be honest, RMC, not too much to go off of there. Two very solid 2-0s on the board here before it's our semifinals.
Yeah, and I think St. Clair winning 2-0 was not unexpected.
Yeah,
Durham winning 2-0 was a little bit surprising against 3rd seed here. And the gap between 3rd and 2nd doesn't feel that wide as well. So it does certainly give a lot of hope that Durham can continue with their upsets here. And Zephyr, I want to talk a little bit about how the teams like to play. Because once again, we have two teams who play very similarly. In this particular case, not through the bot lane, but through the top lane. Both Anime Girl and Ricky Lafleur are very lane-dominant players who, when given carries, can absolutely take over a game.
Absolutely, that's the dominant contention here for both of these squads. And I will say, I usually like to pin the junglers to this one as well, but it really does feel like the primary stars, even at what will be the junglers trying to create their own tempo, is just those top laners, right? We can give a lot of praise to both Moffat and Heal, but they themselves are not even as influential as these two here. If you want to touch on someone who maybe is, though, and who has been showing up across the board for both of these teams, it is the bot lane. Now, they're definitely not as win condition heavy as we've discussed with Anime Girl and Ricky, but they definitely have provided for both of these comps when the time comes here.
Yeah, AD carries will always be carries eventually. They just need a lot of time. And partially for St. Clair Saints, I've actually not gotten to see Barlow and Fresh kind of carry quite as much, largely because usually Ethug and Ricky are so far ahead. And if anything, Zephyr kind of finds a couple of kills somewhere, pops out of nowhere and starts carrying as well. So Barlow hasn't been as pressured to carry. But for the Durham Lords, Kyrez and Oof in the bot lane, they've had their shares of carries here. And I wouldn't be surprised if coming into this series, Durham Lords puts Kyrez on some sort of big carry champion as well.
Wow. Either way, we'll let what stands. We've already got the comps coming out here. Notably, of course, that draft happened off stream, so we're seeing it hit through live here. We don't quite get the influence of what was picked out, but still, the pressing matters are above. Mundo versus Jax here to start things off, and I'll be honest, RMC, have you seen the pressure that has come out of Mundo in these recent patches? Because I personally love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting pick here because they're not trying to match carry with carry.
No.
Like you said, the pressure from Mundo is largely in lane here, so it feels like for the side of Durham Lords on the blue seat team, they are just trying to shut down Ricky as much as possible in lane. And, oh, there we go. That's the carry in the bot lane for Kyrez. The Jinx to try and carry instead. So not exactly what I was expecting.
No, they're definitely looking to take the tempo and pace it out of these lanes here rather than really trying to structure this for the full 5-man. Because if you look across the board, there is plenty of room here for almost everyone to have an early advantage in terms of a window prior to when you see that kind of 4-man, 5-man group. Because I'll be honest, most of the composition picks here for the side of what is St. Clair do need to capitalize on each other to make it work. Now, granted, we can have someone pop off, and that point could become, completely moot. But usually, these compositions Jax, Corki, Ashe, those scale up. They become team fight menace. They split apart team fights, most notably if we look at this comp specifically. We touch on that Corki and Jax, especially to potentially split this one up. And then they find their win con.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this Gwen for E-Hug as well, because E-Hug is a player that I have seen in quite a few amateur scenes, and in those scenes, he's not known as E-Hug, more as Pulp, or perhaps you might know him as E-Thug.
E-Thug.
There. Yeah, and E-Hug is a jungler who definitely can carry, and the fact that they've not put him on a ganking jungler to try and get Ricky or Zephyros ahead feels like they've put a timer now on Durham Lords. If Durham Lords do not manage to close this out early, yes, sure, you've got the Jinx who scales really well, but into the likes of a Corki, Jackson, Gwen, all of those massively outscale. And Gwen to me feels like a great answer into Jinx. The range advantage that Jinx has is largely irrelevant against the Gwen who can just get into short range. And if you're too far away, Hallowed Miss negates a lot of those missiles.
I will say, though, I don't think the scaling potential here for Durham is that bad in response. Yes, there is a little bit of counterplay when we talk about either Gwen or Jax. We didn't even bring up the Counter-Strike, but that is also another zoning tool that will come out here when team fights are more prevalent. But still, Victor, Jinx, and Mundo, especially once it becomes the stat stick that I hate and love, will be a problem for them. You're not going to have the complete ability to just run these fights down as much as you would usually expect from a composition that includes both Gwen and Jax, right? You do have to pay some semblance of respect, and as the game goes on longer, I don't personally think it gets easier here for St. Clair's. I think it's just as hard, albeit it will be something better than, of course, when you're sitting at 20, 25 minutes in, right?
Partially.
I disagree then. I disagree with you. We're at ends here.
Yeah. Yep. And I think we can tell which sides we favor compositionally, at least right here, Zephyr, that I like what St. Clair's have done if they can survive the early game. But one of the things I do acknowledge is that it isn't an easy win, even if you scale up, right? As you pointed out, they've got the Jinx, Mundo stat stick, but Victor. I want to talk about Victor a little bit because Victor is a team fight monster here. And that's without any assistance. You've got the J4 on Moffat as well to help you set up that Cataclysm. And unfortunately for Gwen, you don't have an easy out for that. Jackson, Corki, sure, you have an escape, but if you burn that early, the rest of the damage is going to come down from the Mundo running you down. And Victor's Chaos Storm, as well as the Gravity Field, creates a lot of zones of control. So despite the fact that I think St. Clair has better scaling, they will need to find creative ways here. If they bunch up, they're probably still going to get wiped.
I will say they do have some semblance of engaged tools that will come out. Granted, I think it's a bit more pick-oriented. As much as this team wants to play towards a full 5-man comp, what they will be able to do with it is really going to be single target oriented. You talk about that Ashe, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Corki coming in with a lot of missile barrage, Gwen's rundown, Jax's rundown. It's not the full scale damage that you would expect out of, say, something like that Victor, like that Jinx, when you combine it with the massive AoE scaling damage that comes out of the both of those two targets alone here. That being said, if they do get the lockdown, they do find that subtle Jinx pick, they do find that Victor out in the fray, then guess what? You're taking out a major damage carry in that late game, and then you start to roll that fight forward.
Yeah, but step one, Zephyr, is survive the lanes. That we both agree with. That St. Clair needs to survive that person. Durham, I'm very curious to watch the junglers, because while we highlighted the top laners as big carries for both of these teams, the fact that E-Thug is not on a huge ganking jungler makes me feel like Durham might be able to just run away with it. If that J4 visits that top lane a couple of times early here, Jax is kind of squishy here, and J4 would even be able to win that 1v1 trade. Mundo can win that 1v1 trade. If two of them are ganking this Jax, Gwen can't help you. If Gwen goes in there, it's going to be a 2-0.
Right. I think it extends more past the top lane than just that. Engage for these early junglers, whether it be towards that mid or bot as well, definitely plays into the favor of Durham here. That Jarvan has so much more of an extended force when it comes to just simply say something like that flag and drag. Once he gets the Cataclysm and that's online, then he's even more of a menace. Gwen, if Durham is playing the vision game appropriately and they've set up the lanes to be at a point where they can see that Gwen coming, or they've been tracking the Gwen appropriately, it does not have anything close to the amount of impact of most junglers that are currently in rotation here. It's actually one of the most suspicious picks looking at this draft as a whole here. I mean, I can give Gwen all the praise in the world. I love Gwen just as much as everyone. I really do think if this game does fall here for St. Clair Saints, that might be one of those pivotal points to look at in game 2. But hey, that's way ahead of the margin here. We're not even close to game 2 yet. We're working our way into game 1 here. Durham Lords versus St. Clair Saints here. And already some action on the board.
Oh my goodness. E-Hug doesn't have flash. Okay, does have the hop skip to get over the wall there. A little bit rough to see, but right away you can see Durham. They're asserting dominance here in the top, in the mid lane, saying, hey, we aren't going to cut you any slack here. Oh, that's so rude. I love it.
No, but it's completely why Mundo has become such a huge problem in the top spectrum right now, right? The fact that he can run down most top laners and also pressure them out of wave without them ever being able to find some semblance of response, right? You don't play into cleavers. You're sitting 200, 400 units away from said cleaver. You don't have a choice.
Yeah, or else if you eat those cleavers, well, not only are you eating cleavers, but Mundo will just walk in and punch you in the face as well. Now, quick rundown in terms of summoners here, because we mentioned no flash for E-Hug, running the Ghost instead. Ricky has no flash either, going with the more aggressive Ignite. And to me, that fits the style St. Clair wants to play. They acknowledge that, hey, we might struggle a little bit in the early game, but we still want control. We still want to try and take off in this top lane. In the mid lane as well, First Strike for Victor. That's one of the new runes here. And I love seeing it when you know you're going to win out early. It feels like Durham has recognized that they need to win early, and that's one of the ways they can do it. Get that extra damage, get that extra gold, and try and snowball faster before Zephyros comes online.
I'm going to go on a limb here and say they should win early. There is no doubt in my mind that this team should come out on top within those first 10 to 15. Just the general pacing of the champions that they have chosen are far more effective in those moments here. So it's not even that I'm looking for them to, I mean, like, how do I say this? It should be an advantage on the board here. If they do not find it, then they're not making good use of this composition from the very get-go.
Oh. Well, composition or not, Ricky is just saying, screw that matchup. I'm going to force it. Ignite used, and Anime Girl actually had to burn Flash to survive. That's a worthwhile trade. Ignite's going to come back a lot sooner, and Ricky getting that lane advantage here does help establish a little bit more strength, not only for himself, but to buy space for E-Hug as well.
Key tip here against this, Jack, you've got to be careful at how you extend those trades out, especially if you're playing on Mundo. He doesn't have a lot of those base stats that will garner him the extra armor. So yes, you do have a lot of health, but it can be picked off. We just saw what happens when you let it go for as long as you do. Combine that with the fact that lethal tempo scales up, and also you've got that Jack's passive with the attack speed. It becomes a problem here. So short trades, not the extended ones. Anime Girl, if you play to that kind of strength, should be fine.
Yeah, and the nice thing, though, about losing that trade, if we can even call it a nice thing, is that it's making Ricky kind of overextend a little bit, and I want to see Moffat punish that. We touched on the fact that Jarvan's a great ganker here. Ricky actually just putting down the ward, cutting off the gank possibility from Moffat there. But yeah, I mean, you've got the J4. I want to see some early moves from Moffat, because we're not going to see E-Hug anytime soon, I don't think. E-Hug's just happily farming up a storm. And as I say, that
disagrees.
Yeah.
E-Hug disagrees. Straight into the mid lane. Going to force that flash out here. Now, while there is no kill, it's still something to play with for the next 5.
Was that necessary? And he burnt Ghost for it? No, Zephyr. But did he lose anything for it? Not at all. So you might as well do it. Hey, solid gank there. And didn't even miss a beat. There were no camps to farm up, but E-Hug, you can see why the Gwen's not that impactful pre-6. Once you get that stitch work, that needle work, then you get the slows to actually start forcing those ganks.
I'll be honest, it's probably going to be a level 6 kind of game here for both of these teams. Those are your major windows that will actually play into finding successful kills here. It has to take a big mistake to potentially fall, but this might just be it. Fresh Barlow in with the flash to find their first blood, now turning their attention to Oof here. At this point, I don't know if he can walk this one out. He might as well. Yeah. He's got the flash available, but that slow from Ash is going to continue ticking down. One auto away. Almost found the kill, but still one there onto Barlow. Now potentially more. St. Clair Saints here with the engage. Anime Girl going to be stunned out by that counter strike and now put in a poor position.
Wow.
He will fall as well.
A little bit shocked, Zephyr. I was expecting, the early Moffat gank to the top side to count, but instead E-Hug being the one to do that, and Anime Girl overextended, I think was baited out a little bit by the fact that they had Scuttle on that top side, thought that, hey, I'm safe. I'll see the Gwen coming.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently not. And this is really good for St. Clair Saints because now E-Hug's got a kill in their pocket. Barlow, who was sort of the one winning-ish lane they had, where Ash does actually have a very oppressive laning phase with the volleys. Barlow's up ahead as well, and while it's not as impactful, if you can do that once, you can do that again, and suddenly Durham are losing control of both their side lanes a little bit.
And remember, I brought it up in draft here. That Gwen isn't a problem if you're setting up the lanes to be in a position where you see her coming. She doesn't have many of those tools that will allow her to rotate as quickly in as other available junglers here. The fact that Durham's not respecting that, and you've already seen what is now anime fall, okay, that's just one. If they continue to do so, that'll be plenty more.
Yeah, that's it though. Ricky still a little bit on the back foot in terms of farming. So top lane isn't lost yet. Durham still have plenty of opportunity to try and make their way back in. The question is just what they want to do and how they want to go about doing it here. I would like, Anime Girl.
See if that healing does. Yeah, that'll put him back in a nice position for health here. But now in the mid lane, if you're flashing out of that cast storm, going to successfully find the kill there onto Hectic. Now we look towards bot lane. Barlow with the slow. Who's going to find that death sentence? Moffat's back in with the flag and drive, looking lower and lower. It's going to be it for Barlow. Now fresh, the next one to potentially fall here. Did flash out. Zap's going to land, slow that one out. Flash from Moffat, as well as those final autos to scare it. Meanwhile, in the top lane, apparently, Anime got his revenge too.
No, show me that top lane.
I need to see the fight.
There? The last we saw, Anime Girl was barely surviving on a hope and a prayer, and we were like, okay, is the Ignite going to be enough? And next thing we know, Ricky goes down. Durham have fired back. We were preaching their early game potential, and we were getting worried it wasn't being realized. But right here, they turned the tide. Suddenly, top side's winning, bot side's winning as well. They get first Drake, and I want to see them continue pushing this lead they have. You just got to kill top. Go for that repeat gank. You know Ricky's got nothing left in the tank.
I will say, we did see the kind of last ebbs and flows of that Ignite ticking down there, but it was the start of maximum dosage coming out for Anime Girl. Obviously, we were paying attention to the fight, but Anime Girl could have definitely found themselves in a better pool of health here onto their return against Ricky. And Ricky, just seeing the recent kind of contest he had, might have felt a little bit too overconfident, not respecting the just sheer force that is that regeneration there. But we don't know. We can't predict what we did not see.
Well, I think that was a pretty well-educated guess there, Zephyr, and more than likely what actually happened. But the other reason why I'm focusing so heavily at the top lane is because Herald is up and available here, and Dragon just went down. You know that top side was already going to be very tense between these two top laners, and you can see that for St. Clair Saints, they've already rotated E-Hug up here. I don't think you can comfortably get the dive. Maximum dose is already back up. Ricky
tanking way too many turret shots there, dude. That's got to feel bad because that's just a really simple mistake. He was not going to go out there. Hell, I even think he might have had the available leak stripe up and he just needed a few extra seconds that he didn't have because he faced that much damage here. Now, E-Hug, I think this is super risky to turn around and immediately go for what is that rift. If Moffat comes up here, he's just a second too late.
I love it because this is a psychological game, Zephyr, because you're right, it is risky. It is incredibly dangerous to do it, and that's why they never see it coming.
They might not see it coming. Right, you see and utilize that Valkyrie. But I think it's hilarious because I'm almost certain it was not entirely used just to pressure down Hectic, obviously with the extra damage. But if you notice the way he zoned Hectic out there with the ultimate, it technically was preventing him from finding his way any further north there up that river. For now, Moffat potentially looking for a return here. Wave doesn't look to be in that good of a spot, though.
Yeah, they need to burn the Valkyrie first. Even with the Cataclysm, it's so difficult to lock down that Gorky here, and that's one of the reasons why I wasn't really calling for too many ganks in the mid lane. It's just so difficult. The flash is down, so if ever there was a window, this is kind of it, but the setup's not there, and Hectic can't step up to pressure. He's too low.
Yep. I didn't think that was ever really going to be an option there. So Moffat now here rotating back down towards that river. They've got priority to play with here for Durham. What they do with it, not much. There isn't many setup available. They are going to rotate Oof up here to potentially see if they can get a return if that death sentence does find its way on his Zephyr. And you've got something to work with. But I mean, man, you are just reaching for straws there.
Yeah, and they saw Oof leave the bot lane as well
Yeah,
through
they
the
knew.
river. So the warnings are there. And that's one of the things about the Ashe as well, which we don't talk too much about. Ashe, yeah, she's a lane bully. Yeah, she's got a lot of utility with her ultimate, but the hawk shot is absolutely massive as well. In fact, the whole play around the mid lane was partially off the hawk shot, seeing Hectic move up, knowing that Moffat was in the area. That's why Zephyros played that aggressive package there. And this time, the threat of the hawk shot just makes the roams from Oof so much harder on an already super slippery court.
Looking at some of the general pacings of these lanes that we return to, now sitting at 10 minutes here. Still a massive lead held by Anime Girl on this Mundo. No surprise there. As oppressive as this Mundo is, he will continue to be so. And I don't like this. Read the situation. Just let it fall. Let it fall.
Oh man,
He has vision. He has vision, so it doesn't matter.
don't
But I
know
think
that.
it's hilarious.
Yeah, and I think Anime Girl is playing into that as well, right? Anime Girl knows exactly where Fresh and Ehug are. And I love the fact that Fresh actually tried to rotate up there, but this is the worrying part, right?
It's a big dive that can be punished out here. No enchanted crystal arrow, though. That's a big whiff, especially under turret there. Now, Zephyros on the teleport is completely invaluable there. Oof and Hectic both able to rotate out of this one. Ooh, Zephyros going to try, though. Lantern down for a little bit of shielding. Continued pressure. Zephyros with one last barrage, unable to find what he needs. Kyrez, though, might be punished out just as much there for trying to protect his support. Kill picked up into Barlow.
I mean, the initial idea from Durham was really solid. They saw the gank up top. They know that, hey, bots exposed, we can do this. And I was thinking, if you get out, great play. You burnt the TP from Zephyros, but St. Clair Saints, it feels like the skill is already starting to come online.
Ooh, Ehug here. Taking advantage of Hectic's mispositioning, going to find that kill. Now they turn their attention to Moffat, who's now far too deep.
Oh my goodness.
Unable to pick up the kill he wanted with that Cataclysm, though. It was so close.
Ehug is now 3-0 here, Zephyr. This Gwen is about to start coming online. The bot lane strong as well. Dragon just spawned and
They both fall.
Yeah, one for one. Okay, they're fine with that. You know what? Ricky's gonna be fine with that because Anime Girl's the one who's under pressure to suppress this Jax. And if you're trading one for one, Jax gets better scaling out of it. Meanwhile, Saints, like I said, taking that second Drake of the game for themselves as well here. And as much as I appreciate a nice Cloud Drake, really nothing beats Inferno when it comes to raw combat stats.
I mean, it's those first two Drakes, though. They're not going to stack up to any further degree here. And the fact that they've gone, even though, will just slow the pacing once we get towards that mid to late game. Now, a big teleport here coming towards this bot lane. Looks like a pinch coming through. Nice lantern there from Oof. And they're going to return into the safety of Moffat. So absolutely perfectly fine here. They were able to spot that one out very early on.
Well played, well replied from Durham there, and props to Oof for that pathing as well, making sure that at worst they only lose one person. Now, they're going for Zephyros. I don't know if they can actually find anything, but...
Yeah, we've talked about this one before. You look for that one, and it will come up short. That sentence in for Ehug, and Ehug will be able to potentially dash out. That slow from the box, though, is just disgusting. It finds the return, but of course it's going to make its way over to Oof's pocket.
Still, that is a 1 for 2. And more important, okay, there was a huge bounty as well. So not exactly 1 for 2. The gold was worth it, but they got the Herald charge off. And I think that was absolutely key. Seconds before the plates fell there, St. Clair Saints managed to leverage their Herald into an actual significant gold lead.
So now you put a nice bit of chunk of change on both what is Ehug and Zephyros, especially even knowing that lane has slowly started to favor back towards that Corki as he has scaled up here. So I got to give it towards St. Clair Saints. They've done a great job finding the scaling potential into this mid to late game, whereas Durham has kind of given it up quite a few times and over here. For now, top lane, not quite the wet noodle as they do way too much damage. Straight into the maximum dosage there. Ricky, he's got to be careful. An immediate turnaround is more than available. Yeah, but at least mid lane gets a spot.
Dang, that mid lane fight, they're getting down to the wire a little bit. I know Zephyros looks like he has a lot of health, but if he didn't flash right there, right that way, he doesn't kill Hectic or he doesn't get out alive, and it's a 1 for 1 trade. It's still real dicey in the mid lane, and until Zephyros really completes the mirror mana, Hectic can still answer back. This mid lane isn't quite one and done yet. And this top lane for Durham, Ricky's been playing a little dangerously. I mean, 1 1-4-1 is not a great score line here.
No, 1-4-1 is nowhere near a great scoreline. And the honest truth is, we're sitting, what, 29 CS on Anime Girl away from a Flame Horizon here in the top lane. That's something we haven't even discussed. His control has been dominant. Now that is a terrible statement to say as he gets murdered by eHug, but hey, tier 1 turret top lane. Woohoo!
We're going to chalk that one down to a Cassacre Zephyr.
I swear, I've made like 3 of them this game alone. I'll start something up and say, you know what, they can't do it, and then they find a way.
I find your lack of faith in St. Clair Saints
Stop.
disturbing, Zephyr. I mean, come on. We talked about their skilling, and sure, Ricky's been set behind, but eHug's been able to just pop off, right? 5-1-1, Zephyr 3-0-3 as well. They're absolute monsters, and St. Clair Saints just need to play around that here. Barlow kind of won as well, so they're fairly comfortable anywhere except that top lane.
Be curious to see how Anime Girl's rotation into some of these team fights
the
will
arrow
potentially
missed.
help, but now we look towards a gank. Nice death sentence on the Barlow to keep that chain CC in their favor. Meanwhile, Anime Girl, making quick promises here,
Yeah.
flashing over the thick wall to find it straight onto Ricky to pick up another additional kill here onto this Jax. Freaking love Mundo,
Really?
Freaking love Mundo, man.
I mean,
He's
I
stupid.
cannot agree with that, Zephyr. I do not like Mundo, but I love what Durham's doing. I love their proactive plays right now. They're constantly looking for new action here.
Not this, though. Not that. Not that.
I like the
Often
idea.
A
The
little bit
execution.
greedy. Finding
Yeah,
his
the
way under
execution
turret
a
with
little
no
flawed.
setup, doesn't have the Cataclysm available anymore. That is not the move.
He was just riding high on the success. I mean, the bot lane gank really, really good. The fact that Anime Girl continues to take over this top lane, getting them a little bit high fee here. And
Yeah.
Durham has taken multiple turrets here as well as getting a couple of kills, and they're still down gold. And a lot of that was avoiding eHug and Zephyroth. You saw the gank on Zephyroth still not quite working. So St. Clair Saints, it's not great that they're losing the turrets, but it's not working to their detriment either. The longer lanes actually favor them as long as they're playing defensively because they just want to scale up. And if Jax doesn't overpush and you're deep inside your own side, your reinforcements come faster. eHug can move a little bit quicker and get to your side.
Well, for now, Dragon, the next potential subject here for us on the desk. And St. Clair Saints are not in great position. They've got the rotation from Zephyroth going to come through on the back end, but you've already got Durham starting this one up. Box down, eHug continuing in with the New York. Nice death sentence to keep him back, but Ricky has arrived. Going to secure that first kill into Moffat as that Cataclysm down.
goodness.
Dragon is through with the reset, and with no jungler on the board, I don't think they should work their way into this
they need
fight
to
anymore.
leave.
You need to back off. You don't have that level of control. So Dragon secured here for St. Clair Saints, and Durham, they just got to walk away.
Yeah, and eHug, huge props to that use of the stopwatch there. Perfect timing as well. And the healing coming in from Riftmaker to make sure that they were nice and healthy, coming back out there. Beautiful to watch. And the problem for Durham Lords now is that if you don't immediately engage and get the burst damage down, eHug, Zephyroth, both of these guys will chip you down. There's not a ton of burst on the side of St. Clair Saints, but in sustained extended fights, they vastly outdamage Durham right now.
They do. Well, for now, I think the biggest question for me is we have yet to see Anime Girl potentially respond to one of the setups for these fights here. And what scares me is the fact that you put Zephyroth in a position like what you see right now, where he can absolutely burst and shred through just about anybody on the map here. If he can do the same, and I'm more than sure of it, to Anime Girl, then there's not much of a front that is usually supposed to be keeping this backline in a good spot. Then again, though, Anime Girl comes not just with those tanky stance, but with just as much damage as well here. Mundo goes where he pleases is down. He hugged to follow up. Maximum dosage. Moffat with the return here. Jungle v top laner. Good Cataclysm to get both of them in the return there, but no
Rocket.
setup for Anime Girl. Nice rocket. Going to be putting eHug low as Moffat falls there. Anime Girl, though, just as thick as he started. That maximum dosage finally going to fall as he works his way into Zephyroth. Nice play into the death sentence. Fox to get the last return of AP, as that's going to be it for Zephyroth. Now Kyarez, like the Gale Force, pulls his way out there from eHug, but going to be able to survive. Death Sentence return to Fresh to keep this fight alive for Durham, playing this monumentally well. Oh,
Okay. And
that sucks.
Yeah, probably. Was
They
it
don't have a
timing out?
choice.
Yeah, I think it was timing out at that point, so they kind of had to drop it. But Zephyr, I want to highlight, the strength of Anime Girl, because we were just talking about, okay, Sephiroth being able to handle Anime Girl, and I wanted to bring the point up that even if he can't, Yehud can handle him. Apparently not. No, they can't, because they don't have Healing Cut yet. The moment they pick up Healing Cut, I think they win that fight. But in that particular situation, unfortunately, they still were thinking, okay, we've got enough damage. And they did. There was a lot of damage, but against the healing, not sufficient. And now they're trying to do Baron, but Anime Girl can probably single-handedly push them off.
He already has maximum dosage up here, so he's got plenty of the additional tank stats to keep this one running. And I'm curious, do they make the call? No, let that Baron reset. I was about to say, if he's going to sit there and try to tank it for the rotation here of Durham, then that would be just an insane play. But for now, it comes back to basics. You don't get to steal the Baron underneath their nose. And most notably here, there was a slight gold deficit that has completely shored up after that massive fight. We can talk about Anime Girl all we want, but Hectic scales just as bad as much as Kyle Resin. Well, no, it's not going to be as oppressive as some of the more shredding damage that does come out from the pick comp that we discussed from St. Clair. It still is obnoxious, right? It still is a problem.
Yeah, and more importantly, it is a better team fight tool than what Sephiroth is bringing to the table, right? So we talked about the fact that they want to burst people down as quickly as possible. That's how they're going to do it. And I'm looking at the items as well that Hectic's picked up. That's the Shadow Flame, following the Crown of the Shattered Queen. And Shadow Flame is a great burst option, gives you extra magic penetration. Anime Girl?
We'll see. I'm more than interested to see if he can actually make his way out of this one there. He did utilize that maximum dosage and was forced to flash, but you putting three towards the top side. Look at what you lose in return. That's one tier 1 and easily a tier 2 as well here. And you didn't even kill Anime Girl. You didn't even kill him.
There's no healing cut, Zephyr. They need to stop going for Anime Girl without healing cut right now.
Ehug didn't buy it on his back right there, by the way. Did you see that?
Oh, man.
Just purchased the Fiendish Codex there and the...
Wisp. Oh, that's painful. Okay. Well, it was kind of answered by Ricky. Ricky got a lot of damage, didn't quite find the turret though, but Ricky's going to continue looking for that split push. So it's not completely unanswered. It's just not a good look right now for St. Clair. And Durham need to be aware of that. While there's no healing cut, keep making these plays. Keep pushing. Use Anime Girl because Mundo goes where Mundo pleases right now. And as dragons come up in 30 seconds, Durham needs to take this dragon. They need to slow down the pacing of the game or St. Clair Saints further, because the moment the healing cut starts to come online, everything changes. So for the love of everything good, St. Clair Saints, pick it up soon.
Well, they're already in great position. They've got the vision towards their presence. We talk about that northern side of the river here, but a quick clear from Hectic and Oof will probably change that one, as Anime Girl himself is already working hard into pit. And the problem is, he's like a turret. You cannot really run into his circle, his AoE. It is a problem if you do so, even as full 5, because if you invest all your windows, as we saw last time, there's plenty that will come back around to fight this one out. Now, this is a big dragon take. Kyra's nowhere in position here, so technically a 4v5 going to be wrapping around the back end of this one. As Ricky launches in, they're going to be able to take that dragon, and now the fight to continue here. Both Oof and Health it down as Anime Girl's going to front this one. Valkyrie deep into that bat line. Continued damage from the Gwen, but a nice kiting potential. Kyra's now has got the full get Jinx. Anime Girl's been doing a great job of keeping this back line in place, and now the damage to come out here. Anime Girl running this one down straight into Barlow's. Got the Zaps coming through there as the return from Sephiroth is just as good. A full wipe here on the Durham Lords.
St. Clair Saints, the moment they got the steal, I was thinking, get it and get out. Ethug, massive take already, but they stuck around, and that's one way to deal with the Mundo. If you can't kill him, don't kill everyone else first. And huge props to Sephiroth bending those missiles effectively around that huge Mundo, finding Hectic, finding Kyoresin. All the range in the world right now is not matching up to that missile barrage. The Mirror Man is online, the Essence Reaver as well, and you're seeing that against these squishier targets without any armor, those ultimates are hitting like a truck.
Right. I mean, we knew that to begin with here, in my opinion. I think Durham, though, they themselves, they just need to play the comp the way it was designed, right? They were winning that one handedly until you had the split come through, right? The minute that fight was split apart, St. Clair is notably right back in the driver's seat. They excel from those solo pick oriented champs. Notably, we got to see Zephyr there, right? When you give them the opportunity to have that access, that open channel there, we even talk about the skill shot, of course, congrats, you have lost, right? So if you play this one front to back, you run anime there just as good as you did the last time, and you're able to stem out the direct CC that you get from, say, something like the Counter-Strike to begin with, great. You out-kite them, you get the Jinx passive running out, throw the Chaos Storm. I mean, you just waste their time.
Yeah, and that works in your favor as well, as long as you don't eat too much poke from Zephyr the entire way. And now we are seeing Anime Girl applying that pressure into the bot lane. TP's up and available for both sides, both these top laners here. And for St. Clair Saints, this is not a good position for them. Ricky is still not in a position where he can fight the Mundo. That is a
close.
2.5 level differential between the two of them. So everybody else right now needs to be applying pressure on this Baron. They need to punish Durham for splitting their biggest carry away from the rest of the team.
I mean, this would be the perfect time to find that subtle engage. If you are able to pick someone out solo here from Durham, congratulations. That's exactly what you need, because we just saw in that fight, if you don't have the front to work with through Anime Girl, you shred. You shred. You absolutely decimate. You said it yourself. When those ultimates land, you're talking about full damage carries on the other side. It hits like an absolute truck here. Instead, though, Durham, they look for Baron.
Yeah, and because they saw the backs coming off. Now TP
TPs.
coming in here, double TP.
Do they commit, or do they look for the fight? Gravity field down, double TP, like you said. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to work its way deep on
He
the
stole it
and
again!
they steal the dragon once again there. This is looking like deja vu, but Cairo is able to pick up the Moth in the backline. Big flash over off man goes. Hectic's going to fall there. The maximum dosage not going to keep Anime Girl alive there. And what was a risky type does not pay off here for Durham Lords.
We call it a steal, but I was watching Ethug just stroll into the Baron pit, full confidence, because they had vision, they had threat. And Zephyr, you're talking about how Durham needs to not get split up, but St. Clair Saints, they make it look so easy when they're flanking from so many different angles there. And once again, Durham unfortunately gets pulled apart, and this time Anime Girl, sure, you've got maximum dosage, but Fresh has picked up an Oblivion Orb. So there is some healing cut coming through. As long as the Lulu is there, Anime Girl is suddenly a lot more killable.
I will also say there, you talk about the split. It's most notably a heavy hand over to Barlow. Barlow coming around the back end there. And while we know he did technically fall in the face of Kyle Rez, your Jinx's focus was not in position where it needed to be in the face of that fight as a whole. Barlow's a problem. You have to respond to him no matter what. But the fact of the matter is, you're losing the rest of your squad while you're having to deal with that issue directly behind you.
Yeah, and hey, Barlow as an Ashe doesn't have to be the primary AD carry, right? You've got the Corki as well.
Got it.
Yeah, just fire and forget. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming from that angle was something they did not expect, and it split them really, really badly. I want to see more of these here. It's not the chuck rocks and see what hits. It's very tactical use of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow right now.
Anime Girl here might be caught out and be able to get that Mundo Goes Where He Pleases passive off right into the Counter-Strike. There's Moffat finds a nice double Cataclysm. That's going to give them enough of the position that they need. Stranded Ricky return with the Counter-Strike, has to leap back out as the Valkyrie's going to split them in half here. The damage of Barlow, and Zephyroth is able to pick up the rest of the Durham Lords. Zephyroth there, that Valkyrie, absolutely perfection.
How, in what world does your squishy damage carry get to Vulcan to 5 members and find this many kills?
When he's that far ahead, RMC, when he is that far ahead here. Now with the Baron on their belt, those death timers, they are looking around the 10 seconds. I believe they're going to play this one safe, pull for the inhibs, and then back out. I would not expect them to go for the risk, but still, it's a massive win. They've pushed for soul, they've gotten the inhib in the mid, and look to find the one in the bot as well.
Yeah, they can afford to stick around because the deaths were staggered. It's only Moffat and Oof up right now, and they don't have enough damage between the two of them. Kyorez only now coming back up. I would still favor Zephyroth in this 3v3. Well, I'd favor him in a 1v5 because he just pulled it off.
That is absolutely crazy there. I mean, to see Zephyroth slide through that one, split the team in half, and then come out on top of the fight afterwards as well to continue pumping out damage, even in the face of what is all 5 members almost, and it was perfect. The craziest thing, I believe that is the second time we have seen Durham Lords fall to a split in the southern end of that river there. That specific channel, the fact that it becomes such a choke for them, has actually paid against them 2 times over this game alone.
Yeah, and to be fair to Durham, I do think that was actually a good spot to pick the fight. You saw them burst down Ethug really quickly, and Ricky was on the cusp of death once again here. The problem is just that when the Corki is that fed, it's not a good place anymore to fight. You need a bit more open ground to work with. They don't know where Moffat is either.
They don't know where Moffat is, and they don't know where Zephyr is, but I'll tell you right now, Moffat's going to pay the price much quicker than Zephyr there. Burns like a candle. We'll just say that. Either way, he is gone and out. That's your major source of engage here. That was what gave Durham their presence in their last fight here. Now that it's no longer on the board, I don't know how much longer they last.
Not very long. I mean, you've got supers pushing mid and bot as well, and Zephyr single-handedly zoning everybody out from this top lane turret right now. 20 seconds for Moffat to come up, but what's going to be left? There's already an 11,000 gold lead in favor of the Saints.
Now, all 3 inhibs are officially down. You've got the supers pushing in the bot. They don't have the Baron, but like you said, the zoning control from Zephyr is enough to push them back here. First Nexus turret to fall. No fight to behold. The Chaos Storm is ticking down, and Ehug finds his way in there. Gonna go gold to keep himself alive. You got a deep dive from Moffat as Ricky's going to fall into the face of Kyle Rez. And in fact, it's 2 members. Anime Girl leading the front here. Zephyr, those poke is too much to handle. Anime Girls, he's got a block. He's got a block for this team, but he's unable to do so. It's a triple kill for Zephyr and a win for St. Clair Saints.
Wow, Zephyr. I know I said I was expecting a much closer match, but going just off game 1 right now, St. Clair Saints looked amazing. I know I favorite their composition, but to be fair, I didn't think it'd win this hard. They found leads early. They didn't have to wait, 25, 30 minutes to fully come online. No, right off the bat there, Ehug getting ahead with that Gwen. Yeah, they sacked Ricky a little bit, but it's fine. And then Zephyr on this Corki. I normally wouldn't say you've got to ban it right away. I think there are answers to the Corki that Durham might be able to play to answer, something in lane that punishes better or something like the Zed, like the Irelia, or maybe something that can match the scaling. But part of me is just really scared right now. It's a best of 3. You already lost the first game. Do you have the leeway to allow that Corki through and bet that you can kind of find an answer to it?
I feel like this comes less from the pace of those champions and more from how they played out that early game. They put that Gwen in too nice of a spot, which was insane given the potential that should usually come out of, say, something like the Gwen in the jungle there. And the fact of the matter is they lost. They lost every lane from jungle downwards here, right? Arlo came out on top in a lane that was already suspected to be oppressive. Moffat was nowhere close to the amount of pressure necessary to be that hard lane engage. And well, that Corki just became an absolute monstrosity. Nowhere close to any of the damage we were supposed to expect. I would say something like that victor in the end. Well, yes, like you said, Enemy Girl did come out on top from the sacking of Ricky. That's okay. They knew they were going to have to deal with that inevitably in the end, and you saw what happened there in that last fight. They didn't even kill Anime Girl. They just aimed around him.
Yeah, fair enough. And I do think that's one of the things, though, that St. Clair Saints might want to pay attention to is that this Mundo is an issue, right? You can't really pick something like a Jax or a Camille into it comfortably right now. Maybe you go for something that can go toe-to-toe, a bit more bruiser, brawl heavy to try and deal with that Mundo. Because, sure, Ricky did a lot considering the position he was put in, right? He was losing, but he drew a lot of resources. But that's not the optimal use of such a strong mechanical laner like Ricky.
But they still won. 4-1.
Can't deny that.
I will say, if they're coming out on top and the win condition is still technically in their favor, if it doesn't change, I would go out on a happy limb here and say that they technically might find their way towards ending this series. But that is a fact that is left to behold here. The draft that we'll be working our way towards will answer that one instead. As for me and RMC here on our desk, we're going to a short break. So stick around and stay tuned for what could potentially be the final game of the series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC, and we're already back making our way into game 2 here of St. Clair versus Durham Lords. And let me tell you, RMC, if you missed it, we're coming off a hot game 1. We did not expect this one to slam out the way it did here for St. Clair. They scaled up, they looked good, and they absolutely dominated.
Yeah, and going into game 2, Zephyr, my biggest concern is what can Durham Lords do about it? Like I said, I kind of expect the Corki ban to come through. There's get rid of Corki, step 1, but there's so many other options that Zephyr can play as well. And the issue is, what are you going to open up for that Corki? We saw Leona, Darius, Caitlyn bans all coming through, and I think all 3 of those are very, very important. I think if you had to let one through, maybe you let the Leona through, because Caitlyn on the current meta is just so strong, and Caitlyn is an answer to Jinx as well, can dominate that lane. So I think you let that Leona through, you ban the Corki instead.
Well, we'll have to see. Plays throughout. Well, we didn't have to see for long. It's already done. There is no Corki going to be playing out here. So Zephyr going to have to pick something else to work with here now. Personally, you discussed it yourself when we talked about St. Clair at the very beginning of Series 2 here. Wide champion pool. Zephyr has plenty of tools to work with here. And if it doesn't have the Corki, well, guess what? You can run your standard, team fight mages, whether it be that Syndra, Orianna, Irelia, whatever. If he wants to run full scaling, he's got the Victor on his belt. He can run the Azir if he needs to. Or if he wants to look for the rotation kind of mages. It just depends on what the comp will hold. Granted, I like the concept of late game scaling mages. I thought it looked good on him, and he played the lane really, really well, and he didn't bleed. And that's the number one thing.
Yeah, and the other thing specifically about Zephyr here is that Zephyr over 12 games has played 11 different champions. The only champion he's played twice was Syndra, and you can always fall back to that Syndra as well and take over a lane. I mean, St. Clair they didn't even really scale up to the late game. They won fairly early, and already we're seeing a change in the top side, Akali and Aatrox. And the problem I'm having with this was Mundo was the counter to Jax, and Anime Girl didn't really manage to keep Ricky down for long. This time, Ricky is the one getting the counter matchup here.
Right, if you do not come up big on this Akali, it will come back and punish very, very hard here. You need to find a very nice foot forward, or else the Akali doesn't really look good into just about any of that lane. Now, whether it comes to team fights, that's something else to behold here. But I'll tell you what, if you're sitting 1-4 on Akali, Vice versus Jax, I do not think it looks as good here. Instead, Ricky on this Aatrox, still the same concept, just very hardcore towards the single target, and not so much as the setup. You don't have the, we saw the Jax be the really hard engage that lined in with that Counter-Strike about 2 or 3 times through most of those team fights. That's no longer an option. But if we're talking about setup for team fights, there is one that is new and on the board here for St. Clair.
Yeah, and that is the replacement for Corki here, the Azir coming through. And you know what? I think it's a perfect replacement for Corki. Corki scales up, becomes a monster. Azir scales up, becomes a monster. The big difference is you trade a little bit of that range from Corki's Missile Barrage for that engage potential or disengage potential of the Emperor's Divide from Azir. So for the side of St. Clair Saints here, they're running back effectively the same composition with a couple of different pieces because of bans coming through. And for Durham, they're the ones they were the ones I think who made the initial changes forcing these here with the bans. The bot lane's going to be functioning similarly, right? Nautilus Thresh accomplished much the same thing. Maybe a bit more engaged from the Nautilus, a bit more roaming I expect to see. But the Sylas and Akali here are the big changes. And I'm worried because these aren't winning lanes for Akali or Sylas. Yes, they've got great single target pick potential, skirmishing potential. Sylas has big ultimates to pick up from the other side. I mean, you get a bit more engaged. We take the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But the laning is hard. And the laning was where I felt Durham fell apart in all but their top lane in game 1.
Right. Didn't find success in anywhere below that jungle line here. And a lot of that has to do with the pacing, right? We talk about E-Hug really getting out there on that Gwen, something that I myself have found really surprising given the pick that is Gwen here. Moffat needs to do the same, and more than ever here. You are running this one full aggression here across the board. That Sylas, while yes, and the Akali do have potential to find their way into kind of that 2-item, 3-item power spike where they're very oppressive, but they need to accelerate that before we have someone like Zephyr just accumulate gold. And that is exactly what we saw out of game 1. No one ever punished Zephyr. Dude literally
Nope.
sat there the entire early game, and while he didn't find any kills, didn't really find any way to spread the wealth there on that Corki, doesn't matter. He doesn't need to. He just needs to survive and bid. Just bid his time.
To be fair to Durham, they tried. They sent resources towards that mid lane. Moffat went up there. Oof went up
Yes,
there,
they
but that
did.
was a Corki. And Corki's just too slippery. Azir is more punishable. So I want to see that sort of pressure in there. And Zephyr, one of the things we were talking about in between the two games here off air was why Durham failed. Because you were so high on their composition in game one. And I respected that the early game should have been dominant. It wasn't. And a lot of that was that Moffat didn't manage to find good ganks in the early game. And this time, I want to see Durham respect the Gwen ganks a little bit more. Yes, she's not a great ganker, but you overextend that far, you are going to get punished. And I want to see Moffat looking for some of these more efficient ganks here. Don't throw it into the mid lane if it's a Corki. Azir is punishable, yeah, but only go in when the setup's been there. If not, look for this bot lane. Ashe, Lulu, the moment they cross that river, their escapes are severely limited, and you have a Nautilus in the bot lane. Gank assist, gank setup is ready and waiting for you in the bot lane for Moffat.
And the problem is we can't have Moffat sit here towards that level 6 window and have that be the crux for when it begins here for Moffat. You need to turn this one up from the very get-go. The minute you've got that flag and drag online, you should have been setting up for a position to find a gank into any one of these more impressionable lanes here. If you want to make your impact on Zephyros, get Hectic into a place on the Sylas that looks good, great. You should be planning for it and setting that up from the get-go, because I'll tell you what, if you slow down even for a second here for Durham, St. Clair will take it and run with it. They want this game to go on. They want this one to extend longer and longer here, because as it continues on, it's a ticking time bomb.
Yep. And Durham, they're going on hard mode here, because last game they had winning lanes and they kind of struggled to get dominance in most of them, barring Anime Girl, of course. This time, you don't even have the winning lanes per se here. Azir lanes perfectly well into Sylas. Sylas doesn't have a ton of kill threat. And Akali, Anime Girl is playing on Nightmare mode right now because Aatrox doesn't care that you've got the Shroud up and available. Aatrox hits everything around him anyways. The Qs are largely AoE. A lot of his spells are AoE there. So I feel like you're putting a lot of weight on Anime Girl's shoulders to not crumble. And even if they go even here, it's not like the Akalis are going to suddenly outscale the Aatrox either. They're still going to be fairly evenly matched. And Aatrox has bigger impact in bigger team fights.
Right. I was about to say the Akali, what does she really have an opportunity to capitalize on in terms of what St. Clair is putting out there, right? There's so much CC, there's so much peel available here from every single champion on rotation in this composition that if the Akali does find her way in towards that backline, I am more than sure that even if she does find, say, a kill, like what we've seen on, say, something like Barlow, that's something that has been a reoccurrence here in game one. Guess what? She'll probably just as crushed as quick as what is her engage, you know?
Yeah.
Like
there's a lot of agency on the Akali, great. But you mentioned Barlow too, and to me it's like, great, you killed Barlow. That was the Ashe. We saw last game a couple of times Barlow sacrificing his life for the greater good. And if you're focusing the Ashe, well, Zephyros thanks you for your service. Zephyros will happily kill you after and take over. And likewise with Thresh as well. Lulu is such a strong counter to a lot of these assassins. And if Akali is going in, Sylas doesn't have that ease of access into the backline. Sylas might get stopped by a front line, not to mention Emperor's Divide. That's going to play merry hell for all these divers.
Oh, man. Well, we'll have to let it stand here. It might not appear just yet, but once we get to those team fights, they should be a spectacle. As for us, though, it's game 2 here of Durham Lords versus St. Clair Saints. I, of course, am still your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined by my lovely color, Random Minion caster.
Okay, and right away, we're seeing Durham interestingly set up on this top side here. I'm curious to see if they actually think they want to invade, because I'm not sure
Switch
what
sides.
the end goal here is. Are they just trying to stop a potential invade of their...
Well, I mean, remember what happened last time? They did find early sustained poke here on Durham from rotations out from St. Clair Saints towards that top side. You got some nice resets on both Zephyros and Ricky, like just right from the get-go, or I believe E-Hug. And so St. Clair Saints has learned their lesson, per se, but I don't think it was such a big deal given that St. Clair Saints did come back to win game 1.
And my bigger problem, too, is that you don't have the Mundo. Like, this is not something where you can poke from range and win that trade. Oh,
Ricky.
no.
I like
That's
the
a
move here.
ghost.
He's actually going to expend the flash onto this one. Remember, Anime Girl doesn't have flash. Doesn't have flash. No flash on the
doesn't.
board, no escape.
You've only got the Ignite, and E-Hug had Ghost as well. The upside of that particular trade is that
man.
E-Hug is going to have to solo Red Buff, and it's going to be starting late. But is it worth losing out your lane and having to burn TP this early? I don't know. I kind of want to see E-Hug just clear topside and go for the repeat gang top.
I mean, you have all the setup, all the safety in the world to make this one work against Emergent, and you're playing into an already decisive lane against Aatrox there. Don't be put off by the poke that you're seeing, folks, right? That Aatrox will find its way back into running this one here. Instead, though, I like the response. Moffat's quick towards this blue here. Is it found out by E-Hug, though?
Yep. E-Hug does see it, but I do believe Moffat secured it. Yeah, Moffat secured it.
Did secure it.
Yeah, so that's still a huge a win from Moffat there to be able to deny away that blue buff, which is somewhat helpful for Gwen to sustain, as well as the early experience here. I'm glad that Durham did it, because you make that death from Anime Girl somewhat mitigated.
Ooh. That's gotta feel bad there. Didn't quite find the chompers where they wanted them there, and as a result, Oof actually takes a much worse trade for working his way in there on that Nautilus. So actually don't come up on top of that bot lane here. Ricky poked out, but Anime Girl can't quite take those turret shots. Gotta be very careful there.
Well, Anime Girl's been doing a great job actually since getting back to lane, just pressuring out this Aatrox early here. And if you can continue to keep Ricky kind of low, there is kill threat, especially once you hit that level 6 there. The only downside is that Ricky still has teleport, right? So worst comes to worst, Ricky goes back, teleports right back into lane. And I love that Ricky set up the wave in a great position
Beautiful
here,
setup.
where he doesn't need a TP back. He can just walk back to lane and he'll be perfectly fine for that. Oh, he's TPing anyways.
Curious to see what he does with the wave, since he has chosen to find immediate return there. Does he want to find a setup for E-Hug? I don't think so here. I don't think, I mean, we both know he didn't have to TP there, so maybe a little bit of a waste.
We'll have to see. I mean, Moffat actually invading the jungle is kind of interesting too, because we called for early ganks from Moffat, and I'm loving that he's looking for something here.
This sucks because E-Hug will, of course, return back to base here, so it is a 2v1 as Ricky gonna find his way in towards the alcove, if we could see it. Over the wall he goes. Moffat already looking half health, flag and drag down there. Ricky now burning with the ignite.
Did he find Moffat?
Moffat, if he finds the return, this is good, but he's unable to do so. Gets a nice heal though, and
One
from the
more!
third stack, and Anime Girl is down.
2v1 with a combat summoner difference, and Ricky comes out ahead. This top lane is in dire straits right now, and Anime Girl doesn't have TPs. Sephiroth mid lane taking a beating, but should be fine on that trade.
Yeah, I was about to say, should be okay there. You know, don't forget E-Hug just sitting in the side lanes waiting to engage here, and he will do just that. A big flash is going to be forced out there from Hectic. A very nice bait from Sephiroth, but Ricky's on top of the world now. 2-0, a winning lane to behold, and I'll tell you what, there is no chance now that Moffat and Anime Girl will be able to work that one into a 2-1 favor ever again.
You know what? There is one last opportunity, Zephyr, and that is level 6 when perfect execution's online for the Akali. But in the meantime, mid lane,
Wind
flash
lane,
for Hectic.
return to Hectic. I mean, that's... Flash down, return. Okay, here we go. Maybe something on to Barlow. The namesake we've discussed several times over. Reminder, he does have that heal, but not even that. The engage is nowhere close to strong enough combined from Oof and, my apologies, Kairos there.
I'm worried for Durham here, Zephyr. I mean, I was talking about mentals, and it's not looking good for them. And now the roam down from E-Hug as well. If Oof and Kairos think they can find the engage, they could very swiftly find things turned around on them. I don't think they have enough damage. Jinx at this point with just a longsword doesn't have enough burst to cut through that heal before E-Hug gets there.
And they're so deep too, right? I don't think there's going to be any source of an engage here. E-Hug just going for the standard clear, wants to find a rotation back up towards that top side, or at least towards the mid. Look for a return gank on either of these lanes who don't have any mobility available. Remember, Kairos, Oof, they still got those flashes. Yes, you could go down there and try to blow those out, but it probably wouldn't be as good as trying to make a return while you still have that second advantage. Ricky, though, World Ender, not going to work his way under turret there, but he does put Anime Girl in a poor position and be forced to back here, and that's more plates. Think about that.
Including deaths, Anime Girl has gone back twice already. This will be the third time if they base off of this. No teleport means that they're losing CS each time. And Ricky! Have mercy, man.
I mean, we should have expected it. The setup, everything, the wave, it was perfection here. Ricky, easily going to be able to heal up and find a return. Moffett, you're far too late, man. You're far too late. Oh, don't back right in front of him, Ricky. That's just BM here. He's going to cake the fight right under turret. He's already got that. He's got that 2-level advantage on this dude.
Yeah, why not back in front of Moffett? What's Moffett going to do? Step up? You step out with that turret
respect,
and you're
RMC.
I don't think Ricky needs to be given any respect right now. Durham needs to respect Ricky. This top side is a wash. And what I want to see Durham do is play towards your bot side. Kyo, Rez, and Oof don't have the kill pressure alone, but they are winning this bot lane because Fresh has been roaming. That's an Infernal Dragon you can go for, and Moffett now has Cataclysm. So I would love to see Durham kind of say, okay, top side's a wash. It's a sack. Fine. So be it. Play to the bot side instead. We still got Jinx. We've still got insurance here.
You already have Moffett on the rotation down towards this bot side. Going to be clearing out that red. I'd like to see him extend that forward. Try to find some semblance of engage down there as well. And ooh,
what?
Hectic. Hijack. Not quite landing there. That is a bit of a shame.
I thought that was Zephyrot's out for a second. I was like, wait, Hectic didn't move? Yeah, not great to see, though, because now that is an ultimate that Zephyrot had, and I wanted to see pressure bot side from Durham rotate into a dragon. They no longer have that priority around that dragon anymore if they can't get the kills on the Barlow and Fresh, because Zephyrot has ult. Hectic does not.
Moffett already spotted out there, so they know now the presence here of this Jarvan in our bot river, right? So what was supposed to be some kind of setup available, now you already are pre-planned and ready for it to occur at any given point here. And this is the problem that put Durham in such a poor position when it came out of game one. The fact that they could not make good use here of Moffett at any given point, and as a result, Sinclair, they're on the opposite end. They're doing everything that they need to. They find those objectives, they find those rotations. Those ganks are playing directly into the favor here. E-Hug, easily able to pick that Infernal up.
Yeah, if the shoe was on the other foot, maybe E-Hug can steal it. Anime Girl, though. Okay, I honestly expected Ricky to actually try and dive that.
No.
Anime Girl is very, very low here, but being a little bit more respectful. Bot side, though, there wasn't I would have liked to see Moffett just go attempt that steal, because what do you have to lose at this point? Sure, if you give up a death, that's not great, but you're already hemorrhaging so much anyways. Anime Girl actually having to TP back to lane once again. That's 4 recalls now to Ricky's, I think, 2 so far this game.
I gotta give credit where credit's due. Has kept up in terms of the CS, but you've also tacked on the additional 3 deaths on your belt. This time around, though, Durham, they've learned what it takes to take down top side. Got a bit of the orb in play. Oof here, looking for a term onto Barlow. There we go. Moffett in with the Cataclysm. Karez finding the first spot for Durham.
Nice, clean, but what can you get off the back end of that? Dragon, unfortunately, already went down, so it's
Plates.
really only plates. Yep, and they're not even doing it. Kyo Rez is backing out here. They don't know where E-Hug is. They don't know where Fresh is, and they're probably thinking, okay, Fresh might be coming down with E-Hug. We're not confident we win that 2v2, much less Ricky having teleport available. If Ricky shows up, he could probably 1v3 that bot lane.
I understand I understand. It just feels bad knowing that you come out successful on top of just 1 kill finally to work with, and there's about nothing you can do with it. And I'm not saying risk it for the biscuit, but there are moments where you do have to find some level of proactivity and put some gold, put some pacing back into your pocket. Because if you're not, you've got people like Fresh and E-Hug just waiting to make something happen here. Now, sadly, was blown out there from E-Hug. They do have complete pressure on the blue side. Hectic and Oof, they could try to work their way in this one, but they're just going to give it. They're just going to give it. Might as well just give game 2 away.
I mean, they're St. Clair Saints is doing, they're doing Durham dirty, and the problem is that Durham can't respond to this. I was actually worried that they would try and fight that right now. E-Hug is stronger than Moffett when they're sitting on equal items right now. Ricky is an absolute beast, and you can see that if the fight does get joined here, I'm also not sure that Hectic's got the edge over Zephyrot right now. So with that top lane differential, it should go St. Clair's favor, and it wouldn't just be a 1-0 this time. That had the potential to be a 2, a 3 4-0 in favor of the Saints.
Well, either way, they're still dropping so much here across the board. The fact that you can have St. Clair Saints walk their way into your jungle and completely bully you out from your own camps, that's nowhere near good enough, especially sitting at what is 11 minutes here. Now Ricky taking a bit of an exchange there, gonna have to blow that World Ender. Ignite is ticking down there. Nice perfect execution, but a big pull back in secures that kill out for Ricky.
That's rough to see, because it was close. There was an attempt. It just wasn't enough. And at the end of the day, you have to continue making these things. I know it looks really bad for Anime Girl, but if you just sit back and farm under your turret, we've seen Ricky poke out Akali multiple times now. And for Durham, it's got to be the bot lane. Kyle Rez has done an amazing job so far. 1 kill up and CS up as well. This Jinx is trying to farm up a Storm, and until I see Durham get a team fight here, I'm still going to hold out hope for them, because if Jinx gets a free fire, if by somehow, some amazing miracle, the Saints don't pressure the Jinx, Durham can still find a win, and 1 team fight is all it takes at this point in the game to turn things right on their head.
What I am scared, though, is that this time around with this composition, there's so much more of a rundown potential now with Ricky being on that Aatrox, and if you do have Zephyros, look for the setup, which we've seen hard engage last time on Corki. If he does find what he needs there with the Emperor's Divide, splits the fight, I don't know how good Kyle Rez would be looking into those full 5-mans.
Not great, honestly, Zephyr, but it's the only way they come back in, right? And
I know.
It's a lot on how Durham wants to play this, and even if Kyrus does end up going down, maybe it allows Anime Girl to clean house on the back end of things, right? They need some sort of hope at this point.
Well, for now, they're going to go for the engage underneath turret there. Big flash from Barlow straight onto Oof. They're unable to pick up the kills that they want, and instead, Moffat just barely almost falling, though. Kyrus able to find good response there. His own barrage there of the missiles. It is another one to pick up here on this Jinx. If Rock going to look to push in. Ooh, no chains found there.
Well, the chain was found by the wrong target, and Hectic was regretting that one quite intensely. And this is the problem. Durham's bot lane play, 100% the right play. I appreciate that they did that. But Saints are so far ahead that the moment you make a play like that, they're punishing elsewhere. And the Saints, they are a really good team. This is not a case of, Durham making mistakes. This is a case of the Saints just knowing what they need to do when they need to do it. They sack the bot lane. They know it's done and dusted. They drop Herald. They punish mid lane turret. And if that inner turret, when that inner mid lane turret goes down, it's gone. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, when that mid lane turret goes down, the map's going to be split, and Durham has zero control at that point. Kyle Rez is going to be horrifically exposed.
Well, for now, objective bounties are officially going to be up here. First time we've seen them in this series here in Durham. I'll tell you what, they need them. They need them now more than ever to work with here, because I'll be honest, almost all tier 1s down, a massive 4K gold lead. Not as big as we would say in terms of a stomp, but most of that being situated, of course, here on Ricky, notably. That's a problem to deal with.
I'm actually curious to see what the gold lead in the mid lane might be, because there's first strike on Zephyros as well. So there is the potential for part of that gold lead to be coming in from the Azir. Silas, very difficult to get that first strike compared to the Azir. And while we're talking as well, Zephyr, second Drake did go down, Mountain Drake, and that gives us the ocean map here. There is a chance for Durham to set up more ambushes with the ocean map, especially as the map opens up. And they did manage to get some objective bounty gold here. So there are still avenues for Durham to try and come back in. They have made some proactive moves here. And if they can, continue trading even, they're going to win out just because of objective gold.
For now,
there we go.
There we go. Little bit, you got that 2.6k gold lead there sitting on Ricky right now. That's the major assumption of where they find most of their gold. Only a 1k surprisingly in the mid, and notably you do have a good response, 1.7 found in the bot lane for Kyle Rez on Durham Lords, but other than that, everyone else is coming out on top, and that's gotta feel bad.
It's yeah. You know what? Like I was kind of gonna go like, oh, any kills onto Anime Girl I'm not gonna mention, but that was a beautiful arrow. Zephyros now trying to defend his mid lane turret.
He's gonna be arrowed in response there, and they're gonna find a successful kills on Kyle Rez. A nice setup once again for this Jinx, continuing to bolster the effect. But now the true test. Ricky Barlow, the rest of the squad has arrived straight into Oof. Moffat doing a good job trying to front this one out, but he is already gone. Flash forward, Ricky to get the third stack off here. He's going to ignore Oof. He wants to extend this one forward straight onto the carries here as Barlow picks up the last returned kill there. Another dash forward, and the Chompers going to prevent any further aggression, but still, St. Clair Saints, they totally come out completely on top of that one, 3 for 1.
Yeah, and more importantly, my question, where was KyoRez? Moffat was looking for the engage. The call must have been made in comms, and Moffat has no way out there. You need to fight together as a team, but while Moffat engaged, KyoRez just kept walking home, and the damage never came out. You had the Kraken Slayer, now Runan's Hurricane. That sort of mistake cannot happen again for Durham if they're looking to try and turn this around.
I mean, I understand, though. They're scared. I would be, too. You look in the face of Ricky and E-Hug here, two massive potential divers that will be on your butt the minute you work your way into any kind of fight here. Yes, KyoRez, got to man up, got to pull that trigger at some point here, but it is difficult. It is more than difficult here. The minute you find your way into any kind of corner for Ricky, he will destroy you. You will be gone in less than 2 seconds flat.
This is the Champions Yellow Division. You become a champion by being scared, Zephyr. You make the plays you need to
I'm
make.
not saying that either. I'm just telling you the truth. Scared. Scared in their boots, RMC. It is fear and it is clear to see.
Do you see Anime Girl? There was no fear there. Went in on Zephyroth, and hey, the Akali's not doing well into the Aatrox, but Anime Girl still has impact on Zephyroth. True. Okay. Well, that wasn't a fear. It was a tactical reposition.
Tactical repositioning. Got it. Got it. This is what we're calling it now.
Well, KyoRez managed to get yet another objective bounty. That's nice to see. And hey, KyoRez still remains that win con, right? I said that until we see the big fight with that Jinx involved, I'm not calling it over for Durham.
No. Well, gonna be over for Hectic instead. He is able to pick up a return there on the bounty for that turret, so he kind of evens out the goal a little bit. Going to continue to bolster that, but a massive lead now, sitting at 2.3 here in favor of KyoRez. So definitely something to work with, something to find potential success here for Durham Lords. We just need to see him.
Yeah,
just do it.
I mean, actually, if you look at it, KyoRez is richer than Ricky. Has more gold than Ricky. So Ricky, sure, is a huge menace, is a huge threat, 7-0-2, but KyoRez has picked up bounties and objective bounties as well, not just kill bounties. So the game's actually a lot closer than it looks on paper. They just need to get the gold to the fights.
I will say it isn't just him. For now, though, Moffat, heavy engaged E-Hug, his own burn, though. My God, they're shredding Moffat out. And this is exactly what we saw at Game 1. You don't have your current engage tool anymore. Yes, you can try to work with Hectic if you get a nice steal on one of those hijack ultimates, but still, that is for one of your biggest members, notably your jungle, down in the face of the dragon. You don't have a response.
Nope. I mean, Oof can engage as well, but what's the point of engaging when you're going to lose the fight? Your numbers disadvantage. You don't have the smite available. There's no smite steal here. And Zephyr, we're talking about gold leads and stuff like that, but the players can't see that. And honestly, as a player, I'm not super familiar with the objective bounty golds yet either. So if I was Durham right now, all I'm seeing is an 0-6-0 Akali, 3 kills on KyoRez, but Ricky is 7-0-2. And so I understand that they're hesitating to pull the trigger, but how much longer can they keep waiting? We're talking about the scaling from the Jinx a lot, but let's not forget, Zephyroth scales as well. And while it's not been the Corki game yet, the Corki game popped up all of a sudden, and the Azir can do just the same.
Well, we may know that. I feel like it's something, what is it called? Dramatic irony. We have the information that is not as prevalent or available towards these teammates here. For now, they clear. And we discussed this at the beginning of the game. They want this to happen. St. Clair is all than more than ready to let this game continue to find its way later and later here. Because yes, while you might have a little bit of some scale falling out of, say, E-Hug or Ricky from their massive success in the early, people like Zephyroth just get worse and worse here. And I don't know if you're going to have the balance of KyoRez being such a success, able to manage when you sit at what is, 25 to 30 minutes and you still haven't pulled the trigger.
Well, St. Clair Saints are pulling their trigger here on the Baron right now, and look at where Anime Girl is. The TP starting to come through here. Might be a little late.
Is a little late there. Amy Girl, though, in the backline for when he needs to make this one work out. Big knockup down onto Ricky. He's still healing this one up. Successful kill on Mothman, and he keeps this one alive. Yes, though. Kyle Rez does finally find the return. Now going to keep this one rocking forward there with the missiles. Sadly, Emperor's Divide just a little bit too late as E-Hug's going to work back in. This one is rooted out. Barlow in a triple is found, and yes, he will fall. It's a successful ace for Durham, and IMC, it almost looked so good.
It is good, Zephyr. I know that it's a 5-3. It doesn't sound good, but they stopped the Baron. They got all the bounties onto Kyle Rez as well. Jinx is 6-1-0. And more importantly, Durham shows that they can still bite back. St. Clair Saints didn't have a good way into the backline. And this is before we're seeing the big healing cut items come through. It's just the Oblivion Orb on Hectic and Anime Girl. Once we start seeing Morellonomicon with the bigger healing cut come through, Ricky's going to look a lot squishier.
Yeah, Ricky will definitely look more than squishy. Right there alone, he looked squishy. You don't have to tell me he'll look squishy later. He looked like a problem there as well.
Hey, that was one before, man. He lived long enough.
Yeah, I've seen some depressing Aatrox play where they just survive longer and longer. Not as bad as that one Kane game. We had the lovely opportunity of seeing that one time here on NECC. That was something else. But still, it is something to behold here in the face of what has been a poor game for Durham. They do have a light at the end of the tunnel here. Just a little bit better on the front to back, and maybe they come out on top. Nice flag and drag. It's going to be straight into the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Good chompers, but still they find the first knock up there from Ricky. Chompers still providing there.
Hey, and look at where Hectic is. Hectic trying to take another objective bounty here in this top side of the map. Has a teleport available. So for Durham, that's yet another small win for them. The problem is this is only going to last for a minute and a half. Then Soul comes up, and suddenly St. Clair Saints can rip that down. It's on Durham to try and stop Ocean Soul, or else Ricky truly becomes nigh unkillable, or at least for a while longer yet.
For now here, Hectic. I wonder if he wants to make a little bit of the pinch play happen here. Durham, they could find a rotation up, but he's just going to stick around. He just wants to keep pressure in the favor here of this top side, and if necessary, will find his own rotation down. But yeah,
Durham.
It's the Baron starting this one up here, and you've got to be careful. There's going to be a lot of the stack, the weakness provided from Baron here into this fight, and they're not even close to securing it entirely. E-Hug's already in there. Launches finds his way directly back onto Kairos and knock up the bomb. No! That's your main carry. It's already gone. Moffat, the Cataclysm. The one saving grace that keeps the rest of Durham alive, even though he's already dead. Instead, it's a Baron for St. Clair.
It's a Baron and Dragons coming up in 30 seconds as well. Durham, your entire game plan at this point in the game revolves around keeping Kyle Rez alive. Everybody should be sat right on top of that Jinx, trying to peel everything off. And the moment Kyle Rez went down, Durham was done. And this one might be kind of lethal.
Ooh. You're out there. You might as well find your way back in. But hey, we've seen this one. We already planned for that way in advance there. We discussed plenty of times how that Emperor's Divide would make its own impact. And surprisingly closer. Closer than we expected, but still a success for Zephyr.
Oh, the rocket!
Someone gotta clip that. Someone's gotta clip that. Put some sad music over it because you know it's coming. He doesn't.
True. Dramatic irony, Zephyr. And yeah, it was close. But close for who? Because too close for Zephyr out there. And now Moffat trying to go for the hero play there. But no vision, no backup. And honestly, he could just hop over the wall and try and kill him.
Flags down, looking for the drag. Unable to find the steal. It's a full Ocean Soul and a dead Moffat here.
Is it a wrap yet, Zephyr? It kind of feels like it's a wrap at this point, because that's Ocean Soul. Baron's still ticking for about minute 40 here for the side of the Saints. And Sephiroth is about to respawn. So now they can push in. And once they crack a base turret, Durham's really going to struggle to try and defend anything. They're losing on open ground right now. They're losing in every single row. The only way they're winning fights is pretty much around turrets or Baron here when the Saints are taking damage. And once any base turret gets cracked, St. Clair can trickle in from that side while pushing in the other, and they can collapse, they can pinch, and they can die.
They're already setting it up. You've already got Ricky sitting in this side lane who's going to continue to absorb that pressure in the bot, right? And force any kind of reset or support from Durham. Now, they could look for potential kill. Instead, they're just going to clear out this tier 2. Potentially set for the full 5-man of the bot instead.
Ooh, that I think is the one chance that Durham have.
Yeah.
If Saints group up and try and push in like that, those rockets hurt from Iris.
Well, either way, none of them are in position to respond to it.
Where's Kairos? Zephyr?
Kairos.
Where's the Jinx? Okay. That's an inhibitor gone though before. Oh no.
Nice play.
Yeah, super squishy down bot lane. Yeah, now the 5-man stack becomes dangerous.
All right, here we go. Turd's still gonna fall into the face of this one. They gotta pull the trigger at some point. That's when they found it. A very nice Cataclysm in deep there. Moffat not even gonna fall as well, but the response from Ricky as he continues to launch forward will find potentially the rest of this fight. Chains down, Silas out as well as Barlow picks up 2. Ricky keeping Cairo Res in place here as St. Clair Saints find the successful team fight. And let me tell you what, RMC, they find their way to finals.
In commanding style, no less here, Zephyr. Durham Lords coming in as 6th seed. Durham came in as 6 seeds, and it looked like they were set to upset, but St. Clair's Saints, I guess there is a pretty big difference between 2nd and 3rd seed here. And St. Clair Saints, they just look so strong, and they haven't shown their hand either. Yeah, the compositions they ran today aren't the same compositions they ran last week or 2 weeks ago in the quarterfinals. So we know they've got at least 2 different styles, and they've shown that you can't really ban them out. They can just plug and play different champions, which do the exact same thing.
I mean, it's hard to sit here and give analysis in the favor of Durham at any point there because they really just let that one slip away here. We talked about what they needed to fix coming out of game 1. We wanted to see heavier rotations. We wanted to see more support put down towards some of these solo laners, whether it be towards top mid or even that bot when it became the crucial pillar that was going to potentially win Durham their game. Did it ever happen? No. And when the team fights finally came alive, front to back, let me tell you what, RMC, it's far too late. We talked about the uphill battle that comp was going to be from the very get-go, and the longer it went on, didn't matter.
Zephyr, you say let it slip, but Durham was never in a position to let it slip. They were behind, and the Saints just... Well, that was daylight robbery, right? They just went and smashed and grabbed, took what they wanted. And for Durham, I do want to say that Moffat, I think, did a lot better in game 2. We criticized the lack of early ganks. Moffat had some early ganks. The problem, I think, came a lot down to draft, and unfortunately for Hectic and Anime Girl, with the lanes they had, where could Moffat really look to try and make things happen? We did see the ganks in the bot lane. Kyores did get ahead. I think Durham did decently with the hand that they drafted. The draft, unfortunately, didn't pan out too well. And St. Clair Saints, on the other hand, they're the winners. So we need to talk about them, Zephyr, because they won. They're in the finals. And honestly, their draft was really solid from start to finish here. The draft, great in both games. The way they executed as well. I was particularly impressed with the way that they were generating leads from seemingly nowhere there. The fact that eHug just kept finding leads in the jungle just randomly. He shouldn't be able to create that with a Gwen, but he does.
Yeah, I mean, I came into it going, Gwen, that's one of the more suspicious picks that might need to change. St. Clair don't find, but eHug proving more than well enough to make its own impact here. And I'll tell you what, across the board, it has been success story after success story. We can talk about Ricky in a second because I know for a fact that we might have an interview coming up with him. But Zephyr on the mid, once on the Corki, then on to the Azir. While it wasn't as oppressive in game 2 with the Azir, wasn't that star carry that we got to see this time around, it was still just as good. It still found its way to scale up into a nice potential hold there, and it got to the point where it could take its own solo fights.
Yeah, I was going to say, if your Azir solo kills an Akali who's on pretty much even footing, I think the Azir did really well. So, yeah, no, I think Zephyr did a great job both games. If anything, he was just robbed of the opportunity to be flashier because Ricky just absolutely popped off in game 2 there on that Aatrox. And yeah, they're a complete package, right? Barlow as well. Barlow and Fresh. I don't think we talk enough about them because, again, they're not the big carries.
Weak side,
but
baby.
they won their lane. They're not even weak side. They won their lane, Zephyr.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but Barlow was 1v2ing for a lot of it, and it took 3-man dives coming through from Moffat to change that lane condition. Fresh was just everywhere on the map. So, yeah, huge props to the St. Clair Saints. Real package here. And they are going on to the finals where they'll face off against the winner of Bay State Maroon or Queens Golden Gales. And I tell you what, Bay State Maroon might be first seed, but I don't envy whoever is facing them, whether it be that first seed or the 5th seed in the shape of Queens Golden Gales here.
Well, as for us here on Desk, we're going to be going towards a short break. And when we come back, we'll be finishing off Series 2 with an interview with hopefully a fan favorite, Ricky here from St. Clair Saints. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. And like I said, we've got a special treat here to wrap up our second series. Ricky, our boy in the top lane, the menace himself, joining us here for an exceptional interview. Ricky, I want to be the first to congratulate you on making your way towards the finals.
Thank you very much. We couldn't have did it without every member on the team, though. We all played really well together today.
I'm not hearing Ricky
Oh,
here.
can you guys not hear me? My bad.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
there we go.
now,
There we go.
Ricky. Sorry.
Yes, we can.
So I think without the team, we would not have been able to perform like we did today. Every member on the team did really well, respectively. Even though I did solo die in the first game a couple times top lane, I think our team made up for it in the later stages of the game, especially our mid. Shout out Zephyros. Played unreal on court.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that game one Corky was really nasty. But Ricky, you're here for a reason, and it's because you redeemed yourself in game 2 here. You're Aatrox's last pick, which just took over the game. Why don't you tell us a little bit about, the thought process there? Was it like your team feeling bad for you after your Jax game 1 and said, here's your counter pick, run with it?
So pretty much that's what happened. In game 1, we are 3 Jax, and they end up picking Mundo, which is really good lane into Jax. Really good pick by them. Mm-hmm. So comes game 2, we decided that we were going to save counter pick for top and get me a decent lane. And well, look what happened, right? As soon as I get blind pick top it's just so hard to play. As soon as I got counter picked, I was able to self sustain on my own. We got the kill early. I was able to snowball the lead, and as soon as it got the late game, like I was unkillable. Like Jinx was the only threat. I just build armor, and there's nothing they can do.
I mean, the man said it himself, success in the top lane. I mean, just don't play into the direct blind pick and you're more than likely to come out on top there. But tell me, Ricky, what is it like though? Yes, you find success in the top lane, but how do you transition that, of course, into supporting your team as a whole? It's all fine and dandy to find super 4-5 kills onto Annegary Girl itself, but what's the setup look like when you're looking to play around St. Clair Saints?
So the idea was that I can match side lane and nobody can match me. Like if I go side lane, they have to send 3, and that frees up so much space on the other side of the map that we can just control everything on both sides of the map. So we were looking to play on the other side of me as long as I had TP, and if I didn't have TP, we would have Zephyrock collecting waves under turret on side, and I would just group them.
Fair enough. Sounds like a really tough decision for Durham to deal with. And ultimately, they didn't really have one when you started taking off there. So you just kind of forced a lot of those fights. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I've been told that this particular team got formed, in August. So this is the first split for you guys?
Yeah, this is our first split working as a 5. We have never played before until this season. And we've gotten a lot better. Like when we first started, we had some issues, but towards the end of the season, we've been really shaping up well. Like our team is starting to communicate way better together, and it's hard to adapt to a new team, but I think our team has done exceptionally well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you guys only lost 1 game in the regular season, so if that was you guys not doing too well, I am terrified, and I guess that's why you guys are here in the finals now, having punched your ticket there. So how do you guys feel about that? Was this expected that you guys would make it to the finals, win it all? Or have you guys exceeded your wildest expectations here?
I mean, we never expected to be, in the finals, but we always knew that we were good enough to make it. We just had to play our game, And as far as I'm concerned, it's really hard to like set expectations like on finals. It's easier to play every game as it comes,
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Fair
Take
enough.
it in stride here. But I mean, you can take plenty in stride, but is there any setup though, looking towards those finals, whether it be Bay State Maroon or Queen's Gales? Do you guys have any plans working your way into the championship?
So I believe that the only game we dropped during the regular season was to Bay State, and I do want to highlight that they have a really good mage player, Serenok. He was a really big problem for us last time, and we've been looking to make some changes on mid pool to adapt to that playstyle and try to counter it. But aside from Serenok, I think we have some even matchups. Like I'm confident in the top matchup. Our bot lane's been showing out every game. I think they can hold their own against Bay State's bot lane. And our jungler he's really good. He's talented. He's one of the best on the server in my opinion. I think he can match that jungle no problem.
Big words to behold here, and hopefully they'll hold up into our finals. One last thing, Ricky, baby, do you have any final shout outs you want to throw into that live Twitch chat? Those
Of
hellos
course
you've
I
been
do.
waiting
Of course
for?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. Mike's yours.
I got to shout out my people watching back home in Thunder Bay. Everybody grouped up to watch semifinals tonight. It's really cool of them.
Hey.
I got to shout out the other team. They played really well. I heard I have a couple fans over there. They called me a bunch of names and stuff. And shout out to them for making it to semifinals. And they played really well. And one last shout out to the St. Clair staff and team. You guys are amazing. And I'm glad that I get to play with you guys.
Kind words there. Thank you, Ricky. We want to congratulate you once again before we send you out on your way. It was a pleasure having you on our desk.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's been fun.
All right, there you go. There you have it, Mr. RMC. And I believe that'll be it for the two of us here if we're talking about Series 2. But just coming up here, we've got our third series. Let me jump over there. Midland University versus Marymount, California University. Hopefully some names you have heard here on the NECC. I know I have. I know RMC has plenty of times, but hopefully you guys will get just as much of a story to enjoy here. If you want to throw any support, of course, our way, we've still got all the NECC goodies running around below that you can support, but also our Twitters below if you want to give those some love, follows, and appreciation if you support what we do and what we've brought here on this cast. As for us, though, we'll be going towards a short break. And when we come back, the desk, you'll be joined by Dia and Fish.
Hello and welcome back into the NECC. It is semifinal Fridays here. We've got our final game of the night in the Emergent Cyan division. Fish joined by Dia to call all of the action. Dia, we've got a fantastic match. We've got Midland. They're 7-0. They've got one goal on their mind. It is first place or bust for them. They're taking on Marymount, who has won 5 of their last 6 games to make to the 5 seed. They had an epic 3-game series with Midland about midway through the season. This is shaping up to be a very, very good final semifinal.
It really is. I'm excited to see if we can take it again to three games. Maybe with Marymount having a little bit of a better idea of how to take down Midland, because I do think that there are weaknesses here. Midland play exceptionally well, but I do see sort of tendencies that they revisit over and over. This roster hasn't shown me flexibility, and if Marymount can, pose that challenge to them, pose especially a question in the jungle, I think it could be their path to 1, possibly 2 games.
The big question for me is going to be in the top lane. Last season, Midland was 2nd place in the upper division NECC. The only returning player is Scuzzrat, and he has been phenomenal. That is their game plan every single time. They want to gap that top lane. Oddly enough, Zebo Gap, their jungler, wants to camp for Scuzzrat all game long. What can Keels for Fun, who's mainly a tank player, we've seen a lot of Ornn in the NECC, what can he do up in that top lane? It is going to be his job to not die, not get behind, because the moment he falls behind, Scuzzrat is going to take over this game as, on paper, the best individually talented player in this entire matchup.
Oh my god, I was just looking at the past sort of games from him, and the fact that when you have a mid laner that can blind pick a control mage like Anivia, it gives you so much flexibility and it generates so much confidence. Anivia isn't one of those things like, say, a Zed where you're like, I'm going to style on you really hard and that's cool. Anivia saying, I will crush your soul out of this game. And that's something that Midland are very clearly comfortable doing. Pile on top of that they don't actually prioritize him in the draft and they let him sort of wait around until later on. He's not a player who is strong because his team gives him a lot of resources. He's a player who's strong despite the fact that he gets no resources, and that kind of thing is scariest of all.
And I think down in the bot lane is kind of where we don't really know what's happening. Both those teams don't rely too much on their bot lane, so I'm curious if maybe one of them will have a pop-off moment. And the other thing, Dia, that we have to talk about that is just so unique because it's Collegiate League of Legends and we don't have special servers, we're playing on the preseason patch. Everything you've done in the regular season doesn't really matter because we have new dragons, new items, a couple new runes. It's kind of interesting if Midland struggles with those changes. They're not going to be the easy number 1 seed because they didn't go 7-0 on preseason. They went 7-0 in last season's patch.
Fish, I have to ask you, have you had the chance to experience the glory that is preseason? We played a few games. Have you witnessed it? It is.
Like, glory, you mean Axiom Axe just one-shotting everything and then the ult's up again before you even think about it? Because that's all I know is about Axiom Axe. And I'm like, they finished that item. I'm now dead. Thank you. And oh, look, they ulted again. Yes. I love it. The Dragons, it's been kind of fun. I mean, what's your favorite part of the preseason, As we hop into the draft and we see the bans. We see them targeting down that Kayn. I like that pick there for Midland to ban that away because that is a lot of what the jungler from Marymount wants to do.
I mean, I gotta tell you, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. Axiom Arc has been super good. I personally, as a Seraphine player, have been enjoying it, but perhaps not in my ranked games, and perhaps my teammates may not be enjoying it nearly as much. However, I do think that one of the people that have to look out for the receiving that enjoyment of Axiom Arc this game is going to be Marymount, especially because Gap has already demonstrated that he's willing to pick that Nocturne and just full send it every time. With that being such a powerful pick here, I'm surprised they don't go for it instead, opting for the Aatrox and the Lee Sin right off the bat. It's a heavy skirmish comp and one that plays directly into Midland's win condition, the jungle and mid synergy.
I'm really curious how Keels for Fun is going to handle that. Just basically taking on Scuzzrat. And this pick right here for Kamamatsu Boy is very interesting. They first picked the Victor, did Marymount. And something that was interesting to note is Scuzzrat had actually been playing quite a lot of Victor top in his preseason games. It was actually a kind of shocking amount. I don't know if that was sort of that pseudo 4th ban on blue side. You take away the Victor because you don't want to play into it, because we have not seen Karamatsu Boy play that Victor. I'm curious how he will play that champion in game 1 of the semifinal.
I'm a little bit worried about it as well because it ended up getting counter-picked, worst of all by the Xerath, extraordinarily long range, and can bully something like the Victor, but will be vulnerable to the new and improved Trundle. We'll keep an eye on how that mid lane goes, but something that we do know is that Midland are really experienced on this. So experienced, in fact, that sometimes when it's picked, Ramadan Steve will end up piloting it while Scuzzrat takes to the top lane.
See our final picks get picked in here. I like the Misfortune pick. The Soraka is going to give a lot of survivability up to Keels for fun with that ultimate as well. And we get the Caitlyn and the Amumu. I mean, we haven't seen too much of that support lane after the changes, but still a very, very powerful pick, especially against the Soraka. You land a bandage toss, and you can lock down someone in that bot lane. I'm very curious how the junglers will go in this top lane matchup. Skarner's not a champion you see all that often in the top lane, though I know it has some play. I'm curious how it will match up because you kind of get the tank player in Keels for fun. They like to play Ornn against the carry player for Scuzzrat. And you know, if you're a carry player and you just can't kill a tank, that can tilt you off the face of the earth if your team's expecting you to be 2-0 or 3-1 by the time laning phase ends.
Now, Fish, I'm gonna just throw something out there. One of the things that at least is putting me on the back foot when it comes into this draft as a Marymount is the fact that, yes, top lane Skarner is something new. It's something not all the teams are used to playing into. However, you are putting yourself at an inherent disadvantage on the champion if you're not entering the jungle. And I can only imagine that a draft like this is meant to result in a topside 2v2 that you are guaranteed to win, especially around Rift Heralds. Skarner is not picked to lane here. He's picked to hang out until level 6, join up with his jungler when you do get the benefit of those spires with the assistance of the solo lane gold that you've been able to accrue in that time. With this, Marymount are in a way forfeiting all sorts of top priority, at least when it comes to the ganks, and really opting into those objectives around a strong bot lane in Misfortune Soraka.
And speaking of that Skarner, it's a question. Every time Skarner gets played, Dia, when do you pay the tax? When do you pay the Quicksilver Sash tax for a Caitlyn, for an Aatrox, for a Lee Sin? Because the moment those Quicksilver Sashes come online, Skarner becomes, really a glorified cannon minion. You ult in, and then they just immediately cleanse it, and you just kind of stare at each other like, oh, you're in my backline now. I'm curious how long Keels for Fun will get value until Midland is just going to say, well, you know what, we'll Quicksilver Sash up. Maybe we'll bring Azanias on the Zerat to at least be able to pop it as soon as that ult ends. And then you lose a lot of that team fight potential that Marymount loves to do. This is a team fighting team. They want to be able to brawl, as you said, probably around objectives. But Skarner, it's an odd ticking time bomb, right? He's got to get to 6, and then he's got to hopefully get value before everyone just is immune to his ultimate.
And especially inside of this season, something that we haven't seen built that often was Silvermere Dawn, but on Aatrox this game, on Lee Sin this game, it's actually pretty darn good. Neither of them are really tanks either and don't want to hang out for the long time that Skarner can suppress you. However, with a Silvermere Dawn, you get all of the benefits of a QSS with now the 40 attack damage, the 300 health, the 35 MR, that all help make you more tanky and even scarier to a backline, frontline alike. Trundle here, not going to get a whole lot of value for Origins, not a whole lot of tanks to ult instantly, and it really is going to be about the damage here. The burst damage needs to be there for Marymount every single time. If Karamatsu Boy or Yuxin are not in range of a fight that Keels or Origins is starting, it's just not going to go their way.
And I wonder if Invictus will change their playstyle. They're sort of the engage player for Midland. I'm curious if they will save Bandage Toss, save Curse of the Sad Mummy, and just basically drop all their CC on Keels, right? And as soon as that Skarner goes in, because Skarner gets value from ulting you and then movement speeding back into their team, if you just lock down that Skarner, that's just going to be a dead Scorpion. So I'm curious if Invictus will still look to be engage happy, or will say, I'm just going to let Skarner come in, I'm going to CC you into the ground, and now we're playing a 5v4.
Yeah, I'm genuinely curious as well, because something about the draft says to me that Midland aren't coming into this with a whole lot of chill. Something about the Aatrox Lee Sin really tells me that he's likely to be on the engage path. And while I have my hesitations about that because the counter engage for Amumu can be so strong and can turn things around, my suspicion is that despite the fact that you and I are going, that would be really good, that they're not going to need to do it. If they're playing their comp correctly, that top lane 2v2, that mid lane 2v2 even, should be in their favor, and then they should be able to translate that into a snowball. Midland need to take control in the early game before that Skarner hits 6. Get gold stacking on somebody so that you've got a power point, and keep that snowball rolling through the mid game.
I think for Marymount, as you said, they've got to give first blood, and they've kind of got to throw a little sucker punch in Midland's mouth. Because I think you said Midland's coming in with no chill. They're coming in with a first place or bust attitude. And when you go 7-0 in the regular season, you've earned that a little bit. And also, there's some spicy quotes out there from Midland. I mean, Zebo Gap said that him and Scuzzrat are the best jungle top in the NECC, and he said it's not even close. So they are very, very confident. And if you get a first dragon, you go up 4-1, have a great early game, the team that really thinks they're going to come in and roll kind of goes, oh, wait, what's happening? So I kind of want Marymount to get that cheeky, maybe you double gank from top lane, something to get themselves out in front first. Because I think Midland, if they get ahead, they're going to steamroll you because they believe they can.
You know, I'm thinking about this even more now that we've had a little bit of time sort of in between the draft and the game to do so, and I'm not entirely down on Marymount's composition either. They did have the top lane Skarner, which I think will put them in a whole early game, but you've got a pretty strong bot lane, and you've got a Trundle to be able to throw in what are now very powerful gank assists into that lane. If you end up showing a little bit of pressure there, getting your Misfortune rolling, you've got some pretty darn strong counter engage yourself. And Aatrox or Lee Sin tries to jump on you around that level 6 mark for the Skarner, or even for the Trundle, and you can stop that very, very easily. It could just be that the aggression from Midland may be a little bit too much inside of this game if they're not wary of the fact that Marymount very much have tools to turn around game states on their head.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think the other question mark, I kind of brought it up, is what this Victor pick was about for Marymount, right? It's not something we've seen Converse Boy play at all in the regular season, and it kind of feels like a counter pick into maybe what something that Scuzzrat had, like a cheese pick top lane, and they're like, well, we just don't want to let that through. Because playoffs is always a very hard time to just start experimenting. Usually you see, especially in a game one, I'm just going to pick my favorite that gets through. I mean, the Anivia was banned, so it's a little bit harder, but I'm very curious how this Victor will go. It could go very, very well, or if it's something where it's like, hey, can you just play Victor because we don't want to play against it? That can sometimes blow up in your face. So that is the other lane I really am curious about watching for Marymount. And for Midland, yeah, I think you might be right. I was always planning around Skarner's going to engage. I could see Midland just being the aggressor, and you're right. They do have tools in the Trundle, in the Skarner, to kind of shut those things down.
Again, we're going to see this in the first couple minutes of the game, though. If Midland can take off, really good signs for them. If Marymount, however, can find the initial advantages, they're the ones that are going to be potentially going home with the advancement in the playoffs. Nice level 1 play. Doesn't look like it's going to be sniffed out just yet, but if we take a look at where Marymount's ADC and supporter positioning, I don't think they have any interest in even contesting.
I think Midland also just realizes they're going to back here. They get the aggressive ward. I think we'll get a pretty chill early game here. Very curious what the Skarner wants to do. Very curious where Origins is going to be roaming, because Zebo Gap and Scuzzrat, I think, are basically going to go hand in hand in that top lane. I'm very curious where Origins will go. Do I try and match the 2v2, or do I try and put advantages across the map so that, even if Kills for Fun is dying, my team's also trading even?
I think that for Origins, what I'd like to see him do is start in the top side and path his way bot, or if he's going to start bot lane as he is right now, go ahead and go for the early full clear, or even try and turn that into a little bit of scuttle priority to try and get away from the 2v2, try and take the scuttle earlier than Zebo will be there. You are opting into the 2v2, you are losing, but your real win condition does have to be around that bot lane. If you're ganking Skarner, I think you're just playing the game wrong.
Junglers will start at their bot side. That maybe Zebo Gap goes for the full clear, because, I mean, again, if you want to gank a Skarner, pre-6 is definitely the time, but I have to assume Kills for Fun is going to opt to play this incredibly safe. You cannot give Scuzzrat kills because he is the carry for Midland. You do not want to let him get ahead, as he's already taken a ton of damage here in this top lane. And I think you're right. I think Lee Sin's going to go for a full clear, and I think Origins is basically going to mirror that on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, it seems like the best play for the junglers. Zebo has a little bit more flexibility in what lane he chooses to gank, but the bot lane won't be the focus, and that's the thing that you have to prioritize as Marymount, not just as Origins, but as the actual Misfortune Soraka lane that should be winning a matchup, especially into melee champions like Invictus on the Amumu. You do need to be getting CS advantages, or at least going even until your Trundle ends up being able to pop down in towards the south. Origins right now just popping up towards the top side with Zebo, one camp ahead on the clear right now. should just be stagnating the pace of the game for the moment, and it looks like Scuzzrat has ended up stagnating it in his favor. He ended up getting a really nice shot there, and did choose to cancel the back for a little bit more tempo in the favor of Zebo. The movement that we talked about for Origins earlier on is being able to take an early Scuttle Crab, now effectively gets denied by Scuzzrat's nice thinking.
Great job by Scuzzrat. I thought he might back with Keels freezing the lane. As you said, he rotated down. I think Zebo Gap is almost trying to bait that. Never mind, he ends up picking up the Rift Scuttle. And we'll see if he wants to go up in that top lane. It's going to be very hard to gank with how far pushback Heals for Fun is. Wave does sort of even out in the middle of that lane, and both junglers are coming up. Origin's the first one to ping. As Zebo Gap is still farming out his final camp. Scuzzrat going to try and dash away. Ward will go down, going to get pillared and stunned as well. Forced to flash over the pillar.
This is fine, this is fine. Zebo's on his way. You can still turn this if you want. Origins can't stand up to this forever, but a little bit of split focus, it does make this harder. Zebo ends up picking up the first blood, and that is exactly the kind of play Marymount could not make in the early game. Ganking the Skarner is losing the game, Fish.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I like the play. As soon as you got Scuzzrat's flash, just disengage. You have to know Zebo Gap is there, and now Keels for Fun might just be dead. Has to blow the flash to get away, and all this time, you also lost a teleport on your Victor. That just gave a free lane push for Ramadan Steve. He gets a free back. That was just a complete disaster, and as you said, they could not gank the Skarner. I think they needed to trust Keels for Fun with this Skarner pick, that he was going to be able to survive in that top lane, and that is not what you wanted to see. Best case, you didn't get the kill over to Scuzzrat. It did go over to Lee Sin, but even then, that's grasping at straws.
Exactly, and the really big problem here, more so than that Zebo got a kill, more so than that Scuzzrat is now marginally ahead, is that your bot lane, your point of focus, and your point of strength for Marymount isn't getting any attention, and now when it does, it can be matched by Zebo, who will be even in tempo at that point. We do really need to keep an eye, though, around this southern end of the rift, because if we get a play going for Marymount down here, all is forgiven.
One bright side for Marymount, his Keels for Fun takes a ton of damage, has to land that stun to walk away. Scuzzrat did blow the teleport, coming back with that extra goal with the Iron Spike whip, so if a dragon comes up, Ocean Dragon is up, and you maybe want to make a play with Keels for Fun, you do have that teleport advantage, but again, that Skarner's not level 6, so there isn't much that Skarner can do. As you see that Zebo Gap is down by that dragon, ready to go, basically just camping it out, waiting for Origins. Midland has total early game control right now, even with just this one kill, and that's exactly what I think they wanted to do, is apply pressure early and perform the way they expected.
I mean, take a look at the bot lane as well. We've got Ramadan Steve and Zebo going over to do the dragon. Origin's going to try and interrupt it, but meanwhile, Yuxin and Pango are just sat underneath their tower. They can't actually do anything, and well, Pillar ends up going down. Origins goes over the wall, but it may be into his own death. From the side, Karamatsu boy, can he turn this around? Ramadan Steve's out of mana.
Origin's gonna get hit by that bandage toss. Unfortunately, Yuxin and Pango took the long route.
Zebo's still
finally
alive!
able to join the fight, but Zebo Gap is gonna live through the Chaos Storm, and now Pango's gotta get away, waiting for that bandage toss. Is Invictus, they're not gonna be able to find it. Unfortunately for Marymount, their bot lane just took the long path around Dragon, and that was effectively a 2v4 the entire time.
Really unfortunate stuff for them. Again, misestimating where they're strong. And in the mid game, yes, maybe plays like that work out for you. But before Yuxin has the ultimate to layer over the cluster of people that gathered around the dragon, there's no hope of coming out on top of that. And now, even your mid game is starting to wither away. Already a 2,000 gold lead in the favor of Midland, and the dragon on top of it is exactly the early game that they wanted, and 3 kills on their Lee Sin. They really couldn't be happier.
This is exactly the game plan, as you said, that Midland drew up. I mean, not only is it 3 kills, everyone on Midland has gotten at least 1 assist, so that gold is spread out a little bit more than if it was just a 3-0 Lee Sin and maybe an assist here and an assist there. Everybody now has a lane advantage. I mean, you look at the CS in the top lane, sort of what we expected it to be. Origins forced to smite that Rift Scuttle there, barely dodges the Sonic Wave. I mean, look at the bot lane too. You hit home on this deal. That's where they've got to focus. Yuxin is now down almost 20 CS and 2 assists to Noro. That is going to be harder and harder for Origins to find a play down there.
Now, the game plan for Midland is still pretty darn telegraphed. We knew what they were going to do in the early game, and we get to continue to know what their game plan at least should be around this. I'm going to call it a mid-game, even though it's not, because Midland are, well, they're starting off on the right foot, and sort of it's their mid-game plan, if nothing else. The Rift Herald, having just spawned, needs to be their focus, and as Marymount, you've got to take advantage of that with an unorthodox play towards the bot side. If you keep going top, you're just going to keep losing.
Feels for Fun is level 6 now on this Skarner. Potentially going to look for an ult onto Scuzzrat. They'll simply dash over the wall. And we might get a 3v3 here in around that Rift Herald, but I think Marymount is just simply going to disengage. And you're right, they can't fight with this Skarner, but they have to keep Midland off of this Rift Herald because that's just going to balloon that gold lead. I think Zebo Gap can just hover Rift Herald that entire time, and that's going to be a threat. Also, Scuzzrat, he is sticking around this blue buff. He is making Origins work for it.
I mean, Fish, their bot lane is crying right now.
Yeah.
Yuxin and Pango, they're being frozen on while all this is happening. They literally can't win a fight in top lane, and they can't approach the wave in bot lane. I say we sit back and we just watch the gold sort of separate over time, because it's just going to get worse and worse. Remember, Origins doesn't have the ult right now. He still might kill Zebo, but the 2v2 is what this was always about, and Scuzzrat is able to come save the day.
Oh, looking for a dash over the wall, forced to blow that flash. Robin on Steve has to flash away from the Chaos Star as well. Scuzzrat is here, so is Invictus, snuck up from the bot lane. Kristen Side Mummy is going to land on the Keels for Fun. That is a dead Skarner. Second bandage shot is going to land on Karamatsu Boy. We'll put down the stun though. Scuzzrat not scared, going to dash through.
That was a sick Infernal Chains.
Victor, but unfortunately not able to get that kill. We're just going to stick around here.
I gotta say, this has been a pretty good game. Good bit of fun here, watching Scuzzrat with the Glacial Augment. It's not something I'd tried on the Aatrox, but I've seen it a few times, and it just looks good here. Rift Herald does end up getting smited away, and hey, looks like Ramadan Steve might die, but that should be it.
Oh.
Flash from kills for Fun.
Nice flash on the Zebo Gap there. All right, a little bit of a comeback from Marymount. They used the teleport on the Skarner wisely. 2 kills for Rift Herald, not an awful trade. The end, it also gets you on the board. It gets your Victor a kill, a couple assists onto your Trundle, and you feel like you're back in the game a little bit. And I also think it's a relief to finally kill Zebo Gap because he had gotten away at low health 2 times. It's just nice to finally get a kill.
I mean, all things considered, that was actually pretty good. Marymount shouldn't have been able to get away with it, but they do end up finding the picks, and like you say, it does feel really nice for them, especially considering that they were down 2,000 gold. They've been able to keep it the same as opposed to having it expand off of losing the kills, and now they get to continue in a relatively even game state. That is, of course, until Rift Herald gets dropped, and if I'm Midland, I say we just drop it mid lane. I mean, mid lane is always the best place, or almost always the best place to put the Rift Herald, I should say. And, well, you might look at this and go, yeah, well, why don't you want to put it bot lane? Why don't you help Noro just keep hammering away at Yuxin? The fact is that they don't need the help right now. Midland's bot lane is doing just fine, and as long as they can keep Yuxin and Pango suffering, Marymount are going to continue putting themselves in the hole.
Speaking of suffering in the bot lane, this should be a free dragon for Midland because Scuzzrat is going to have the teleport to come down and help out if he needs to, and the Impale is not quite off cooldown for heals for Fun. Does have that micro stun as well, but would have to land decent combo to stop that teleport. Looks like for now it's going to be a 4v4, maybe in a 4v3 around the dragon, as Karamatsu Boy has really no interest in this Cloud Dragon. It's just going to be handed over for free, but I like that play from Marymount. I think they only get further and further behind. And look at that, our first game of preseason, Dia, and we get one of the new dragons. We get the Chem Dragon.
Let's go. I really like Chem Dragon. That's a good bit of fun. Unfortunately, ooh, Lord, running on Steam, not having a good bit of fun in the mid lane. Almost goes down there. Popping that barrier is, well, you know, a summoner disadvantage, but for Midland, not really the most worrying of things. This game isn't really about their mid lane as much as they got that counter pick, although I do like to see that Karamatsu Boy is at least comfortable enough on the Victor.
Picked up 2 plates as well. Really the best performing member for Marymount right now. I mean, 100 CES has a very sizable lead in the mid. This is a fantastic pick. I mean, as you said, this is I had questions about this pick, and there is the Rift Herald. It will be dropped in the bot lane. This should be first tower. They're going to need to put a little bit of extra damage on it, but with Shelly taking all that damage, they should be able to. Orange is just coming down. We'll see if they want to take a fight. Shelly will go down. They're not quite able to pick up first tower. Bullet time is going to be used on Zebo Gap. able to dodge most of it, get silenced, but I think this is just going to have to be, unfortunately, a disengage. Look at that damage on the Pango. Great job by Midland. I would have liked to see them get first tower out of it, but they're close enough. I think one more wave push they'll be able to get.
That was one of the better situations that Marymount had to try and take a fight, and good heads-up play from Midland to disengage. One of my worries coming into this game, and when, again, we saw that Aatrox and the Lee Sin, was that they were going to try and maybe make this game a little bit more aggressive than it needed to be, but Midland have been playing with really good pace, and honestly, inside of what I'm going to again generously call the mid-game, Marymount have played pretty well at the same time. Their priorities still around top lane have been misplaced so far, however, it's not hurting them nearly as much in their overall gameplay, and especially now that you've got that misfortune with the bullet time that very clearly can dish out the damage if you lay down things like the pillar in just the right spot.
They're going to get a lane swap here from Midland. They're going to send their top lane, their bot lane up to the top. They'll send Scuzzrat down to that bottom side where he's got a 3-level advantage on Yuxin and a 4-level advantage on Pango. That might be a 1v2 that the Aatrox wins. Turret plating will go down, and I'm curious, you can see Marymount all moving towards the middle of the map. I think they're just going to match this flip from Midland. They'll lose a couple waves for it, but they do not want Scuzzrat to just dominate that level 7 misfortune.
The move for Midland is very much about getting tower plating on your Caitlyn. Noro's already done so well in the 2v2 alongside Invictus, and now gets to keep doing that. And Scuzzrat, of course, gets the benefit of the first tower, but the additional gold still very much going in the favor of Marymount. And without any real kills, they're able to expand their gold lead by about 1,000 in the course of 30 seconds. Scuzzrat having nothing to fear. Gore Drinker completed just along Zebo. Can keep pushing this lane out. Well, honestly, I'd like to see Marymount go for this play in the top lane, not because it'd be good League of Legends, but because it'd be good old-fashioned fun, Fish.
Hey, they got the flash on Invictus trying to catch him under tower, so if it's a fight they might be able to win, I'm with you, you just take it. I think both junglers will end up backing, though they don't like fun unlike us, they're just going for good old-fashioned League of Legends. And you've got Dragon up in a minute and a half, every objective has been dominated by Midland, so now you start to look, and this is where your Skarner gets value, right? Nobody has a Quicksilver Sash. He's above level 6. This is where you need your Impale to get a high-value target and get a pick for your team, because this is one of the few fights I think you'd be able to pull it off. Because as soon as you die to Impale, the first thing I do when I go to the shop after I'm dead is look for Quicksilver Sash to figure out how fast I can buy it.
Yeah, that's exactly the next purchase for a lot of these guys, especially because they've already got a pretty comfortable game. Although I do think that one of their targets next needs to be Karamatsu Boy, who has been doing extraordinarily well in the mid lane. Some of the most CS in the game right now, and honestly, crown jewel of Marymount as we approach this mid game. Yes, the game is falling apart around him, but Victor, once he hits 2-3 items, really doesn't care anymore, and he can and will blow up frontliners like Zebo and Scuzzrat as if they were made of paper.
Zebo, Ramadan, Steve, you both gotten away with less than 50 HP before from that Chaos Storm. Once Karamatsu Boy gets 3 items, that is not going to be the case. You're totally right, Theo. They do pick up that Rift Herald once again for Midland. That's going to probably be dropped in the mid lane so they can just get all the tier 1 towers up. Should fall in just really a matter of minion waves at this point. So I like this map control for Midland. They've got 3 towers to 0 here as the second Rift Herald of the game will get dropped. And they're setting up perfectly for our first Chem Dragon of the NECC for you and I. Unless we get a fight, Origins comes up the pillar. There it is. The bullet time picks up one. Zebo Gap and a Dragon range away. Origins and ends up getting away for free, but that should mean a Dragon on the board for Marymount.
Oh, no.
Midland wants to contest this.
That's what we thought. Yeah, but Scuzzrat says otherwise. This is where Midland's over-aggression could bite them, but there's no misfortune ultimate. What a play!
Is that a 5-man Curse of the Sad Mummy for Invictus? That is a sad Marymount team nonetheless. Pango should be able to get away with a sliver of health. A great bandage toss onto Origins, who's hunting down Noro, not able to find it. Worldbreaker popped by a Scuzzrat. The ace in the hole is going to land on the Skarner as well. They'll flash away, and what looked like a free dragon is going to be soul point for Midland.
Sheesh, Invictus, please. The fact that he was able to pull that off was big, and well, Midland had, I'm going to call it a 40% chance of winning that team fight anyway, which is a lot. Invictus flashing for that Curse the Sad Mummy, you take your hands off the keyboard as Marymount. You're like, you know what? You're right. We don't win this. We don't win this fight. We don't win this game. We don't win anything anymore because now Midland is on sole point. They've got so much of a gold lead off the kills and the gold lead that they already accrued earlier on. Karamatsu boy has been taken down finally, and everybody is a raid boss on Midland. Even Scuzzrat right now is drawing the attention of not 3 but 4 members.
Still alive. I think the CC chain should be enough. He'll look to dash to safety. Origins will blow the flash, but Karamatsu boy was there, and that's a great pick on to Scuzzrat. The only problem is there's just nothing to fight over on the map right now, and that, I think, has been Marymount's biggest downside. They've won fights, but they've won fights where they can't capitalize on it, right? They won that fight. They couldn't even get to Dragon before Scuzzrat just teleported in and said, we're taking this in a 4v5. I just want to see Marymount get a pick over an objective. You've got Baron soon. You've got Soul Point really right after Baron. This is going to be a very telling next 4 minutes for Marymount, because if they can't get either Dragon or Baron, I think this is going to be GG on game 1, because Midland is building a very sizable lead. It is up to a 5K gold lead at 18 minutes.
At this point, it is Midland's game to lose, make no mistake. If we haven't made it clear already, that's the clearest that we're going to make it right now. Especially with Chemtech Dragon being one of the most snowbally dragons of the recent season. I'd say that Hextech tends to actually be a little bit more forgiving because it gives the losing team mobility, but right now, what it does for the losing team is deny them a little bit of vision. However, it seems to be being turned around. Noro eats a lot of damage, and we'll see how this turns out.
Fortunately, Ramadan Sneeve is in turret mode on the back line. Neuro running away from Yuxin. They are going to be able to land a stun onto Zebo Gap. Karamatsu boy taking very low. Gets one eel from Soraka, but goes down. Noru barely survives the 1v1 with their 80 carry foe, and unfortunately, Marymount picks a fight they cannot win. They lose 4-1 in that top lane fight.
It would have been any fight, and again, great ults from Invictus, absorbing the engage that Marymount had to make. Origins pops out though with a nice sneaky play off the Chemtech Dragon and steals away that blue buff with a nice sidestep as well. He's at least feeling at the top of his game.
Look at the items, Dia. I know it's only December. It's tax season. We've already got 2 QSSs on Gleason and Aatrox. They're basically immune to Skarner. For 2/5 of the enemy team, Keels for fun is no more than a cannon minion right now. And that has to feel awful. They were only 20 minutes of the game, and Midland is so far ahead, their jungle and top can build a QSS and not really care.
Well, the worst part about this as well is that because it's on the jungle and top lane, yes, that's terrifying, but of course, you were thinking, well, I'm never going to ult them anyway. You know that you have to now. Invictus has demonstrated that Skarner's never going to be able to touch the back line, so your only 2 options in this game now are going to be able to say absolutely not, which is already a problem. So you've got to find a creative flank of Skarner, but then you have almost no front line, and so much of your time is being spent doing this that Scuzzrat with his own QSS also doesn't have anything to fear on the side lane.
Again, 3 members hovering around Scuzzrat. I think Origin wants to take this fight. Zebo Gap is on the way. You've got to win this quickly. Worldbreaker is going to be popped, but this Lee Sin is here in time, and Origin, you might have bit off more than you could chew. Ramadan Steve from downtown is going to throw out some damage, pick up the kill. Deals for fun can only run away. And now this is a disaster. Baron is up, your jungler is dead, and I'm shocked Midland is not running right over to that Baron pick.
You know what? They can have a lot more fun elsewhere. As Scuzzrat sets up the bot lane once more, they are ready to take the Dragon of Immortality. Chemtech Drake is going to be up in 40 seconds, and once that comes up, you know it's going to go down just as quickly. Midland are setting up for right now, even taking the resets, and for those of you who may not know, Chemtech Drake gives you quite literally a second life. Again, very, very snowballing.
I mean, they can't even kill Scuzzrat once. I mean, of course, yes, you do eventually die with the Chemtech Dragon Soul. You don't have to be killed twice. You do sort of slowly whittle down, but imagine the amount of damage Scuzzrat or Zebo Gap can put out. And as you said, they can't even get to Ramadan Steve. He's picking up kills on the back line, so he might get caught. The pillar's going to come out. Heals for fun, looking for the inhale, able to find it. Versus that Mummy lands on it. They pick up the first kill onto Noro, and Victus forced to flash away. It's a double kill. Karamatsu boy, he's the carry that the team needed. The Chaos Storm ripping apart the Midland back line and potentially Chemtech Soul is denied here. We'll see if Zebo and company want to come in.
Oh my god, so much value though from Ramadan, and Zebo's still alive, getting out over the wall. Karamatsu's on the chase, but Scuzzrat is 1v4!
He's still alive, he finally does die. Zebo Gap bites off way more than he can chew. Karamatsu Boy is going to pick up that. That is a huge shutdown. And going to get one more onto Ramadan Steve. That's 1,200 gold in Victor's pocket. And that is the first dragon for Marymount, and maybe we got ourselves a game here, Dia.
Oh my god, Marymount should never have been able to get away with that, but they're gonna get away with more. They ping the Baron out right now, and the respawns are gonna be a little bit too delayed for this. Midland won't actually be able to contest, and even were they to try to, there's a nice counterplay being set up. Marymount, I believe, should be trying to go for the dragon, but well, they may have to save their support instead. Pango gonna die. I don't know why I flashed. Sorry, Pango.
Even without the flash, I think that even with it, they were dead. They had the Gale Force as well for Noro. Yeah, it felt like they were saying, as you said, respawns maybe too fast. Maybe we can't start the Baron. Let's maybe look for a cheeky flank with that stealth that you get from the Chemtech around the buffs. And then they just kind of bailed out. It was a very odd scenario for Marymount. And against Midland, who is the top seed of this Emergent Cyan division, you cannot let your foot off the gas, because now they've almost handed Baron over to Midland.
Now Keels playing front line again. This time won't have access to Ramadan Steve out of critical misposition. Last time, Midland want to try and take a fight once more, seal the deal on this game. Marymount have to perform. It's now or never, but Invictus.
Huge curse of the sad mummy. Keels for fun is already dead.
Oh, what an open the side!
Boy is trying to keep him alive, but the ace of the hole gets canceled by the Zanyas. Fantastic play, and Ramadan Steve's gonna throw a ton of damage, but Yuxin has picked up a kill. Scuzzrat's gonna go down. No! Origins! No!
That is the ace that you needed, but I think it should have been enough for Marymount right now. No escape for Noro available. Showing his face was a mistake, but look at this. He's buying quite a bit of time here, actually, for the likes of Invictus and most importantly, Zebo to come alive again. Noro goes down, but this Baron won't go to Marymount because of the time that he bought them.
Fantastic play by Noro, as you said. That delays the Baron long enough. You probably could have just let that Caitlyn go away, and we talked about it. We said Karamatsu Boy has been the best performing player on Marymount. What can you do? I mean, shout out to Yux for picking up a double kill. Finally being able to play the game after they were just denied in that early game. But this Victor has put all doubts to rest. This is a phenomenal pick. I don't know if it was a counter or a comfort or a sneaky pick or what it was. Karamatsu Boy is here to play, and Midland has got to respect that, because this Victor is bringing this game back a lot closer than really 5 minutes ago neither of us thought was possible.
It's him, and let the record show that Yuxin, laying down an incredible amount of damage with that bullet time, has had some great positioning in the mid game as well. But the raid boss, as you highlighted earlier, has to be given over to Karamatsu. He is the one that if you land an engage on him, if you end up using Ramadan Steve's ult to chunk him out, the fight is won. And Midland haven't quite figured that out just yet, but again around the Baron, they have the chance to force the issue. They should still believe, rightly so, that they are in the lead, but the lead is dwindling, and it has to be now or never. This play has to be forced, whether they like it or not.
You're right, because there's a ticking time bomb on your screen, and it is that Chemtank Dragon in a minute 30, because Midland can just grab that pickup skull, and then a lot of these fights where you're surviving with no HP are going to go the other way. Scuzzrat going to walk right into Origin. It looks like everyone will simply just disengage. Keep your eyes on Noru. They still have not finished a Quicksilver Sash, so Feels for Fun with the flash can get to that Caitlyn somehow, potentially be a pick for Marymount. But Noro, 90% of the time, has played so phenomenally, and along with Zebo Gap and Scuzzrat, you're just not making it to that back line. But that's a win condition, potentially. The Scuzzrat maybe gets caught out here. Origin's just going to disengage.
Keels has flash. Keels has flash. Watch it on Ramadan Steve, who's only got the stopwatch to, kind of funnily enough, buy time. But putting yourself in a little bit of a bad situation. It's going to be Origins that takes a lot of damage with Zebo going forward.
Time's gonna come out, not gonna
Oh!
land onto anything. They have the Soraka for the sustain.
Watch Karamatsu.
They're still looking for a fight though. Karamatsu boy, it's a huge Chaos Storm right on the back line. It's
Oh!
gonna take down Caitlyn for the first fight, but a 4-man Bad Mummy is going to ravage Marymount, but they're able to survive. Invictus has to flash away. Scuzzrat has the Worldbreaker pop to get hit by the pillar. And this looks like Marymount's gonna win another fight. They get a double kill. Ramadan Steve at least able to pick up one to deny the bleeding. But this should be second Dragon going over to Marymount. The Baron denied, but it's another objective in their back pocket. And Karamatsu boy, Ramadan Steve had no idea the death ray's going to land. You're just dead as soon as it falls. And all right, Karamatsu boy, what can you do?
I covered my eyes. I couldn't look anymore. That was just, we know it from our bird's eye view that just one step out of that Chemtech smoke means that you are dead. And with the Marymount getting their second dragon, evening up the gold entirely, Midland have made a series of crucial errors in this game that may very well lead them to be down a point. We said this was their game to lose, and right now it looks like their grasp on the game is indeed loosening. Again, around this Baron, they'll have the chance to fight for it, but with a Victor who is absolutely massive and without any access to him, as it's been demonstrated, not one, not two, but 3 team fights, Midland have to be prioritizing him with Invictus and with Scuzzrat on a flank, because if it's Karamatsu boy able to choose where he's able to poke in or not, Noro will die, as we already saw.
Well, let's hover the Baron. Scuzzrat is in the bot side of the map and has a teleport to make this a full-on 5v5. We'll see. Origin is pushed to issue a HUD here. You can kind of see when Marymount wants to go in, because Origin and Keels for fun will just dive in. Here we go. Scuzzrat looking for a play. Origin and Keels looking for a play. Origin take it low. Not going to be able to sustain. There's a great curse of the Sad Mummy. The bullet time will divide the team. They get the Impale onto Invictus, and he will go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Ooh.
The health bars favor Marymount by quite a bit. Karamatsu boy can basically two-shot anyone on the team with a death ray.
Two things, really good wish, and unfortunately not quite good enough curse of the Sad Mummy. The difference there was largely made up by the fact that Karamatsu wasn't caught in the Amumu ult, and then that, well, wish at the very end ended up keeping Karamatsu boy safe, exacerbating that health advantage. And now, again, we return to the game state where Marymount continue to get even, and I dare say more and more ahead as the game goes on. 4 items now complete on their Victor, very close to being 5, and still the base remains unbroken. Chemtech Dragon, I dare say, might now be the last hope of Midland University, and with Karamatsu boy decimating their health bars, even a Chemtech Soul may very well not be enough, because he's able to two-shot everyone.
And the problem with the Chemtech buff, not even the Soul, is it increases your damage to enemies with more health than you. And Victor's not known for being tanky, so guys like Scuzzrat, like Invictus, like Zebo Gap, the more and more health you build, the more damage Karamatsu boy does to you. It's kind of a very odd thing to say, but when you finish items like a Black Cleaver, you're just increasing the damage Victor does. It's a very, very odd place to be, where you're ahead, but you can't build like you're ahead because the more health equals more damage taken. It's a very odd spot to be if you're Midland.
It really is. Right now, Midland have to try and pull a play kind of out of nowhere. I think the ideal position is trying to stall up for the next 2 minutes, which is a long time in League of Legends, and then trying to force a trade between the Dragon and the Baron. They're also trying to use, and I like this move, Scuzzrat's strength in the side lane, because trying to answer him with Karamatsu means that you lose the fight, and trying to answer him with Keels just isn't going to work. So Marymount are put in a position where they will have to at least burn Karamatsu's teleport in order to access a fight that Midland can bait out.
Gonna take a fight right out of the Chemtech stealth, right onto Invictus. The Chaos Storm's gonna go down. Chris's Sad Mummy will land on 2, but a bullet time's gonna force Noro and Ramadan Steve away. Scuzzrat is teleported up. Yuxin's gonna win that battle this time. Scuzzrat, you're not long for this world either. This misfortune gonna try and dash in. Fortunately, not able to pick up the kill, but that is huge for Marymount. I don't know if it's enough to pick up Baron, but I definitely think they're gonna go that way.
It is. It is, yeah. This at this point in the game, with now the gold lead having swung in the favor of Marymount, it is more than enough. to pick up the Baron, especially with the fact that Ramadan Steve doesn't have the ultimate. He can still chunk you out, but remember, Soraka exists, unfortunately for them, and now Gap is the one hero that can be for Midland University. If he goes over this wall and ends up stealing the Baron, they can stall this one out, but holy oh my lord.
Evo Cap's gonna go in. They're gonna stop DPS on the Baron. That is a phenomenal play. You don't let him steal. You get the Baron, and damn, we're already looking at a crazy game. That, I mean, Marymount's in the lead, but 20 minutes ago, Midland had a 5K gold lead. I don't know who's gonna win. This is probably gonna be a fight for the game here at Dragon. If Midland loses, I don't know if they can survive a Baron buff charging down their base.
Make no mistake, this is absolutely one of our final fights, and definitely, I want to say the game-determining one, but realistically, that should have been the last fight. This one should be the one. There's sort of a formality that lets Midland know, hey, you continue opting into fights with us, you simply don't get to win. Opting into sending Karamatsu Boy to answer Scuzz says so much about Marymount's confidence right now, and with this third Chemtech Dragon, they can continue pushing their lanes as they like. Baron at their backs. And Marymount are looking pretty darn good for a team that had some troubles in the early game. This is exactly the mid and late game that they were hoping for. Nice flash, insta-death.
Couldn't even hit the Zanyas in time. Ramadan Steve just blows up. The only saving grace for Midland is Marymount did not get a lot of tower pressure. They're going to have to go through tier 2 inhibitor and the like to be able to win this, but they're going to 5-shove mid. The Impale's on cooldown for just a little bit, so they don't have great engage, but I don't know what Midland can do. And Victus, you got to land a 5-man curse to Sad Mummy. No! I don't know if that's going to be enough. Good night, Noro. And now we see, can they survive the base surge?
Well, the answer, spoilers, is going to be no. Marymount pushing in right now. We're going to make short work of everything, and 4-man ult at this point shouldn't be enough to save you. As long as Karamatsu Boy is alive, Marymount continue to run you over, and a very nice wish as well will keep that hope alive. Origins finishes off the game. Marymount win it, and Midland, despite the fact that the borders are closing, find themselves on a visit to Spain without the S.
Oh, unbelievable by Karamatsu Boy. I mean, I'll take the fall for that one. I was like, I don't know about that. You seem like you're maybe just kind of counterpicking Scuzzrat. That Victor was unstoppable. I would assume it gets banned away, unless maybe Midland wants to get cheeky. They pick blue side. They first pick Victor. I don't know what they're going to do, but 19-4-9. Yuxin and Pango, after being camped, after being basically froze all game, they have phenomenal performances, and I'm speechless because this isn't the game I expected 15 minutes in. I thought we'd be gearing up for game 2, saying Midland dominated. How can Marymount stop them? Instead, Marymount lives up to their hype. They team fight, and they start winning. And they now have match point in the semifinal.
And that's the really scary thing, is that with one more misperformance here, Midland could just be eliminated from playoffs entirely. And given the way that that game went, I think they have even more to be scared of than I would have thought had they lost control of the early game, because they didn't. They played that perfectly, and Marymount on the other side was making several misplays across the map, putting themselves in a hole. But it was Midland who lost control in a game that they were winning, and that kind of loss is the one that hurts most of all. My curiosity very much lies in not even if they change up their strategy, but if they're able to recuperate mentally after something like that to put themselves in the books for game 2, or whether Marymount kind of out of nowhere can sweep them completely out of the playoffs.
I think the big question is, you said, can they regroup? And what is Zebo Gap going to do? He can't Scuzzrat all game? I think Ramadan Steve's going to need some love, because Karamatsu Boy was absolutely popping off. We're going to go to a break. Midland was undefeated all year. They're now on match point from being eliminated from the playoffs. Can they get us to a game 3? It's the final semifinal of the night. Emergent Cyan. D and I will find out the answer right after this break. Welcome back into the NECC. It is the final game of Semifinal Friday here. Emergents, Cyan, Fish and Dia calling the action. Midland and Marymount playing an absolutely crazy game where it took about 35 minutes for you and I, Dia, to think we knew who won. And even until the Nexus exploded, I still always had a doubt. Now, I don't know how much you care about history. Some people say it's everything. Some people say it's nothing, Dia. But when these teams met in the regular season, Marymount won game 1. And then from what I'm told, kind of got steamrolled in games 2 and 3. I don't know if that'll happen here. But it looks like we're maybe starting to repeat ourselves because that game 1 was wild. You and I were both like, okay, we are prepping our Marymount comeback speech, and now they're on match point.
Yeah, that was a game that ran away, I will say, from Midland. And while I look forward to game 2, stomps need to happen at this point because they were happening in game 1 and they just weren't closed out. And hey, maybe Midland just need a warm-up game, right? If this happened to them in the regular season, maybe this is the way that the games always go against Marymount, and you just can't match up their mechanical skill. But something tells me, especially off of the mid-game last game, that Marymount are going to need to be pushed a little bit further out of their comfort zones than they were last time. And that Soraka is a really darn good way to start, because sort of the unsung hero of some of those mid-game fights was the extra health that you were getting from the click of a button.
I like both support bands here. I thought Invictus felt like the win condition even until the bitter end for Midland. I like taking him off of that Amumu as well. The one thing I'm very curious of is what will Zebogap pick and what will he do? We know he wants to farm up Scuzzrat, get him so far ahead no one can match him. But Ramadan Steve needs some love. Ramadan Steve needs any kind of help you can get, even if it's just dropping first Rift Herald there for extra gold. But I am very curious. Midland actually scares Marymount into banning away Karamatsu Boy's Victor. That is a very, very interesting play, and I'm curious what Karamatsu Boy is going to end up picking.
Yes, this is an interesting one because perhaps the read from Marymount is that Victor's just really strong right now. Obviously, with the new rune First Strike, he can get quite a bit of gold, but my read is that he's not ridiculously powerful compared to some other mid laners that you may be a little bit more comfort on. That very clearly is not the opinion held by the members of Marymount, and we're gonna get to see how that pans out for them as Ramadan Steve once again opts into the Xerath, but this time the answer is going to be still a big hyperscaler with, I'll say, a little bit less peel back and a little bit more go forward, much matching up with the rest of Marymount. Seems like they want to engage with their face, and Midland also want to engage with their face.
Yeah, we're just going to get an all-out brawl. I like the Xerath pick for Ramadan Steve. I mean, I know he was on the receiving end of the lane opponent who basically won the game for Marymount, but I don't think that Xerath was bad. I thought he had a lot of good plays. He just needs some help. And I like the Lilia because you have a bit more mobility. You have the ability to CC down the Vladimir with the sleep, though I am going to be curious how well you're going to be able to get a gank off against that Vladimir. I like the full support man target at Pango. We didn't see a lot of Yuxin and Pango because there was a lot of lane freezing, a lot of just getting bullied by Invictus and Noro, but as you said, Pango was kind of the mid-game hero, and Yuxin had a lot of phenomenal play on that Misfortune later in the game once she got ahead, once she got her items. So I'm curious how this bot lane will go. I love the Morgana pick into the Leona personally, because Leona, as you said, wants to fight with her face, much like the rest of Midland, and Morgana could just simply say, no, you're just going to stand right there, and I'm just going to laugh.
You know what? Kind of sucks, though. I did really want a Seraphine. I felt like that would have been, still giving you a lot of health, a lot of shields, and, well, you know that... Yeah, do you like Seraphine? So
we know.
We'll just wait to see if it gets pulled out later. But to analyze the comps in a little bit more serious of a way, I love the interaction that you talked about with the Leona Morgana, and realistically, Invictus inside of the lane should be able to do just about zero. That's the whole point of Yuxin and Pango's picks. However, come the mid game, he can actually be pretty darn useful, locking down the likes of Vladimir and especially Kane, who will be pretty squishy. Keel's, of course, going to be on tank duty again, but this is a composition largely built for team fighting when we look at Marymount, and for Midland, I still find them perhaps a little bit more versatile, set up, especially with that Camille, with a nice option that is very difficult to answer on that split push.
That is exactly, you stole the words out of my mouth, Thea. That's what I want to see from Midland, except that, you know what, yes, you might think you're the better team. Marymount wants a team fight. That's what they want to do. That's what they said coming in they wanted to do, and that's what they've drafted for in this game. Put Scuzzrat on the split push. I only dream what could have happened on that Aatrox, because you mentioned it time and time again, when it did happen, there's no one who can answer Scuzzrat outside of Karamatsu Boy, and Karamatsu Boy's the only one who can win fights for Marymount. I want to see this Camille split push. Maybe get a gank or two, try and pick up a kill onto Tom Kench. You don't want to waste all of your resources trying to kill Kench, though, because he is just going to laugh at it in his second shield. But I want to see that Camille split push, have Scuzz use his game knowledge to know when to fight, when to push, because I don't see many answers to Camille outside of Karamatsu Boy if he can get ahead like he did in game one.
It's kind of funny because looking at this draft, yes, almost all the champions are different, but the playstyles are largely the same. Tom Kench is going to likely gracefully lose top lane, perhaps even a little bit better than the Skarner. Origins, honestly, is probably going to gank him again, and it probably won't result in a kill, but again, it'll be better for them, because now he's farming up towards Red Kayn. Vladimir, scaling up over time, can have a lot more sustain and teamfight carry potential than the Victor, because of, well, the versatility and healing of Vladimir that goes off the walls. Sivir and Morgana, they get pressured just like last time in the Dragon lane, and Yuxin and Pango should have a great time, unless, of course, they're able to be disrupted. And again, I look at this and I go, well, all the champions' names are different, but realistically, Midland are opting into a very similar game plan.
I think it's safe for Marymount, right? I mean, you played it all, but what was their game plan last game? Go in with the Impale, bring somebody back into the team fight, and I mean, if you saw at the end, blow up Ramadan C. I'm just getting the same thing, right? Bring somebody with the Devour, spit them back into your team, and try and CC them so that they go down. I think you're very right. We might see almost a little bit of deja vu from game number 2. The one thing I am concerned about for Midland, if they get behind, Leona's biggest downfall is she has to team fight. There's not a lot of ways for Leona to have a presence when she's not engaging with the Solar Blare, with the Zenith Blade. Yeah, you can peel a little bit, but you are go in, CC everybody, eat damage, and then your team follows up. If they get behind, I'm worried Invictus is going to just kind of keep going in because we saw that's what we would do on the Amumu, and there's not going to be enough damage. So they cannot fall behind with a Leona. That is my one hatred about that lane. If Invictus gets behind, ooh, that's going to be lights out. And I don't think you're going to get a 5-man solar flip. I could be wrong. I don't think you will.
It'll be certainly a lot harder. That's for certain. One of the other things that I want to keep an eye on is gap in the jungle, because last time on the Lee Sin had a pretty good early game, but realistically fell off. If you can have an equal early game with Lilia, you actually scale a lot better into the mid game, especially around those team fights. And with something like an Ezreal as well in the bot lane, being able to build things like Divine Sunderer to whittle down the Tahm Kench in the front line, I actually don't think that Midland have exactly the same comp as last game, because it scales ever so slightly better. And that, of course, comes with the qualification that Marymount have a Vladimir and a Tahm Kench, which scale immaculately. But better is something for Midland, and better might just have been the thing to turn that last game in their favor, because again, they had a remarkable early game and they lost it. This time, with the power spikes that they've got, and the fact that they scale a little bit more comfortably, that might just be the very slim answer, the very slim edge that they needed to convert their early game lead into a victory.
I will say the one concern for Midland, as you point out, the Ezreal's going to scale, but it will make it a little bit worse in the early game than a Caitlyn. Noro and Invictus probably played one of their best games, right? I mean, Yuxin and Pango did nothing. They were being frozen. They couldn't CS. I mean, it was a huge disadvantage. I don't know if Yuxin and Pango will play that bad again, or if Noro and Invictus will play that well. You pick which side of the coin you want to go with. So if Yuxin can and Pango can trade even in a 2v2, that gives Marymount more options, right? Because last game was basically Karamatsu boy or bust. I maybe hope they get a bit more options as we maybe see the Midland. Once they get a bit aggressive, if they do ward that bush, they're going to see kills for fun is right there. But there's a reason you don't stand in that bush, because you might not be able to react in time.
Oh my God,
stun
what?
From Scuzzrat. Just barely missed.
Did he not get the extension on that? That was crazy. You're right, that should have absolutely been death. Standing in the brush, don't do it in your solo queue games. Stand in the river or ward the brush. One of two options. You do not get to stand there, because at that point, you should be dead. However, he gets out alive. It's only a difference of 400 gold, and hey, Midland lose a little bit of, I guess, the tempo that they would have hoped for, but otherwise find their game plan largely unimpacted. I do want to go back to what you were highlighting, because you were pointing out Yuxin and Pango and the fact that they got behind last game, and the laning phase went poorly for them, but the mid game went quite well because of the bullet time and because of the big ultimate buttons, I guess, that they had with the Wish as well. This time, the ultimate buttons not having so much of a mid game presence, you're right, does start to shift things, and it's an aspect to this game that I hadn't considered before, but that might really hurt Marymount later on. If this lane does get behind, they've got no mid-game to arrive into with that ease of execution that a Soraka Misfortune brings.
Curious with Origin starting red, if he was maybe going to go down bot side first, or if he's looking for a cheese level 2 play on Scuzzrat, anticipating the Camille should easily push into the Tahm Kench. I'm very interested to see how that's going to go. Because it looks like for Zebo Gap, he's going to do the exact same thing as last time. He's going to full clear his jungle. He's going to walk over a ward, so they're going to see him at his Raptors. He wants to go up level 3 and gank Scuzzrat. Origins might actually not be there this time, which is, I think, the correct play. You and I were both very, very disappointed when he ganked for the Skarner. I like that he kind of realized that and said, well, there's no point in going up the Skarner. Why don't I just go down to my bot lane or maybe help out Karamatsu Boy in the mid, get ahead a little bit early.
You know, if I had to wager a guess at what Oranges is Origin. I said Oranges? If I had to wager a guess at what Origins is doing right now, it'd be going on the full clear, resetting, and then immediately going up topside to either clear those camps or, as we see Scuzzrat slow pushing in right now, meet what I guess is the expected play. That Keels for Fun is able to control the waves so that Scuzzrat has to position on his side. You get to farm up a few red orbs and then go right back to your clear. It's all about slow and steady on the Kayn, but importantly, not slow enough that you're not having an impact. You do need to be making your presence felt in these lanes, more so for your benefit than for your laners.
This really does, as I look at the CS, feel like if one. By the way, we look at the bot side. It's 18-7 in Noro's favor. We had hope for the Morgana Sivir that it would at least be able to sustain through the pressure of the Ezra Leona early on. That is a no. There is still a ton of minions for Yuxin to clear, but maybe this is just a lane that goes under the shadow for Midland. Is this Noro and Invictus lane? I mean, they are bullying the opposing bot lane in the early game. 2 games in a row. As you said, it was a phenomenal mid game for Marymount, but a lot of that was because of the ultimates that they had. Debo Gap is up in the top lane. Origin is on his way, but he's not going to make it in time there for the fight. Keels for Fun is just simply going to be able to get out of dodge and get under his tower. He takes quite a large chunk of damage, and Yuxin and Pango quickly asking for help.
Oh, no.
Playing into the Shield of Daybreak. Ignite's going to go down. I think the heal's enough to keep Yuxin alive. It is, but that is going to be a reset for the Marymount bot lane.
Woo, Lord, that was very, very scary. Giving up first blood like that would not have been good, but just literally read him like a book, by the way. I gotta say, Scuzz gets out, nothing happens there, but Origins gets his red orbs and is able to continue on the clear as expected. And honestly, Marymount a little bit ahead in tempo because Zebo's now the one that had to go on the reset. And after getting realistically nothing topside, Marymount actually get themselves what I'll call a very small advantage, matched by Midland's prowess in the bot lane.
Curious how long it's going to take Origins to help out his poor bot lane. They are able to get a reset finally here from Yuxin, but you see the CS being doubled by Noru and then some. Dragon spawning here soon. It's a Cloud Drake. We'll see if either team really prioritizes it. We didn't jump on top of Dragon, but early objective control was all in Midland's favor as well. And I'm curious if we'll see that again, because same as last time, really. I mean, top edge, once you hit 6, you'll have the Devour. Basically the same as the Impale, just takes a little bit longer to build up. But Scuzzrat's going to have that Hextech Ultimatum, and he's going to be able to drop some serious damage. I'd assume Karamatsu Boy will be his target of focus in a team fight, if we get one.
Yeah, it's of course difficult to pull off, but if you can eliminate Karamatsu Boy, it is the dream. One of the things that is starting to worry me a little bit right now is that Vladimir, of course, very comfortable with the scaling, and up against Ramadan Steve right now, hasn't had to back, and really won't have to back. Manaless champion on Vladimir, mana full champion on Ramadan means that the longer that these backs get delayed and the more that Karamatsu can control the wave to disincentivize a reset from Ramadan, who doesn't have teleport, the more this starts to go in his favor because he'll be able to back on those initial items, get himself a little bit more sustain in the face of this lane, and Ramadan, for the moment, can't really have an impact on the game without those items and without that mana, crucially.
Speaking of having an impact on the game, we're going to get first Dragon going over to Marymount. They make the fantastic call to rotate over. Origin's going to pick that one up. It looks like Zebo Gap, realizing he's lost the first objective, is going to look for a gank onto Keels. Stun is going to land. Hextech Ultimatum is going to be used as well. And you might as well bench the Kench because Keels for Fun is going back to spawn.
Exactly what happens. Nice Hextech Ultimatum as well. And unfortunately, I just don't think Keels for Fun was expecting that level 6 to be used quite as soon as it was. Gets sent back to base a little bit earlier than he would have otherwise liked, but losing your tank, not the worst thing. And interestingly enough, giving over the kill to Lilia, also not the worst thing. Zebo's gonna have a better mid game than earlier, but we talked about how Midland's true strength is in the side lane on Scuzzrat, who really didn't get that much.
Need to get Scuzzrat ahead. You're right, they need to be able to have him splish, but we see a bit of a jungler snafu. We'll get to that in a moment. Zenith Blade lands with the Black Shield. Will block the Shield of Daybreak stun from coming in. They tried to invade the red of Origins, but unfortunately Zebo Gap just ran away, and with Rift Herald up in 30 seconds, I'm curious if Marymount will be as gung-ho to take that because Yuxin and Pango are just getting annihilated here. They're already a level down. The CS is still being doubled by Noru, though there's a sizable wave pushing in. They need some help. They just don't really have any reinforcements.
Resets came through in the mid lane meanwhile, and Karamatsu Boy coming out with a little bit of an advantage. Keels still has the teleport, has both of his summoners actually, and now is trying to enable a gank. Knockup not going to land, however, and Scuzzrat once again gets out alive. I want to call this as a, hey, Marymount, you know you shouldn't have done that, but realistically, we all knew that it was going to happen, and Scuzzrat should once again be able to get out alive. Not going to get slowed, and Hookshot should be off cooldown momentarily.
This is going to come in. I don't know if this is a fight they're expecting, because the hook shot is going to put Origins deep in the enemy line. Feels for fun, going to try and get the teleport in, look for a knockup. Origins is taken very, very low. Will be the first one to be eliminated by Ramadan Steve. Zebo Gap going to look for a spike to try and get some extra health with Karamatsu Boy. Not going to allow that to happen. Feels for fun, thick skin is going to fall. That should be a dead Tom Kench in a moment here. Staying alive barely, but unfortunately gets CC down, and 2-for-1 trade. I don't think something that Marymount was hoping for, as Midland gets a great double kill on Ramadan Steve.
That was pretty close. That was, you know what? You almost had Kills for Fun finding that kill, and in a very odd series of events, Origins does end up giving his life away, and Marymount find themselves a little bit more in the hole. But again, I delay my worries for Marymount until that mid game, because what I'm really curious about is not whether Midland can win the early game, it's about whether they can translate that into the late game. And right now, winning to the tune of about 2,000 gold isn't really that much different from last game. It's happening in almost exactly the same way as well. Ramadan Steve, I will say, hitting his power spike a little bit earlier, with him getting some love, maybe this is the recipe for how things change. We watched that mid lane, because Ramadan Steve may be the answer to all your troubles as Midland.
Ramadan Steve keeping up a little bit more this time with Karamatsu Boy in farm as Kill for Fun. Going to be forced to just jump away from Zebo Gap, but Zebo Gap is not going to let that happen. He is going to run down Tom Kench, get scared off as Vladimir roams away, and will allow Kill for Fun to once again live. But you're right, it feels like game one. Slight difference though is Ramadan Steve this time has the kills. Last time it was Zebo Gap who started out 3-0 before the wheels came off. I like this for Ramadan Steve, as you said. It's the first mythic item done in the game as well. Should be able to do his best against Karamatsu. I mean, you highlighted a manaless champion versus a mana-full champion. Xerath has some ways to sustain with his passive, but will eventually run out of mana as well. So he's going to basically be able to stop Karamatsu Boy a little bit, but eventually we'll have to back, we'll have to reset without the teleport. Has to choose those timings very, very wildly. But Karamatsu Boy doesn't have it either, opting for Ghost as well, which is a very interesting choice along with the Predator to get into fight.
Small thing, Origins wasn't noticed in the bot side. He's currently behind enemy lines, doing his best Quinn impression. That hasn't been called out just yet, so he's getting away with a lot of farm right now. This also, though, is a little bit of a secret mission. Scuzzrat now gets found out, and never mind, that point ends. But just like that, it is a small advantage, once again, given to Marymount as Origins starts to pull ahead in the farm, completely unanswered right now. And as long as his bot lane can continue, I'll say gracefully losing, this is actually a Kayn that will become really, really difficult to deal with in that mid-game alongside the Vladimir. There's a lot of healing here, and oh, Lord, the sleep comes through. Zebo still picks him up underneath the tower. Karamatsu steps a little bit too far forward.
Fantastic lullaby there from the Lilia. I like that play from Zebo Gap. And we get the Rift Herald in the mid lane. This is a phenomenal game, too, for mid lane, but as you said, we expected this. We expected them to win the early game. We expected them to win the early part of the mid game. It's transitioning to that late game. What they have to do is we get our second dragon, and Origins is going to get caught out. Solar Flare is going to get the slow, but not quite the stun shield. The Beyblade those skills for fun. It's a 3-man knockup. Gap will pick up the first elimination. Is incredibly low. I think Tom Kench picks this up, and he will. Yuxin and Pango now doing a ton of damage with that boomerang. Great stun by Ramadan Steve to stop the knockup. And they'll be able to push Midland off the dragon. This should be second dragon picked up here for Marymount, maybe.
What a crazy series of events. It should be. I fully agree. They've got all the priority in the world. Karamatsu not worrying about a thing. And Kills for Fun may as well get something while he's down here, because he's losing in a big way up towards the top side. Down 20 CS right now. Noro doesn't quite get the dragon. Still, ultimately in the favor of Marymount right now. I got still keeping this one relatively even. Down 3,000 gold is a big problem, but we're about 2-3 minutes away from objective bounties becoming a thing where all of a sudden the game can turn on its head. It's, I will say, my least favorite thing about the preseason.
It's definitely odd. I'll agree with you on that one. But the thing that's not odd, that I do like, is that Scuzzrat, I mean, the teleport was on cooldown, so he couldn't join the fight as easily. But he just opted to split push, right? He picked up his 4th plate of the game. He's going to get a reset here. He's got a ton of pressure towards first tower. I like that he's adopted the playstyle away from trying to fight and trying to be that carry, and trying to be just basically a difference maker in other lanes. The Zebo Gap and Orange is going to get a fight here. The Lullaby is going to come through. Zebo Gap, I think, was feigning like he had help. Doesn't really have anything, but now he's just going to take the fight to Origin. Kills for fun is late to react. That's just a free kill for Lillian. Now with the teleport coming in, this is just a dead Tom Kench as well. Marymount kind of fell asleep at the wheel on the top lane.
Oh my god. Scuzzrat bought the Divine Sunder as well. That did a lot of damage. I am very scared of that guy come this mid-game. Midland definitely propelling themselves out to one of their biggest gold leads yet. 5K at only the 13-minute mark. Marymount are really going to have to consider their mid-game moves carefully, because otherwise they and their base both will be torn apart. But this next dragon is going to be a really big question as well, because remember, Midland were the ones that ended up picking up the first couple dragons last time, and this time they have none, but they do have a whole lot more gold.
Zebo Gap has answered the call. They realize, you know what, Scuzzrat, you do your thing. I'm going to hover top, but I also can go help out Ramadan Steve. Scuzzrat's going to pick up first tower. Ramadan Steve is not far behind. They've got an 8-2 kill lead. As you said, they're not up in objectives, but everything else is going Midland's way. And I don't know if Scuzzrat has an answer this time up in that top lane with that Divine Sunder. Tom Kench down 2 levels, not going to have very much fun. And Karamatsu Boy, not off to the start he had in game 1. This Camille, basically, as long as Scuzzrat doesn't just throw, is going to be an unstoppable menace in whatever lane he chooses to split with.
I'm extremely concerned. We've crossed the line now from casually worried, I'll say, about Midland's chances to concerned for Marymount. That's it. That's actually impressive to me that we've managed to change that over. 15 minutes in, things are looking grim for Marymount, and I thought I would be jaded by last game, but it seems like Midland has once again managed to convince the better half of me that they may in fact have this game in the bag. Finally, though, Origin's paying a little bit of attention to the bot side could change things. He's got Karamatsu Boy here as well, but Noro is playing this at the literally 3,000 units right now, just taking the recall and playing so ridiculously safe with the little information that they have.
Just gonna calmly reset here. We've got a minute on our first Ocean Dragon of the game, as it is an Ocean game. Curious if Marymount will opt to take that, because I mean, we look at the team, and I'll ask you, Dia, who is the Karamatsu Boy of this game for Marymount? Is it Karamatsu Boy? Is it Yuxin? I mean, who can carry this team in 1v3, 1v4 scenarios until the rest of Marymount can get caught up?
I think it's still Karamatsu and Keels. Later it'll be Karamatsu and Origins, especially, who can lay down a lot of damage. But in this particular scenario, I almost don't want to see them fight the dragon, because there is a chance that they win the dragon. We call it about a 30% chance they end up winning that team fight, and that would be awesome. That would keep them in the game, but I'm gonna have to hold the point.
They're gonna dive on to the 2 members of Midland who are trying to get a gank onto Keels. There's a shutdown going over to the worst target. It's Karamatsu Boy. He's gonna flash in. Ramadan Steve from downtown is unstoppable on the Zerath. Does pick up a kill. Scuzzrat able to hook shot over the wall at a sliver of HP, and that goes from a huge pick for Marymount to just simply a 1-for-1 trade.
All that for a 1-for-1 definitely leaves you wanting as Marymount. I'm concerned about it. I'm sure they are as well. But I gotta respect the attempt on the play, because it's the one sort of area where Midland were temporarily weak. Ramadan definitely demonstrating the power of this Xerath, however, in the fact that he's able to pop over just a few units and constantly throw down that ultimate, actually doing quite a bit of damage here, just like he was last game. And in the mid game, he is their one really strong point. Karamatsu still has a lot of scaling to go as he just picked up his first mythic.
Dragon is up, and I think as you predicted, it looks like Marymount is just simply going to hand this one over, though they are setting up like they want to make a play. There is a ward down, and there is scanners up for Midland, but they're not going to skate on to a hookshot. Barely misses Yuxin. He still takes a ton of damage. Meanwhile, Keels is going to be caught in a very awkward spot. Origin's going to jump in 1v3. Be able to get away, and now they'll go chasing. Zemo Gap's the one who gets caught as the rest of Marymount rotates down as the Ignite ticking, but picks up a kill on the Karamatsu boy. And unfortunately, I think Scuzzrat gets out as well. Ramadan Steve's going to pick up one. Look for a second on to Origins, worth the flash away. A stun combo is going to land on the Yuxin. He's going to be able to barely survive. Meanwhile, Origins will eat the Hextech ultimatum. Pain has mobility, but not out of that. And I think Marymount wishes they would have just let that dragon go for free instead of losing 4 members. And Yuxin's dead at some point, right?
He is. The question is how impressive can he make this? Oh, well, oh my god, he's so impressive. He's so crazy, actually. Yuxin! That was sick. That was honestly sick for him to survive that long. Unfortunately, not quite sick enough, and this may be the gold lead that Midland needed last game, because now it's all the way up to almost 10,000, and the problem that I was trying to highlight before we had that topside play was that, yes, Marymount can contest the dragon, and there's a 30% chance they win it. We actually almost saw it there. But in the occasion that they lose so much more than just the dragon. They also lose an incredible amount of momentum in the gold. In a game that they're already behind in, you can kind of use the dragons as bargaining chips, and the fact that they choose not to may very well be the reason that they look back at and go, well, yes, we were losing, but that's what ultimately lost us the game.
Curious if Midland wants to push their advantage. They're going to be able to pick up the second Rift Herald here, because they've, well, depends if they all are on the same page. Noro started and said they're going to look for a pick. Origin going to eat that solar foot to the face, doing quite a bit of healing. Will eat the Shield of Daybreak, and that is a dead Kane. Feels fun going to Abyssal Voyage in, but will fall as well. Scuzzrat diving in for Karamatsu boy, but will just run away. And now up 2 with the jungler dead. I'm shocked and a bit annoyed that Midland just hit the spam Baron ping button and just picked that up in exactly 20 minutes. No one on Marymount is stopping them.
Yeah, they're playing pretty conservatively into Karamatsu boy right now, but one trade here will show them they don't necessarily need to. He's not that strong on the Vladimir, and really, he's the only concern that you have, because Lethality Sivir, I'm sorry, but down 30 CS isn't going to scale to a point of relevancy. It's literally Karamatsu boy, and maybe 10 minutes from now, Origins against the world. This is, once again, I'll say it, Midland's game to lose. The only thing they've got to do is take control, and like you said, I'd like to see them take that Baron.
Take the Baron, just win more. I mean, you activate Scuzzrat, who is split pushing in that bottom lane, should be able to pick up that tower and just get a free back off. Gonna draw a lot of attention as well, as the turret will go down as the back goes off, but this is a very conservative, maybe leaning towards what happened in game 1, where it wasn't this big of a lead, where we're up to 10k gold, but it was still a sizable lead for Midland that ended up going awry. There's several bounties on the board that if Scuzzrat goes down, if Ramadan Steve goes down, and those bounties go over to Karamatsu boy, who in a fight around this time picked up 1,200 gold worth of bounties in game 1. I can still see why he goes off the rails. But I think you just want to end this before that possibility happens, because as you mentioned, the scaling favors Marymount, and the longer they stay in this game, the better and better chance they have to win one team fight, which snowballs into a Baron and snowballs into so much worse for Midland, who's up against match point, remember.
That's correct. Midland backs up against the wall right now. Don't look like it at all. Ramadan Steve giving a spanking to Origins in that mid lane. And right now, the play for Marymount has to be to find picks. This would be a good start, but Lilia's so mobile that you may be overcommitting a little bit. On the Hunt gets poxed, and ZBO still miles away from anyone else, could still turn this around. Nice Q, but oh Lord, it just gets worse and worse.
Perfect Zanyas as well to dodge the Ignite kill. Tangle Lake here is going to go down as well. Karamatsu boy tries to flash away, might be able to live. Right of the Arcane's going to be popped, and that is a dead Vladimir. And all the while, Scuzzrat has said, I'm just going to push. You know, I'll join the fight if I need to. Yuxin will go down as well with the heal. It's an ace, and the Baron has been started, and they didn't even need Scuzzrat for that very awkward fight, as you mentioned, where they burned everything just to get within range of the Lilia.
This is a lot more of the game that I think people were expecting coming into this, and it's because Midland is clearly very talented at pulling early game leads kind of out of nowhere. They've done really well at it 2 games in a row, and largely it has been off of some missed plays from Marymount, but their ability to abuse that is what's really getting them ahead. Is right now, we're going to see what 10K, 14K looked like.
They're going to have 3 members jump onto Scuzzrat. They will get the shutdown. Feels for fun. You debate if that's a good or a bad thing picking that up. But that was going to be my point of how you get back in it here, Marymount. Thanks to that bounty system. You see everybody's at least got a bonus 150 gold on their head for Midland. That is a lot of gold, especially if the right people pick up those bounties. And they're going to take they're going to knock up the air on Ramadan. He follows another knockup with the official voice. The Lullaby's going to land onto 1. They trade out 1 for 1, but there's just too much damage on the side of Midland. It's a triple kill for Zebo Gap. Give him the quad, and that is a dragon and just so much more for Midland.
That lilting lullaby was devastating. The 4v5 was the best thing that Marymount could have asked for, and after it, they find themselves in even worse of a position than they were preceding. Taking the resets now, you've got, again, all the time in the world. Scuzzrat back up is going to keep pushing, and Midland literally do not have to, even realistically, play this game. They can more or less ignore Marymount right now, a lot like they did then. They said, oh, you killed Scuzzrat? Great. That doesn't affect our game plan at all.
It was a phenomenal call by Marymount. I mean, they had to go in there, right? They had to take the 4v5, try and put themselves on soul point. You can't argue with the play, but as you said, it was a great lilting lullaby. And as you said, you called it when they jumped on Scuzzrat. It was a little bit delayed, as we'll see Scuzzrat get jumped onto. And I think, again, we're going to see what 14K looks like, and it looks very scary for Marymount. They immediately lose Origin. Tango Lake are going to take a huge amount of damage from the right of the Arcane, and it's going to basically 2-shot their Vladimir, and it's just a matter of time. The only thing stopping them is the turrets. This gold lead feels insurmountable the way Midland has played this game too. They're playing it perfect.
That's because it is insurmountable. At this point, the game is Midland's, and the question is how they want to take it. And just like that, Marymount decide that they don't want to be in it anymore, which honestly, most of the time, I would say, probably don't. Probably play it out. Marymount don't need to, and there's a very, very clear reason why. The game is so completely out of their control that at the point that Marymount would have started winning, Midland, it would have been Marymount doing good things and more about Midland just turning their monitors off. So I like that they press that reset button in a way and end up taking themselves into next game with some mentals to preserve.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was going to make. I mean, the only thing that gets worse is your mentals just decay, is that scoreboard, and it gets worse and worse to look at. So I do like the reset. I do like the play. And I mean, the problem is, I mean, I just don't know, because I mean, obviously Pix bans is your easiest way to get around it. There's not an obvious answer. I mean, I don't think the Aatrox was played awfully. I think if the Aatrox was played like the Camille, I think Scuzzrat has a lot of success. The Lilia, I mean, a lot of the things are the same. The Lilia and the Lee Sin just have that mobility. Bot lane's the one thing I think you could maybe fix for Marymount, but I don't know if there's a pick, because we thought that was a Marymount favored lane, and the result was the same as game 1, where it was just a CS domination for Noro.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say maybe pick yourself a losing lane, something like an Ezreal that can sort of hang out gracefully, but at the same time, maybe that puts you even further in the hole. I'm willing to bet that they've experimented with that, and Marymount cannot be giving up inches in the early game because very clearly off of last game, Midland can convert them into miles given enough space. I think the break point really was around the 5K mark because we didn't see Midland hit that convincingly in game one, but once they did this game, they were able to expand so much more comfortably than they did in the first game.
We will take a quick break. When we come back, we'll find out. Does history repeat itself? Does Midland pull off the second reverse sweep of the season against Marymount? Or can Marymount change things up, have a repeated game one? Somebody's going to the finals. Somebody's season ends, and it's all coming up right after this. Welcome back into the NECC. Dia, of course we're going to Game 3. You and I have done it all season. Why not in the playoffs? Why not in the semifinals? Emergents, Cyan, Midland, and Marymount. And I am pumped to see this game because I think Game 1 was more indicative of how close these teams are. Game 2, when everything came off the rails, Midland played that perfectly. I am excited for Game 3. And I will say, when we get to the draft, it is spicy.
All right, well, yeah, game 3 is an interesting one because it's both teams up against the wall as opposed to just Midland from last time. But one of the things that we can almost guarantee, because it's happened 2 games in a row, is that Midland is going to get ahead. And at this point, I don't think it's in Marymount's favor to try and mitigate that in the early game. It's more in their favor to try and get themselves a nice mid-game composition, because that's where Midland fell apart in Game 1. If you want to send yourself to the finals, it's gotta be with almost a guaranteed plan of action, and I'd like to see something like the Misfortune picked up again, because if it doesn't get banned away here, then it would be really nice to see them have another just press ultimate impact team fight button on their bot lane.
I think that's what they were missing, especially from that bot lane. As you said, it appears that Noru and Invictus are going to win bot side of the map no matter what comp you pick. And that you pointed that out early in game 2 is that Yuxin and Pengo didn't have that press R win game button when they hit level 6 on that Mortgana Sivir comp. But I love this pick for heals it for fun, because Ornn is his most played in the NECC. He has played it 8 times so far. And if there's ever a time to get a comfort pick, if there's ever a time to pick something you know you run well, it is Game 3. You laugh at the Yi. It's Origin's most played too. They picked their favorite champions in Game 3. You couldn't ask for a better draft, I think, if you're a Marymount fan. You get your comfort picks when you need it or you're going home.
I love it. I hate it. I hate it and I love it. I hate it and I love it. I hate it because, well, we don't see that much Yi, but I love it because I think you're exactly right, and especially after last game, what was, I think we can say, quite a demoralizing one for them. Comfort is something that will reign supreme, because at times, actually I would say more often than not, in these skirmishes around the early to mid game, they're won by very little bits on the health bar, and at least Master Yi, unlike Kayn, doesn't have the problem that he can burn down in Alpha. He actually is just invulnerable in Alpha, so we'll get to see exactly how that one plays out. Into something like a Trundle and a Gnar, especially a Xerath, I really like this, but the Leona could cause problems, which is why I love the last pick. Zilean is great here.
Zilean is great because it solves the one issue that the Leona causes for the Master Yi, right? You're going to hit him with the Solar Flare, you're going to hit him with the Shield Daybreak, Master Yi's going to get stunned, and he's going to fall over. But if Pain goes fast enough on the ultimate, Master Yi comes back up, can immediately slam that Alpha Strike, as you mentioned, Dia, completely invulnerable, and now Leona's waiting on cooldowns if she's still alive. I think there is a very big wombo combo around this Master Yi, which is not something you usually expect. Usually Yi's are off solo carrying or doing whatever Master Yi players do. They have a nice wombo combo set up around Origins on his most picked jungler, and I think that Marymount has a great spot here. I'm curious. The fact that Xerath has gotten through every game is mind-blowing to me, because Ramadan Steve has put on a Xerath clinic on how to play. I'm very curious how the rest of that team will play, especially Scuzzrat on the Gnar. He ended up last picking it in our pro draft, and I'm curious how he'll play it, because I thought the Camille, it was banned. The split push was the way to go. I maybe would have liked more of a split push pick over the Gnar. Maybe he just likes that matchup into Ornn, and that's why I picked it.
Yeah, and it does give them a nice bit of team fight utility, a little bit more CC, perhaps. I think one of my concerns is that, as I sort of illustrated before, he's still got to be right on top of Yi, and to deal with him. And part of the problem with that is that there's an unsung hero aspect to this fight, although we've definitely sung his praises in the past 2 games. Karamatsu Boy on Orianna can absolutely devastate you. If there are 2-3 people stacked up on top of Yi's body waiting for him to revive, Orianna can ult, and it's easy damage, it's easy setup for her Yi. As he comes back, the Ornn can double down on it, the Zilean can even double down on that, and let's not forget that you've got a Misfortune ult coming over the top of you as well, so plenty of things to answer here. On the side of Marymount, Midland could find themselves in a crisis but it's only if all the pieces come together, and those pieces have to come together in a team fight. So as Midland, I'd kind of like to see them pull the map apart.
The one thing that I do want to touch on the Yi, and then we can go elsewhere, is
Sure.
where can he gank, right? Because Yi needs CC to set up ganks. You have it in the Ornn. I don't know how often you're going to get in range to gank a Gnar, and if Mega Gnar activates, that can be a 1v2 that goes south very quickly. Haramatsu Boy doesn't have much CC. I'm worried where Origins will gank. That could be where the Yi falls behind, but I think you're right. If Midland just kind of rips this map apart and basically forces Origins to be in 3 spaces at once, I think that Yi will just kind of fall flat on his face unless he's just going to power farm and we don't see him for 15 minutes and he comes out of the jungle with 3 items and just starts one-shotting everyone.
See, that's actually exactly what I was going to say. You asked, where does Yi gank? And I literally, the first thing I wanted to say was, please, for the love of God, don't gank. Like, unless it is frame perfect, unless it's just come off cooldown and your Ornn is level 6 and ready to go, just don't. You're going to get guaranteed a value out of the farm, and realistically, you want to be waiting until the fights. You want kind of to let your team dictate when the fights end up happening, because yes, Origins is a big part of them, but it has to be Keels and Pengo that are supporting him in that and actually setting up the Yi. So if he's going in and trying to start fights on his own in the early game, whether it be on the ganks, whether it be in the jungle, he's going to lose them unless he's got the backup of his squad.
I mean, the Trundle's the great pick as well. It's going to make the Yi lose attack damage. Yeah, you're right. I think he's just got a power farm. And I think Midland, this bot lane is a phenomenal pick, by the way. They won to the Leona Ezreal, and I absolutely love it because they basically have guaranteed they're going to win this lane. And the Morgana, as we saw a couple of times, was able to fend off Invictus, was able to at least stop the Leona from picking up kill after kill. That Zillion cannot do that. Maybe once you hit 6, you can get the revive onto Yuxin. This bot lane is going to be concerned for Marymount, and maybe Origin just has to hover there, not gank, but at least scare them off, because I don't think this 2v2 for Midland loses a single fight once they hit level 2.
Not at all, and that is something that if they can abuse it more than they did last game, will just end the game right then and there, because remember, Yi really shouldn't be ganking that lane unless they are playing in a totally different way, playing poorly, as they have not for the past 2 games. These guys have been amazing. They've been, honestly, Midland's sort of crown jewel in the sense that they are a 2v2 that you don't have to touch, and that is also just dominating to the tune of double CS more often than not.
Yeah, it's the unsung hero, right? We came in, we're like, okay, Scuzzrat, we know what you're going to do. You're going to get pocketed by Zebo Boy, or by Zebo Gap. We know what the mid lane is going to be. Ramadan Steve's just going to play very safe. This has been a phenomenal 2v2 that I think if Midland wins this is going to be very scary going into the championship. Because, again, this is game 3. This is match point. Winner is on to the title game in a couple of days in the Emergents Cyan division. And I'm very curious to see who will come out on top between these 2 teams. And I love the fact that everybody's playing just very safe. We're not getting any crazy invades. We're just going to make sure everybody starts with a just normal game 3, and we'll see how long normal lasts you.
It's likely going to be short-lived, but like you said, we'll see. We'll feel this one out. Trundle once again for Zebo is an interesting pickup. I've noticed that the Trundles this game haven't ended up going Glacial Augment, which I'm kind of sad about. Glacial Augment is pretty darn good on Trundle. On the other side of this, Ramadan's also been going First Strike consistently, and so this game is Noro. So a little bit more momentum to be gathered as they get further and further ahead in their lanes, but definitely something where if Midland falls behind, if all of a sudden they're receiving the engages, these runes and these champions are going to suffer extraordinarily.
This Rat's going to try for a bit of a late invade. I don't think it's going to make a play on this blue buff for Origins, which I will say, I love the confidence. The Smite Ignite Master Yi screams, I want to win the game, and I want to win it by a mile. I'm curious if not having Flash will ever be a decision Origin regrets, because there's a lot of times where Yi is just going to be a sitting duck waiting for Alpha Strike to come off cooldown, hoping he had Flash. That Ignite better pick up a kill to get value. I'm concerned that Origins falls behind and can't get out of fights that he picked.
I am also wondering, I have another question about the Master Yi that I, unfortunately, I'm sorry, is the color I simply can't answer. It's going to have to be the game for us. I wonder if Origins is going to build Axiom Arc. I know that, there are versions of Lethality Yi that run rampant over the Rift, and this could be troubling. I'm going to have to hold a point, though, as Scuzzrat's picking a fight. He's about to go Mega.
Knight comes out, the Alpha Strike lands, there's the Mega and the Flash. But again, we talked about this. Those are the ganks Origins can take, right, Dia? Because it was hand-fed into him. He gets a Flash. I like that play because you get some value. I do, at least.
I get that. I want to say that the one thing that wasn't there that we did say needed to be there at the start of the game is that Scuzzrat has to have just come out of Mega, and there he was about to go into it. So it is a misplay on the side of Marymount, and although it does give them a little bit of tempo, and that at the very least I do like and appreciate. Teleport earned is going to be really big, as well as the Flash, but hey, maybe another gank presenting itself. Nope, a little bit too late. Origins, remember, Igniteless now, can't take down Ramadan like this.
And the barrier goes out as well, but I thought he might win that. I think the Alpha Strike didn't come off cooldown in time, and that is not the start you wanted if you are Marymount for several reasons. You lose Karamatsu Boy, you lose the Flash and the Teleport. Everything Scuzzrat lost, but instead you lost your life and Scuzzrat didn't thanks to the Mega Gnar. And now I see your point why Mega Gnar need to be on cooldown, because basically 2 ganks, similar results. Mega Gnar is the difference maker for 400 gold plus for Midland.
And now he's behind in CS as well. The one thing that really can't happen to Yi, because he's down in gold against his opposition, and it sort of puts you on the back foot even further than you already were by picking a jungler that wasn't meant to have impact. Now that impact gets mitigated even further back because you don't have that guaranteed source of gold, and you're not going to be able to lean on him come that first item spike, perhaps 2. Now that item spike, perhaps 2, is going to be slowed down by the fact that Zebo is so far ahead.
Zebo picks up a Tiamat off of that, and now the Trundle basically is clearing as fast as that Master Yi is. Also, the Yi build gets set back because the boots had to be bought by Origins, who didn't just want to sit on gold. This is a unfortunate start for Marymount, but they came back from a decent deficit in game number 1. My bigger concern is that now Karamatsu Boy, for I think the first time all series, has to play from behind early in the game. Ramadan Steve didn't get ahead until about mid-game in game 2, and never got ahead in game 1. What can Karamatsu Boy do when he's down 2 assists very early on?
Definitely a concerning point for him with the tier. Has a bit of mana sustain. I believe Origins should have been spotted out there. No, he wasn't. Was not pinged by Midland, so unless they verbally communicated it like a bunch of nerds instead of pinging, nobody talks. Nobody talks in 2022. No, should be Origins on a stealth mission for now. Karamatsu Boy is actually going aggressive. Doesn't have the level 6 though, so Ramadan Steve still pretty darn safe. Takes a lot of poke, but Origins is wandering around. We've seen him for the past 30 seconds go from his own mid lane into the enemy's Raptors. Now he's walking around a little bit more, hoping that he can get on top of Ramadan. Oh wait, he doesn't have Flash because he didn't take Flash. He is burning time and getting nothing for it.
Karamatsu Boy has to play this so well, too, because, I mean, he's basically trying to bait Ramadan Steve into a play. We'll keep an eye on that in the middle of your screen. As you mentioned, he does not have Flash. Going to go for the wraparound here. The stun is going to miss. He's going to get in range. Barriers pop. Zebo Gap is there.
Oh my God,
perfectly.
one more
The
auto,
Ignite
please.
should pick up the kill. So at least that does get value. Going to be able to heal up, and Zebo Gap runs away. And the Ignite on Yi might work out, but here comes Invictus, going to flash in range. The Zenith blade misses, but the Alpha Strike stops Origins from getting away. And now Origins will go down, and Zebo Gap gets this third kill of the game.
Okay, but Origins is on the board now, so we'll count it as a win for the moment. This might be a loss, however. Scuzzrat going Mega is going to Dunkarino this one. Nice knockup though. Scuzzrat gets taken down. What a crazy turn of events.
I do not know how the Gnar did not push Keels out of way of the second hit of the Call of the Forge God. If that doesn't land, Scuzzrat wins that fight. I'm sure he is very upset at some League of Legends coder right now, because I thought Keels for Fun was not going to get the recast, but he gets it. They'll lose the Dragon, but picking up a kill, picking up a play, yes, it is Ornn. But that is huge for Marymount, who had not had a single thing really in the early game go right. The fact that Keels does that on his champion, by the way, is huge for Marymount.
It's anyone's game right now, and the goal of being close is telling that story. So are the plays from everyone as well. It doesn't seem like even Midland are too comfortable right now. There's been a lot of flustered play, especially around that mid lane gank, and now that Karamatsu Boy has level 6, and importantly, Ramadan Steve doesn't have the flash anymore. I want to see a repeat. Origins revisiting this mid lane onto a potentially overextended Xerath would be deadly, and he's definitely not going to get the chance to visit up top lane because Scuzzrat has been controlling his wave and controlling the vision around his lane really well.
I expect Origins when he gets 6 to do exactly what you did, which he did just hit level 6. He'll pick up this blue buff or maybe hand it off to Karamatsu Boy, I'm not sure. Scuzzrat will come down with the Mega Gnar. He's just going to look to steal this Rift Scuttle, set them up around this first Rift Herald, which Midland has absolutely controlled. They have gotten every single Rift Herald in this series.
Heals, does he get it? Does he get it? Q it, Q it, Q it.
Heals,
Oh, he's not going to get it.
HP.
Oh, he's not going to get it.
No, it did not pick it up, and they're going to hop right onto this Rift Herald. This is a 3v3.
Heals has ult as well. Origins is here. Pango is here. These are the 3 pieces that you need in place.
All the Forge God's not online. Origin's going to out the strike to try and get the reset, taking a ton of damage. Right in the Arcane's going to burn him down from Ramadan Steve. Huge shockwave onto 2. Invictus going to go down. Zemo got forced to run away. Does not have the flash over the wall. It's just simply dead meat, and it's a 2-on-2. But Keels is very low. Gets a double knockup. Trying to buy time for Call of the Forge God. Scuzzrat forced to hop away. Almost has the Mega Gnar. He's trying to kite out Karamatsu Boy until Mega Gnar comes online. I think this Orianna will just smartly disengage, but 2 for 2 is not an awful place to be if you're Marymount.
Karamatsu Boy, insane right there, I gotta say. Stalling it out, 2v1 at the end. It's gonna have to walk back into the mid lane to collect some farm, but that was concerning. And that was concerning because Pango didn't have the ultimate, and yet they opted into that fight. The point of the Zillion being there is always going to be to back up the Master Yi in that way, and unfortunately for him, the early roam, though well-intentioned to try and contest the Rift Herald, doesn't exactly work out because he doesn't have the most crucial cooldown that a Zillion can provide.
I was really hoping that Origins was going to go in as they were backing, but instead, the first time ever, a Yi does not attempt a gank. A little bit disappointed about that one, but you're right. Pango had to be level 6 for that play to make sense, right? I mean, we talked about it. The ult is what makes this happen. Though I will say, quietly enough, Yuxin's having their best game against Noru.
That's crazy.
Yes, they're down in CS, but it's only 14. At 10 minutes in the first few games, it had been 20, 30. There's no kills on the board for Ezreal either. This has quietly been the best bot lane game for Marymount, and I absolutely enjoy it because Yuxin, we know what they can do once they finally catch up in items. So staying even, or at least close to even this long, is huge for Marymount.
Turns their focus elsewhere as well, given the fact that now Yuxin is going to be able to do a lot more relevant damage than he was in Game 1 a lot earlier on. Marymount now have a win condition around these next couple objectives. Minute 20 until the next Drake, but that's what I'm looking for. I think that actually might be the place where you choose to fight. Your item spikes should be in time, and oh my lord, you're going to have the Rift Herald as well.
Great steal by Origins. Will go down. Karamatsu Boy can't quite get the ball in range onto Zevo Gap, who does not have flash. They are just dead. Oh, great
Nice
flash
flash.
out of the shockwave by Scuzzrat. I don't know if this is a fight that Midland wins, though. They're both low health, and they are divided. Scuzzrat trying to kite out, trying to get that Mega Gnar online. It's not going to happen. And now Ramadan Steve has to run for the hills. The stun on Keels will land, and I think that's going to allow Xerath to get out alive. But you get the steal onto the Rift Herald, as you mentioned, and you go 2 for 1. That's a win for Marymount in my book.
I am just grinning ear to ear right now because I went into this game looking at Yi and Origins, I'll be honest, not having the greatest game. And it happens to everyone, right? Especially against Zevo, who got ahead early. It's a tough one, but the rest of his team is coming in and picking him up off the floor, man. Keels is helping out with some great knockups. Karamatsu Boy has been playing out of his mind, and, well, now with Yuxin roaming up, an attempted play does go off. And while it doesn't get any kills, it sends everybody right back to base before the Dragon. Marymount, California have each other's backs. Will it be enough against Midland?
Love this Rift Herald mid. You realized Karamatsu Boy is scary. You're going to get him those 2 plates. Unfortunately, he hasn't had the best power pushing game, and they're just going to hop right on to this Chemtech Dragon. We'll see if there is an answer. A teleport is going to come down from both top laners. Dragon dropping lower and lower. Zebo Gap not going to be able to pick it up. Origin gets another one here. Will be the first target to go down, however, but Zebo Gap's not far behind. So is Invictus. Pago staying alive. Scuzzrat gonna have that Mega Gnar. Have to be careful. They're trying to kite it out. Keels dropping low. Does not have Call the Forge God quite yet. And Marymount will simply kite away. Scuzzrat gonna hop over the wall looking for Gnar value. Nice dash by Keels. We see the Rite of the Arcane from Ramadan Steve come out. Will force the ult from the Zillion, but with Mega Gnar fading, a fantastic dragon fight for Marymount, California. Playing it excellently. And Origins, as you said, not the best scoreline, but is a great objective to pick her up. Gets 2 against Zebo Gap. That is huge.
Yeah, so big for him. And you know what? While the rest of his team is getting those team fight wins, he is doing his absolute darndest to make sure that this Yi pick is not in vain still. Picking up the objectives is honestly exactly what you need, because whether or not Marymount look like they're winning in the jungle, the fact is that the gold is even right now, and that's gonna give Yi time to scale up if he even needs to at that point. 1 dragon to 1 as well means that we're going into the late game, and that's where Origins is going to be the most comfortable.
And would it be a game 3 without an Infernal Dragon Dia? That's the one that Yi wants to see. He loves that. I'm torn because I feel like in game 1, we had an idea of who was going to win. That ended up being wrong. Game 2, we had an idea of who was going to win. That ended up being right. I honestly don't know, as we sit here at 14 minutes, who's in control of this game. It feels very, very close, and I'll say Keels is having their best game of the series kill-wise on this board that they played a ton. This has been a fantastic pick for the side of Marymount, California.
He's been doing super duper well, and in lane, I might add, Karamatsu Boy is standing out. These solo laners are really the backbone of Marymount right now, and it is very much showing, not just in kills, but in their team fight impact. However, Midland want to try and dismantle that. Is Gil's going to get out alive here? He gets flash ulted.
Oh, the Forge God gets a double knockup. Karamatsu Boy is coming in, and the ult from Ramadan Steve. Origin sees that, though, and a Xerath in a one-on-one and a Master Yi is never a spot you want to be. Barrier does get popped, flashes away as well. The Ignite ticking will pick up the kill, but once again, Origins will go down. But that is a huge shutdown onto the Master Yi. Zebo Gap now trying to run away, not going to be able to find it. A double stun as well from Pango. And that was a fantastic moment across the rift for Marymount. And I don't think they're done.
Nope.
The Scuzzrat has very little wave, but unfortunately Keels has very little health. And I think this is a smart play by Marymount just to back away. Karamatsu Boy looking for one more hit, but not able to find it.
No, he should be able to pick up the first tower, though, because Scuzzrat can't contest the burst from this Orianna. The Leandry's putting in overtime right now. That first Mythic Spike plus the Sorcerer Shoes really doing her a lot of good. And Marymount end up being the ones to secure the first tower of the game. For the first time, we're hitting 15 minutes, and they're at a gold advantage. I can't express how crazy that is, Fish. Midland University, we said it going into this game, the one thing you can guarantee is that they're going to be ahead in the early game. And somehow, some way, Marymount disproved them with a composition that isn't even built to challenge the early game.
I would like to draw everyone's attention to Karamatsu Boy's lead over Ramadan Steve. 2.2k in the mid lane deal. We knew that Karamatsu Boy, based off game 1, was probably the better mid laner, but I think this might be an even better performance. We'll see how the rest of Game 3 goes, but to have that big of a lead over your solo laner, Origin's going to force out the flash from Doru, but Master Yi does not know how to go backwards. It's another shutdown. Keels for fun, trying to run away. Call the Forge God going to be used. I don't think we'll get a second hit off. Actually will. Scuzzrat going to flash up the wall. Shockwave going to land onto Zebo Gap, but unfortunately, Karamatsu Boy just barely missed out on saving his top laner. And Ramadan Steve is going to force the retreat. The pillar will come out as well.
Good
a
flash
from Karamatsu Boy. Scuzzrat's going to come over the ball with the Mega Gnar. Nard into the wall. And that is a huge win for Midland to keep this game even and give them a slight gold lead as well.
Big shutdown going to Scuzzrat there, and well, Marymount get a little bit too big for their britches, but on the other side, Origins picking up kills is exactly what I would like to give over in trade. Were I a Marymount fan, that's something that I would be comfortable opting into. It's not taking them any further out of the game by any means, as now they are at a gold disadvantage off of a really nice proactive play from Midland. Still, may very well die.
I don't know if you win this, Marymount. I don't know if you win. Oh, no, they don't get out. Thankfully, Invictus able to pop the sweeper. That was nearly a great play by Pango and Origins, but they simply stayed too long. I don't know if they expected the 5-man rotate for Dragon, and if Invictus hits that sweeper, even a second later, they get out. I love the effort, but Marymount getting a little bit too big for their bridges. We do see the ult from Yuxin going to come in. Has to run away from Invictus. Getting Blast Cone over the wall will bring the Leona with her. But should be able to Gale Force to safety. Even though they'll throw out the Leona emote for
I want to look at that play and try and analyze it and be like, Marymount, like, what was their actual, like, angle there? We can't really do it. It was a Fnatic death rush of a macro play. It looked good. It wasn't the best play for them, but hey, it was funny, and this is the good play. This is why Karamatsu Boy has been heralded as, well, the backbone of the team for 3 games now, and why Keels for Fun stepping up this game is certainly going to be a big part of why they might eventually end up winning it, even despite losing the team fight, losing 2 around Dragon and the Dragon itself. Those 2 alone end up making up another play that turns into another objective.
Harold should be able to pick it up. I don't think Invictus tries for the steal, but will ward it off and let his team know. And now you drop this most likely in the mid lane. You get that turret down for the side of Marymount, because that is the one thing that stalled out Marymount in game 1, is we are going to see a solar flare going to land on the Karamatsu Boy, taking turret hits. Scuzzrat is there, and a phenomenal play gets a pick onto not 1 but 2. And unfortunately, Marymount this time is the over-aggressor, and they've lost quite a few members just simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
You know, interestingly enough, this is what we wanted to see in game 1 that we didn't get to. Karamatsu punished against Ramadan, even when Ramadan isn't there. Midland University being able to pull that together are going to get themselves not 1 but 2 towers, as nobody's in place to answer this back, and Origins is just vibing in the sidelines going, guys, when do we actually get to play League of Legends? Because if Midland are going to have their way, it's not going to be anytime soon.
All the Forge God is up here soon for Keels for fun, but I don't think it's in range of Scuzzrat or Invictus. I think that's what Origins was waiting for, is the cheeky, I'll come out of the bush and you'll have a 4-man call, the Forge God, and I'll alpha strike everyone and it'll be good. But unfortunately, they couldn't get there in time, and that's very bot side of the map. And Midland asserting their dominance, the gold lead back up to 3,500. But I think any fight, basically, as we've hinted for Marymount, it's going to revolve mainly around where that shockwave hits for Karamatsu Boy. But even with Origin, with the scoreline not what you would have hoped for a Yi, I still think that he solos Ramadan, Steve, or Noru if he gets the chance, and if there's no peel for Midland.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that with no CC, Yi is still going to win, whether he be 2,000 gold behind. If you were a carry, he is the bane of your existence, and right now, he's going to do that job no matter what happened inside of the earlier stages of the game. Already has that mythic, the Kraken Slayer, an interesting choice to move himself in and hopefully keep up the DPS in the later stages of the game. He's going to get a lot of attack speed off of that one. But right now, the game plan, honestly, for Marymount is just to stall out. And the fact that they had a great early game is exactly what they want, but not what they need by any means. Because if they can keep themselves within that 3,000 gold touching distance during the next 10 minutes, they can start winning fights again. But this is Midland's kingdom, and this is where they need to be looking for their own plays. I really like that it's starting with the vision.
So much vision all over the map. Feels fun. Taking a huge chunk of damage. And you do have to remember, Dia, that as Ornn levels up, he will start to close that gold gap artificially with the Ornn Mythics for the side of Marymount. So that gold lead, is, as you said, as long as it hangs around 3K, starts to be actually closer to even once you take into account the Ornn item. So I think this is a lot like game number 1. Midland has the lead. Midland's in the driver's seat, but one small misstep, especially if you eat a 3 or a 4-man shockwave, or if you leave Noru or Ramadan Steve alone for Origins to come out of nowhere. And this is going to be Marymount is in control. I'm very curious where our next fight is. Baron's up, Dragon's in 40 seconds. It would be soul point for Midland if they pick it up, and they've won a bunch of Dragon fights, and they have the vision basically everywhere around that Dragon right now.
Invictus is putting in overtime to secure that vision as well, and the best play for Marymount, outside of finding a crazy low percentage pick, would be to give this Dragon up. Even though it is soul point, even though that is scary, your scaling is so good later on that it sort of harkens back to last game where, yes, there's a chance that you get ahead here, but if you lose big.
Harold just basically has to get burned by Origins before it runs out of time. Call the Forge God, gonna knock up 2 that were caught in the shockwave, but they just don't have enough damage. Ramadan Steve gonna pop the ult, not be able to do enough, and it's Pango who goes down, which means that Chrono Shift is not online. Bullet time can't even whittle them down to half. Karamatsu boy has just simply run out of cooldown.
They're losing big.
Gonna get that Mega Gnar and the stun into the wall, but
watch Origins, watch Origins!
It's a kill! They might have a chance here. The Ignite picks it up, and anytime there's a Yi and you're at half life, you've got to be scared, but I think Midland picks up this Dragon.
Okay, but Origins may be able to answer back, at least securing the mid lane tower. So you do lose, but it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. Still pretty darn bad, though. And let's start to really seriously evaluate this, because the lead's gone from around 3,000 to around 4,000. And that in itself is not worrying. But if we hit 5,000, we saw what Midland did with that last game, and that's where I start to get really worried. 25 minutes into the game, if it hits the 5,000 mark before 30, I still start to sweat for Marymount. Midland need to keep control of this, and honestly, I'd like to see them break open that top lane to get themselves that extra little bit of gold, because at that point, we know that they're comfortable piloting themselves to an ultimate victory.
My other big concern for Marymount is they didn't have the bullet time, but they got their wombo combo. They got the shockwave into the Call of the Forge God recast. It did about 40% to the Zebo Gap and Invictus. I mean, yeah, those are the 2 Tankies members, but Karamatsu Boy's not as far ahead as I thought, and maybe even Marymount thought he was.
No. Okay, sorry. I never know how to approach this, right? I respectfully disagree, I think is the way that I'm going to put that. Karamatsu Boy and Keels for Fun are a massive part of the Wombo combo, but the part that they drafted for that needs to be there has to be Pango putting his ult on Origins to keep him alive. Origins wasn't in the front line. It was a chase down from Marymount that started with the parts that need to be there to back Yi up. Origins, heals in the front line, whatever it is, need to be absorbing pressure as opposed to trying to chase down the members of Midland University, because then you're never going to catch Noro, you're never going to catch Ramadan Steve, and like you saw and like you illustrated quite rightly, the front line just isn't going to cave to the kind of pressure you can put out.
You are right. You are right in 100% that Origins has to be. Origins, I mean, and you cannot lose. If you lose Pango, it's got to be with the Chrono Shift on cooldown, even if it's on themselves. That was huge, but this is what we saw in Game 2. Scuzzrat is split pushing. There was so much vision in the top side of the map, by the way, that Marymount was chasing around Midland, and now they're going to go for a chase one more time. Shockwave's going to land on the Zebo Gap, and he is going to be the first elimination. A stun lands, but Yi gets the reset. A Duggle knockup, and Noro, you're not getting away.
Noro.
The Alpha Strike follows over the wall. They land enough CC, but Ramadan Steve is the next target. He will go down. Noro, what can you do? The answer is nothing. It's a double kill for Karamatsu Boy. Make it a kill for Origins as well. All the while, Scuzzrat is pushing bot side. And that means it's got to be a Baron for Marymount.
I'm crying tears of joy. We said it, and it was perfect. They turn that around just knowing that it's got to be all about the Yi. This time, Keels for Fun and Karamatsu set up for Origins to pop off. It's going to turn into a Baron, and no matter how much Scuzzrat is styling the bot side, it's only a delay of that inevitable big buff that's going to come through for Keels, and it might ultimately kill Scuzzrat if he stays around.
The problem for Marymount is Keels ended up having to back off. Scuzzrat is going to pick up this bot inhibitor tower.
Nice.
And leave that inhibitor open. I like that Scuzzrat has a huge props to Scuzzrat. You came into this series, I'm going to carry the game. I'm going to be the hero. It didn't work in game 1. They've adapted their playstyle perfectly. They said, I'm just going to split push the whole time. My team's not going to need me. Hopefully that fight maybe goes to just because that's there. But I think you take losing a fight, Baron, you can debate, or picking up 2 uncontested towers on the bot side of the map and leaving that inhibitor wide open, that you have a path to at least super minions if you win a fight.
That's the real nice thing for Midland, is that as the game starts to scale out of their control, a lot like we actually saw in game 1, Scuzzrat is the thing that leaves that door open for later, almost literally, because the thing is that, as we already saw, the scaling is starting to go in the favor of Marymount, but now you only need 1 fight to dismantle the base, as opposed to 2, as opposed to being able to cower under your inhibitor towers. And that 1 fight, it's only about a minute away. Both these teams are going to contest the Dragon. Marymount having the Baron are going to have the waves pushed for it, and they're going to have a small advantage here, but Midland and their vision control may just be enough. I said it before, Invictus is putting in overtime right now, and Midland still have a composition that can and will delete you if you misstep, if you misplace your pieces. It's got to be the enabling of the Yi. Remember that come 28 seconds from now when this Dragon is all that we're thinking about.
Scuzzrat will simply opt for the wave clear in mid. We will set up around the Dragon. Rift Scuttle will give extra vision over, but Ramadan Steve is taken very low. Forced to burn the flash and the barrier call. The Forge God's going to come out. Going to land a 1 knockup, but not going to stop Xerath off, but Invictus is caught out. Bullet time will shred through Scuzzrat as well. Ramadan Steve, you've got to be careful. Origins is just running down normally like a Master Yi. The Alpha Strike, the reset during the ult. The Mastery Flash as well. He's going to jump on the Scuzzrat. No fear of the turret. Okay, maybe a little bit of fear.
Turn scaling around. Oh my god, you heard me call that out, by the way. He dodged the Gnar ultimate with the Alpha Strike, and well, Zebo now spotted out. Likely won't be able to evade this in the same way, although he does have that flash. If he secures this Infernal, it's huge! He doesn't get it! Burning the flash, ultimately just to die at the hands of his counterpart.
I don't care about Origin's score at the end of the day, and it's only going to get better. He is 3-0 in the most important jungle metric that we cannot display, Dia, and that is Smite Battle. Zebo has now lost 3 of them. And if we get to a Baron, if you get to an Elder Dragon, that is going to be in Marymount's favor, because I'm sure there's a little bit of, in team of, come on, Zebo, you got to land those smites. I will be curious if Zebo can win a more important objective, but Origins right now, that is a huge stat. 3-0 in terms of Dragons and Rift Heralds outsmited against Zebo.
Don't even say the words Elder Dragon to me, Fish. How dare you? I'm sitting here having living nightmares about going to Elder Dragon 2 to 3 at this point, at least 20 minutes from now, when one of these teams decides to finally get themselves the soul. And honestly, we are so 50-50 that this game could go on for a while yet. Midland, you're seeing it right now, a lot like you saw the writing on the wall in game 1. They don't win these fights anymore, especially not if Karamatsu Boy is playing out of his mind as he has been. But because of the play that Scuzzrat set up earlier, they've always got that chance. And I love what Scuzzrat is doing, constantly revisiting that bot lane, pushing it out, keeping the vision up, and forcing Marymount to, while playing their own game, have to balance with him. They go top, they go, we're going to push this out. No, we're not. We have to address the Gnar. We're going to push out mid. No, we're not. We're going to address the Gnar. And it's letting Midland collect a lot of the standing gold so that they can try and wrestle away a team fight later.
Yeah, that Baron was absolutely not useless, but it didn't get anything. They didn't get a single tower out of it. They didn't get any value because of Scuzzrat pushing and pushing and pushing. Now, the mid-tier 2, a light breeze will knock it over. I think it's at less than 50 health. Somebody just has to look at it funny, and it will go down. But you're right, Scuzzrat is just applying so much pressure, and heals, last time we saw, wasn't able to match that. I think Origins can. I think Karamatsu Boy can. But as we hinted in game 1, if you take Karamatsu Boy out of the fight, then I don't know if Marymount has the advantage. So who matches Scuzzrat is going to get more and more interesting. Right now, it is Karamatsu Boy. Luckily enough for Marymount, there's no objectives, and so this is one of the few times that Karamatsu Boy can take that risk.
Yeah, this is nice from them, and it's a little bit of a lull in the action because, like you said, the objectives lacking. Problem, though, is arising for Marymount, and again, in the sense that they're not controlling the vision. Fundamentally, Midland have a lot more going on right now, and it's the composition of Marymount that is keeping them in this game, because the fact is that every time that we approach an objective, they are walking into enemy vision, having almost none of their own. The blue trinkets have been doing so much for them. But outside of that, even now, they're sitting back inside of their own lanes, and it's letting Origins walk into situations like this.
Well, the Forge God's gonna come out. The stopwatch should keep him alive. Teleport's gonna come out from Scuzz. Zemo Bat forced to go over the wall. There is that chrono shift onto Yi, and he'll come back to life, and Invictus is dead. Zemo Gap's the next one to fall. The bullet time's gonna come out, but Scuzzrat is tanky enough. Karamatsu Boy is dropping lower and lower. Origin's gonna get gnarred, but it doesn't land into the wall, so he doesn't get stunned. He'll outstrike into the team, trying to stay alive, taking 50% less damage, but he goes down, and it's a 2-for-1 trade, but Marymount has to back off. Nothing gained, nothing lost for really either team.
Everything there was so scary for the side of Marymount because they almost lost control. Their jungler got caught out, and the fact that they're able to, again, scrabble back that fight has to do with compositionally the strikes that they set themselves up for. And that is not only scary for Marymount, but I think it should also be making Midland sweat quite a bit as well, because it's just 41 seconds away from this dragon. Teams are starting to set up. Invictus is setting out to set up even more vision, but the fact is that everything went perfectly for Midland there, and even then, they didn't win.
The good news for Midland is they're going to get the advantage setting up. As you said, Invictus has been working overtime. Yi's just now on the map. Interestingly enough, that wasn't a stopwatch like I thought. That's a Zhonya's finished by Origin, which I like because he gets the repeatable usage. I understand it's kind of mean because you lose the AD spike of your third item, but I like the fact he's going to have that repeated stopwatch usage with the Zhonya's. If we get potentially another fight coming out here, Keel's taking a lot of damage. Up some of the fruit, and it looks like it's Marymount that's going to be the first ones to potentially jump onto this dragon, though they are taken very, very low.
Watch Scuzzrat, though.
Oh, here they go. 3-man blast code over the wall. Scuzzrat's going to knock in Karamatsu Boy. That is the worst thing that could have happened, but Origin picks up one on the backside and gets the Master Yi reset. Alpha Strike through the team. Zebo is dead. It's a double kill. The Sterix Gauge pops. The Alpha Strike reset. It's a triple kill for Master Yi. There, you're popped by Ramadan Steve. It's not gonna matter. Master Yi is on a killing spree. And there's only one thing separating it from the Penta, and it's Scuzzrat running for his life. He cannot be slowed. Gonna dodge the comeback on the boomerang. There it is. There's no Mega Nor. It's a pentakill for Origin.
Let's go, Origins, picking that one up from the floor. We saw it earlier in the game where Karamatsu and Keels were coming in to support him. This time, you see Karamatsu get nard into the wall, and Origins goes, "Don't worry, guys. I got this." He turns around, throws out the Yi ultimate, and Marymount win that fight, get the dragon, and now Midland are just drenched in sweat. They're that gif that you see of, what is that, Jordan Peele? Just sweating bullets. Yes. That is Midland right now, because they know as well as we do that if all of that is going so perfectly, if you're taking out Karamatsu Boy, who's been the linchpin of so many one-team fights for Marymount, if he's the first one to die without doing anything, and you still lose, you've lost the game.
I was gonna say, if you go back in time 45 seconds or a minute, D, and I ask you, what's a perfect fight for Midland? You say exactly that. You knock Karamatsu Boy into the wall, you probably win the fight. I just don't know what you do now. You have to land it onto Origins. He is timing these Alpha Strikes so well. You can see why he's flashing the mastery. This is a champion that has memes all over the place. I mean, we chuckled in the pro draft when we saw, we're like, oh, it's Master Yi. That's kind of funny. Oh my goodness, Origins, you are not funny on the Master Yi. You are scary. You're very scary.
I thought they were tilted. Like, when I saw Master Yi, I was like, oh, last game did get to them. So I guess that's just a Midland win, and it isn't. Karamatsu Boy, though, mispositioning could be another start to a team fight. Well, he ends up getting a pick. Who's trapped in here with who?
Now here comes Master Yi and the rest of the squad, by the way, and I think the problem is it's Karamatsu Boy, who's 1v4ing right now, picks up a double kill, picks up a triple kill, Noru goes down, it's a quad for Karamatsu Boy in a fight he doesn't deserve to win, and this is Baron, and I don't think it's game because they don't have enough towers, but they are scary close with an level 18 Master Yi.
It's informally the game. You freeze frame this right now, and you look at last game, and I'm sitting here going, why don't Midland surrender? Because there's no way. And I mean, the thing is that there's always, for Marymount last game, there was always the hope that they were able to win this game, and very clearly it has paid off. But for Midland right now, they have no choice but to fight this out, because they are one miracle fight with the double, triple, even penta stun into the wall from the Gnar, with Zebo and Ramadan Steve able to AoE down everybody. That is the only thing between them and the finals right now, and as slim as that chance is, it's a 0.01% chance that it goes off. It still exists, and they've got to fight to find out whether today is their day.
Best news for Midland is they get that chance, Dia, right? Because of the lack of tower pressure that Marymount had. I mean, they only have 3 towers down across the entire map. This is going to keep going on. Zebo, you're going to go in. You're going to get knocked up in the air. What can he do to stay alive? Call the Forge God's going to come out. Keo barely survives with the shield, and the knockup is going to take down Naru, who got a little bit too close to the sun. And would drag it up in a minute 44. What can Marymount do with this Baron? And can they end the game? Well, it's a 5v4. We get the teleport back repealed. We get one more fight, Dia, and Midland has to win.
Scuzzrat just jumped out of Meganar as well. He's not going to have that tanky form. The dream isn't going to be there. Midland know it, but they still have to fight as Marymount push into their base. They're going to end it all, and Karamatsu just got the shockwave back off cooldown.
No solar flare for Invictus. There's the shockwave. You talk about Ramadan Steve has gone down. Zanya's gonna be popped by Karamatsu Boy. Master Yi is in on the back line, and he has one thing on his mind, and that is the finals. Origin's gonna pick up one more. 13-8-11 on the Yi. The GGs basically go out, and Marymount on the back of a pentakill is in the Emergent Cyan final.
Marymount, California, just from absolute shambles. They came into this series not the favored team, the underdog by every metric. Midland won the early game of game 1. They came back to win that. They got destroyed, just dumpstered in game 2. And game 3, what happens? They pull out the Yi. Karamatsu goes wild on the Orianna. Keels puts out an amazing performance on the Ornn. The misfortune is there. Pango's got the Zillion to back everybody up. And somehow, some way, they win the semis.
I never dreamed in my wildest years when I signed up to be a League of Legends master that I would cast a Master Yi pentakill. Never in a million years. I would have said, yeah, were we playing ARAM as a for fun game? I mean, what were we doing? Huge shout outs to Origin. Started 3-7, ends 13-8. That is all you need to know. A phenomenal play by Karamatsu Boy. Really all around. I mean, it's going to be overshadowed because Yuxin, I think, was like 1-1 in 17. Played their best bot game of their life. They didn't lose by as much as they had ever lost by. It was close the whole time. That was perfection for Marymount. They handled the game to adversity perfectly. You and I talked in between, like, are they going to be tilted out of their mind? As you said, the Yi pick was like, it's Master Yi. Phenomenal team effort from Marymount. Absolutely what a wild way to end the night, by the way. We got a Penta. We got a 1v4 quad from Karamatsu Boy for some reason. That was fantastic.
And it was so heartening to see as well, and I gotta call this out again, because the win condition that Marymount had was Origins. He was sitting there on the Yi, and he had the worst early game imaginable. It was awful. It was difficult to watch, to see a Yi be put down so hard. and the rest of the team picked him up. And later in the game, when the rest of the team were suffering, when they were being caught out, he had them right back. I love this series and I love this game because we got to see that story told on the big stage. In Marymount, California, they don't just look like good individual League of Legends players, they look like an amazing team, and I can't wait to see what this looks like even further on in the finals.
This is going to be a phenomenal Emergent Cyan finals. This was a fantastic way to put a bow on the semifinals. And do you have any final thoughts? Because I want to end on a high, but there is something that I think that's got to be said. But maybe we'll get to it a little bit, actually. It sounds like we actually do have an interview, Dion. I mean, there's two good choices, I think. Do you have a pick between the two? I don't know who we're going to get. Do you have a favorite?
I haven't looked at our options just yet. So I want to say that I don't have a favorite. I think that everybody equally here.
I'll be the person to pick favorites. I hope Origin. I mean, you got a pentakill. I want to let you hype up the pentakill, the Master Yi pentakill. All things. Never would have dreamed of it. We'll hear who it's gonna be. I can't wait though.
Go ahead and give us the bad news though, or I could do it. It's not necessarily bad news.
I think we wait till the interview. We let him get there high. I think, or do we just? Okay. I mean, it's up to you. I think we rip the Band-Aid off at the end though. Okay, I think we rip it off at the end. We let them celebrate their win. A phenomenal play by everyone for Marymount. Again, we have an interview coming up with someone from Marymount. Excited to see who it is going to be. I mean, Karamatsu Boy probably is your series MVP if you had sort of an accolade like that because of the Victor game, because of the Oriana game. But, I mean, you get a pentakill in the semifinals in Game 3, and I'll say it again. You got your comfort pick, right? You got the Ornn. You got the Yi. And that's what they needed.
And imagine going into the finals and having Yi banned against you. Like what a power move that is. before it even starts, and there's a pretty good chance that happens as well. I mean, obviously finals are finals for a reason, and you're really put through the fire, the gauntlet to get all the way there. So it's not like they won't have competition. It's not like they won't have to prep. This is going to be the hardest games of League of Legends of their life. But it is absolutely worth it to see these guys up on the big stage with the strategies that they already showed us that they have. My question, of course, is going to be how their bot lane does in the finals, because it may just have been a bad matchup. We talked about how they met earlier on in the season, right? And Midland had their number the entire time. Going into the finals, is it actually that your matchup is just battered to Midland bot lane, or is it that bot lane is going to consistently lose and that's just a reality?
It sounds like don't go anywhere. We've got our interview. We're going to take a quick break, get that all set up, come back. After that, I'm excited. I got a sneak peek of who it's going to be, and I'm pretty happy. I'll leave it at that. We'll come back with the interview. Don't go anywhere. That was a killer game. You're not going to miss any of it. Welcome back into the NECC. We've had a chance to catch our breath, Thea. What a phenomenal game between Marymount and Midland in our semifinals. Emergents Cyan. Marymount comes out on top, and I know you were indifferent. I had a favorite. I was biased, and for the interview, I will celebrate because we get the pentakill man himself. Origins is joining us, and Origins, I've got to start with the obvious question. In the semifinals, in game 3, where it's still a split of who's going to win, How does it feel to pick up a pentakill on what you told us in the break is your favorite, your one-trick champion?
Hey man, thanks for having me on the call. At esports_DIA and fish, or DF fish. I could just say that. It feels great, honestly. Like I was super stoked. Like when you're in the heat of the moment as a Master G, if you've played them, I'm sure everybody's played them at one point, and you just get that like thrill, that just like thrill of the hunt, I guess. But now on Master E, and you just alpha strike, go from one target to the next, Wuju style. I mean, hey. It was a thrill, man. Honestly.
Yeah, it was really cool to watch, and Fish and I were both celebrating that of all the League of Legends casting that we've done, we don't get to cast a Master Yi pentakill all that often. So thank you for bringing that in here. One of the things that I wanted to ask you though, on a little bit more somber of a note, is how you actually ended up winning this. Because going from game 1, where you guys had a huge comeback, into game 2, where you weren't able to pull off the same thing, and even into game 3, where the early game was a little bit rough. What were the comms like for you? Who or what ended up pulling you back together and sort of keeping the mentals stable throughout the course of game 3?
Okay, so to answer that question, we have to look back on game 2. We made quite a bit of mistakes, and got a little bit demoralized, a little bit saddened, and we told each other, everybody on the team, kills for fun, Origins, me, Karamatsu Boy, Yuxin, and Pengalaker. We were like, man, that game 2 really hurt us, but we have to think ahead and think about the future and what we could do, what we can change. Like don't look back on the past at the moment. Let's look back on the past after we're done with this, so we can fix what we did wrong, and let's just go to game 3 with the new headset, new mind, new mentality, and just like focus on the fighting, the game, the moment, and just worry about the stress and everything later.
And sorry, just to sort of piggyback off that, I apologize, Fish. But with that, obviously going into game 3, things were a little bit rough at the start as well. Was that something that you had to keep reminding each other of, and sort of like how did that work? And I guess sort of expanding on that, when did you realize that you didn't have to worry anymore?
So I remember, when we first started that game 3, and we were kind of like hurting in the beginning. I deep down I knew that we could outscale. We just have to wait, because once we get to that point where we can outscale and we can just focus on the mid laner, and we can focus on me and focus on top ADC and support, we can all just work together and take control of objectives later in the game. We kind of have to give up what we can't get now and worry about what we can get later. Early game kind of hurt us. Mid game we were going a little bit stalemate, and then the late game is when we really started to showcase our abilities. So that's how we had to look at it. We had to focus on our scaling and not worry too much about what happened in the early game.
And final question for you, Origin. This has been, from what I'm told, it is your first official tournament for you guys at Marymount, and you were just trying to have some fun and do well. And it's been a trying season. You guys started 0-2. You've now won, I believe, 8 of your last 9 games. Your only loss was to Midland, which you've obviously avenged that. So how did you guys change that? How did you guys go from 0-2 to now on the cusp of the finals in your division? What did you guys do as a team? Was there any sort of breakthrough point in the season where you were able to say, all right, we can turn things around? Because, this has been an incredible run for you guys to make it where you are after how you guys started.
Right. So that's a good question, and I'll answer that to the best of my ability. So, in the beginning part of the season, we were placed in some champions bracket or something, and I think it was just like provisionals or something. And then once we get to Emergents, which is where we're at, we went against a couple. I think it was Midland first. I don't remember. I think it was Midland. And the first game we won, and we were super happy. And then we lost the next 2, and we were like so disappointed. Everybody on my team, we were all just like, that's too bad. We just got to focus now. And so from that point on, when we went against them, and don't get me wrong, these players, their team is really good, actually pretty good. And even I have to say, they're pretty dang good. So we just looked at a lot of VOD reviews, and we went over a lot of mistakes that we did in any of our games. So that being even practice, where we just like, we're not against any other universities. We're just practicing. You know, we practice all the time. We practice almost every other day, especially when it comes to a game that we have against another uni. We practice like 2-3 days in advance, and we just practice every day for like 3-4 hours. And you know, of course, we do our scouting, and we focus on what the enemy team or the components or enemy team likes to play, and then we kind of play around it. We have to focus on what our strengths are, and we kind of stick to what our strengths are, and that's how we like coordinate ourselves.
It was really amazing stuff to see. Honestly, I just see sort of the growth even throughout the series of this team, and clearly you guys do practice, play, and talk a lot about the game together, because especially in game 3, I think nothing else showed me so much that you guys can be on the same page about a game when you really need to be, when all the chips are down. So I want to thank you, Origin, for joining us on the call and for the interview, but even more so for the games today. That was amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate this opportunity, and you know, again, thanks for everything. I appreciate it. And on behalf of my entire team, we're all thankful that you guys accepted us into this really awesome community of NECC sports. So we're all deep down from the bottom of our hearts, we're extremely glad and thankful for this opportunity.
We've loved having you here, and with that, I suppose we will conclude the interview.
Yes.
So once again, guys, thanks to Origin. It has been amazing to have him on. Now, that comes, of course, with a little bit of something else that we have to address, Fish. That series was an emotional roller coaster, and not just for us, but for the teams as well, that ended up having a forfeit in the second game. And for those of you familiar with not just this League of Legends tournament, but many around the scene, that can cause some issues. So for those of you that are curious, we've ended up bringing in Caleb, one of our TOs, to help clarify the situation.
Hello, how you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Caleb?
We're doing pretty well after that. I mean, that was a phenomenal series, and you know, I'd love to hear what you have to say on it, because as Dia mentioned, there are some things that need to just be answered so that everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, so here at the NECC, we're pretty strict on our rulebooks. We've built out, and specifically for League of Legends, a 22-page rulebook that highlights and clarifies a ton of rules about all the aspects of League of Legends and what should and shouldn't happen in formats and game startup and all that kind of stuff. One of them specifically is our Rule 5B4. This one specifically lays out forfeitures in mainstream matches, and we define mainstream matches as a verified third party or a school who's streaming a match, or the NECCs who's streaming a match. And obviously they forfeited in game 2, which is where the ruling comes in. The fun part about all of this is it's the first time ruling. So we actually don't know exactly what will be the outcome of this and what will be the future for Marymount, California's team. But we're still learning that, and we'll be going over that. So perks of being the NECC staff, we're on call for the next hour or so, trying to figure out what this looks like, what that's going to be managed as, and how it's going to be set as president for the future.
I gotta say, I don't envy your position, but I do have to ask, and perhaps giving you a little bit more work.
Go for it.
If people had questions about the rulebook and how it applies to their games, or wanted updates on the situation, where can they look for some of those things respectively at the NECC?
So with specific rulings, it's really a case-by-case basis. There's some things that we keep private. There's some things that we'll keep public. This one specifically will be a little bit more public in nature. Obviously, I'm on stream right now. So we'll be posting this in the League of Legends announcements, specifically with the rulebooks in our Discord. And if anyone specifically has questions or wants to provide information for the ruling, they can do so at support@neccathletics.com.
Okay, wonderful.
And I mean, just to pull the curtain back as much as you can, Caleb, I mean, I know you guys said you're going to have a meeting. Can you at least talk about who will be in that meeting so people who are curious on the ruling can kind of get an understanding of who will be discussing this? I mean, they don't want all of the hate, depending on what happens, to be directed to you. So if you're able to pull back the curtain and at least show who will be talking about that when that ruling does come down, so that, you know, everyone understands who was all determining. It's not like you just went back, flipped a coin, and said that's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's going to start with a conversation between our game manager, Aaron Peterson, Caroline Shaw, our director of game managers, myself, and probably a few others who are a little bit more league knowledgeable than myself in that kind of respect. And then we'll go one step further, and we'll probably be taking this to the board of directors to get the board of directors' opinion as well on the matter. I did have a call with them today about a whole bunch of other stuff in the future planning kind of situations, but this is gonna be one of those ones where it's a first time ruling, like I said. So their opinions are gonna be highly valued towards what this ruling looks like in the future.
And I appreciate you, Caleb. I know you said it would be in the NECC Discord, and obviously, I mean, with the finals coming up in just a few days, is there a place that the interested parties can look for on the social media, or will they just be alerted and everyone else will kind of find out on the finals who ends up being where?
Yeah, so we'll be posting our finals information all on Twitter, Instagram. We do all of that stuff pretty publicly and continue to develop. But social media will be doing it, Discord, obviously, and then each team individually will be notified of what the situation is. So, I could actually find this out of who won the other match on the other side of the bracket pretty quickly here to tell you guys who will also be notified. This is in Emergents, yeah. So, Missouri Baptist University and Augustana University or Augustana College went to Game 3 today. And Missouri Baptist came out on top there. So I'd also have to contact Missouri Baptist to give them the information of what's going on and how that looks as well.
Well, Caleb, I appreciate you coming in, shedding the light on this situation. I mean, as Dia hinted to, there are things we have to take into account. So I appreciate you coming on. And as you said, the Discord will be for the teams, the social media as well, Twitter and Instagram, to stay tuned so we can figure out what all that was. Thank you so much, Caleb, for joining us. And Dia, what a phenomenal series we had. I cannot wait to see the finals. I will say, I believe I have to go back in the history books. That might be my first pentakill I've ever cast, but a phenomenal series. And I think that's how we end it right there. Stay tuned for updates. Again, it is a polarizing situation. We understand. We will keep you all updated. We have the finals coming up on December 8th. That's going to be a ton of fun. It's been an awesome time here in the semifinals Friday. Go enjoy what's left of it. Go play Master Yi. Go 1v4 as Oriana. Do your thing. Dia, it's been a pleasure. We will see you guys for the championship.